Last night, the Red Wings win streak comes to an end at 7, courtesy of the San Jose Sharks. Detroit coming up short at LCA 6-3. Vladimir Tarasenko still tallying 2 goals in the loss, and last night's defeat was only the second under head coach Todd McLellan. As it stands, Detroit currently 4 points out of a playoff spot. A team that is not out of a playoff spot are Detroit Lions as they continue to prep for their highly anticipated divisional round matchup scheduled for Saturday night. Lions hosting the Washington Commanders. Detroit currently favored by 9.5 points and still the odds-on favorite to win this year's Super Bowl. And if you're looking for the highly sought-out tickets for Saturday's game, the cheapest tickets are coming in around $500 a piece. The average ticket price coming in at $991, making it the most expensive non-Super Bowl game in NFL history. Tickets are also already being sold for the Lions' potential NFC Championship game the following round, and those cheapest current tickets are over $1,100. That is for standing room only. Finally, we have Big Ten college basketball today. Number 12, MSU hosting Penn State. Number 20, Michigan playing Minnesota tomorrow. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket. You could also head to Odyssey.com.
Yeah, that was not a typo. Those ticket prices are real.
Wow.
Wow, indeed.
The most expensive non-Super Bowl in NFL history. Thank you, Dustin. Appreciate that little fact there. We're actually going to talk ticket prices a little bit later, so we will bring that back up.
It's a great note.
Most expensive non-Super Bowl in NFL history.
And keep in mind, this is only the divisional round.
Okay, we'll go back to old bits, but we knew if the Lions could ever get good, that this is the risk. We didn't know what the numbers would be. We didn't know exactly what it would look like. We're defining all of those things now, but we knew that Detroit would lose its mind, and it certainly is, and rightfully so.
Yeah, safe to say that's what's happening. Later in the hour, we are going to get to it. What that means for you with these ticket prices.
Yeah. And again, go to Twitch. You get a chance to see Greg Hargrave, our producer. He just waved to everybody as he was walking by us. Thank you, Greg.
There you go. We also have to talk about the Wings from last night.
Yeah. Loss. All right. Your overreact, Jims, was
wrong.
Was wrong.
They did lose another hockey game.
Again, we all knew that was going to happen at some point. Didn't really know or believe that it would happen last night or in that shape or form. San Jose Sharks, not a good hockey team, and they spanked the Wings last night.
They did. And it may have needed to happen.
Oh, don't go down this is a good loss.
No. I'm not saying losing is ever good. I'm saying they got a 4-game trip on the road coming up. And they had started to play some lazy hockey. They were up big against Seattle. Their third period, even McLellan said, wasn't good. And after the game yesterday, he didn't mince words. Like this, we should play some audio for people because I think McLellan is the opposite of Derek Lalonde. I thought he was brutally honest. But even in temperament, and especially in temperament, he is brutally honest. He's not afraid to mince words. There's no elephant in the room. He's just going to say it. And he talked about, Greg, the fact that they were entitled to win last night. They didn't play well enough.
Yeah, human nature. All right, you're up big, and your third period's not going to be like the first or second. It is human nature, and you have to fight that.
Right. So poor finish against Seattle carries over to a rough start against San Jose, a team that they played down to their level. They gave up a shorthanded goal. I mean, what's going on? Some of the sloppy defensive breakdowns, like this is not effing hockey. And to the point where he's going to have to call some people out, and he did. So afterwards, he was asked about Hull, who had a terrible turnover in front of his own net for the 5th goal that was kind of a back-breaking goal. And not Lalonde. Lalonde would never do this. McLellan didn't mince words.
Love it. Sometimes you just gotta. And I want to draw a comparison here to what we saw at the beginning of the Dan Campbell era, when you have a player that everybody in the world knows that you can play better. There was a time in year one where he publicly called out Jared Goff. And I don't remember exactly what the words were, but we asked him about some interceptions or about the play of Jared Goff. And he said, yeah, we expect him to play better. He knows he can play better. There's accountability in that. And when you have a coach that's not going to mince words, and he didn't throw him under the bus.
No.
Everyone with a brain knows that you can't do what he did in front of the net. And you're not expected to be perfect. No one's going to be perfect. You're going to make some boneheaded moves. You're going to make, and I guarantee you right after that play, he was like, that might be one of the dumbest things I've done in years. But there's no sense in trying to give an answer when you are asked, why didn't he play in the last 5 minutes? Or were you trying to send a message? And his answer is, I don't really need to send a message. Whether he played or not wasn't going to make a difference. But he knows it was a bad move. He knows he can play better.
He sent himself a message, just how bluntly he put that. I don't need to send a message. He played terribly. He's not a terrible player, but That's a terrible play. You can't take the puck in front of your own net. That's like basic stuff. He also got lost in the corner on the first goal, gave up the puck on the first goal. Like, he was sloppy. He wasn't good. And the coach doesn't have to mince words and protect people's feelings because these are professionals. These are grown men. This isn't, 6-year-old hockey, 8-year-old hockey. This is grown men. You know you screwed up. You're going to fix it, and you're going to be better next time. There's nothing wrong with calling out poor play. And I felt like Lalonde never wanted to step on any toes, walking on eggshells.
He didn't want to hurt feelings.
These guys want to be challenged.
Yeah.
They want to be challenged. They want to raise the standard on this team. And when you lose, that's why I say it may be something they can bark about now and go, hey, guys, we're about to hit the road. If you're going to play this kind of hockey, we're going to go right back to where we were. It becomes one of those pivot points, fork in the road moments. Hey, we're going on the road. You know what it's going to take, and it's not going to be what we did last time out.
And a lot of it has to come down to tone as well. What's the tone that Todd McClellan is saying those things with? It's not an angry tone. No. It's not blaming him individually for the loss. There's a lot of other reasons why they lost that game. That's the most obvious, and he was asked a direct question about it. So it comes down to accountability, and he is going to hold Justin Holl accountable, just like he will everyone else. Now, the question I do have as I compare him to Dan Campbell, because I think we both like straight shooters.
Yeah.
And Dan has proven to be a straight shooter. And it looks like Todd McClellan is going to be a straight shooter, is when there is a moment, and it's probably not as obvious because there's not as many eyeballs on Todd McClellan and the Wings as there is on Dan Campbell and football in general. When something happens where he makes a mistake and costs them a point or a game, is he willing to say this one's on me? Because if you're going to say this one is not, he didn't say it was on Justin Holl, but he called out a player.
If you're going to dish it, you got to take it.
Yeah. Is he willing to say at some point, this game is on me?
Well, we've seen Campbell do that. I mean,
yeah,
the first loss of the season, he came out. I don't even think it was all on him, but when they lost to Tampa and they screwed up before the half, he came out and said, the coach did this. This is me. I screwed up.
He said it at halftime. I expect the guys to cover me in the second half, and that didn't happen. And at the end of the game, he said, this one's on me.
Yeah.
So is Todd McClellan at some point willing to say, this one's on me?
Yeah, like last night wasn't, so it didn't need to be said. But at some point from now until mid-April, they're probably going to lose a game that he goes,
I made a mistake.
Did I need to challenge that one?
Yeah.
Or did I tinker too much with some chemistry? Did I go with the wrong goalie? Like, did I make it's a little easier in football, right? I mean, you have a fourth down decision. There are these critical, we stop, pause, and analyze. In hockey, it's a little more free-flowing. But, yeah, I don't know. He strikes me as a guy who will step out and say, that's not on the guys tonight. I put us in a bad spot.
And so that's going to be, I mean, not that everybody's going to be sitting there going, oh, well, we're waiting for him to make a mistake. What is he, are we going to keep score? Yeah, no, that's not it. Because, again, there's more games. There's more going on in hockey. And you mentioned it's more free-flowing. So it might not be as obvious until he draws attention to it. And some of those are, like you said, I don't think that Tampa game is all on him. Like, they got inside the red zone 5 times and didn't score.
Correct.
That's the reason they lost that game. So is that on Ben Johnson? Is it on Jared Goff? Is it on the offense? Is it the offensive line? Is it on Dan Campbell because of what happened at the beginning of at the end of the first half? Like, sometimes a coach will take a bullet for the team because it's the right thing to do at the time.
Yeah.
And is he going to be willing to do that?
You said tone earlier. I think that's the key with McClellan. The tone has been everything they've needed since the moment he took over. He took over and he said, we're going to change some things up, and we're going to play a little looser, and we're going to play better hockey and do all the little things that we weren't doing before. And I think his tone was right last night. Like, I wonder how that lands to you guys. They lost badly to a bad team with a bad effort and a bad performance. Sloppy, entitled hockey is what Todd McClellan called it. That's brutal honesty from a head coach.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't feel like we see that much in sports where a coach comes out and said, we were entitled. And then specifically says to a player, oh, he sent himself a message, he played terribly. We very rarely see that, but I'm curious, how did that land with you? Like, I love it. John, you love it. I mean, that's what this team needs is some tough love. 248-539-9797. We'll get some ticket texts on that. We'll get to Heather's news. A dilemma for the Lions this week. And, yeah, the tickets, we're going to talk about them. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch football, or really any sport, is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games, and we've got some great ones coming up in pro football, even in college football on Monday night. The biggest games at a viewing experience absolutely built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
And they're going to go on the road. That's Todd McClellan, Red Wing head coach. 4 road games coming up. They finally lost, and it's going to be about how they handle losing. And I love the tone he set, calling out the team for being entitled, at least for one night.
Yeah, you win 7 in a row, and especially the last one against Seattle, you know,
got to let off the gas.
You're in command the entire time, and human nature is that you're going to let up a little bit. You got to fight that. And then you got to fight it even more that it doesn't carry over into the next game, and it clearly did against San Jose.
Yeah, it was bad. They lost 6-3.
Never in it.
Hull had one terrible play in the corner and then an even worse play on the 5th goal, just skating the puck out in front of his own net. I mean, it's basic stuff. Yeah. And he didn't mince words with Hull. Said he played terribly. Said he sent his own message. I don't need to send a message. But I think reinforced it with he is better than that, and we will get more out of him, and he will play better than that. He's got their backs while also being brutally honest. Yeah. And sometimes you need that tough love. This team desperately needed that tough love when they hired him back, a couple days after Christmas.
Yeah.
So that was a 101 mistake last night. You don't do that as a defenseman with the puck. He was asking for it.
Yeah.
And the frustrating thing was it came right off the goal to make it a 1-goal game where they had played horrible, but you thought they could salvage something. And it was a brilliant goal by Raymond and Larkin off the faceoff. And Celebrini had a very good game, but Larkin completely owned him on the faceoff. And so you do that, and then it just – you knew that was the dam broke. You knew they weren't coming back after they gave up that goal.
No, because they were down 2-0, made it 2-1. You make it 4-3. Like, you're not in it, to John's point, but you're a play away from being in it. And when you make the mistake that Hull did,
you get it to OT and you get the point
ship.
at least.
Well, and the backdrop of this too is San Jose last year when they came to Detroit was one of those games that got away, and you would have thought, hey, not this time.
Yeah.
Not this time, but it was this time again.
That's the most I've seen Celebrini play hockey, by the way.
He's
going to be a stud. They showed some stat about him. He's already up there in terms of something with face-offs or whatever, with the best in the game. He's 18.
I know, he's a teenager playing college hockey a year ago. Let's get to Adam in Gibraltar. Adam, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, I mean, what McClellan said last night, I mean, honestly, holding his players accountable, I love it. Mentality-wise, I mean, that's the difference between a winning coach and a losing coach. Lon would have never done that. And that's honestly the kind of coach I wanted. I mean, with such a young core, I always wanted a veteran head coach that knew how to win. And McClellan was a winner wherever he went, especially San Jose back in the day. And an assistant under Babcock. That's the kind of coach I've always wanted. Steve Yzerman to hire. But yeah, that's the mentality of a winning coach. And Lon had a mentality of a losing coach. So yeah, I love what he said.
And it's a guy who's coached 1,100 hocky games.
Right.
I mean, he's got a little bit of authority in that way.
Well, and he's got enough experience. I compared him to Dan Campbell. How about AJ Hinch, where it's the psychology of it, and sometimes you got to be therapist, and sometimes it's you got to rule with a heavy hand. Other times, there's a light tap. You just got to know what touch to use, and they're not always going to be perfect as coaches.
Yeah.
But you've got to know what touch to use at the right moments. And it feels like he comes in, and how do you win 7 games in a row? You lose your first, but then you rip off 7 games. There's a lot of trying to get the mentality of these guys back to a winning mentality, back to I've got to play better as an individual. Our units, our lines, everything's got to be better, and you've got to be able to flip that mentality from where it was. We've seen it with the Pistons.
Yeah,
we talk about the coaches,
Bickerstaff. Yeah,
it is such an important role on a team. And each sport is going to be a little bit different. But when you only win 14 games, you've got to find a way to get in the heads of your athletes to flip a switch that says, okay, winning is possible. And here's the steps that we got to do to trust what we've been doing in practice, trust what we've seen early in the season to now winning basketball. Same thing with hockey. And when you come in the middle of the season, it's even harder because they've been beaten down.
Yeah, and he had talked about that when he was introduced. He's like, anytime this is happening, you're not in a good place.
Right.
He knew what he was walking into. And John, I think you said trust. You got to get buy-in immediately, and he did, those players have to buy what you're selling immediately.
It's got to be genuine and it can't be fake because players are going to see right through it.
And I was just going to bring that up to you. You know, I mean, having been in these locker rooms, you got a coach going, wah, 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 in the Charlie Brown voice.
Yeah.
He has to strike a balance because if you're going to come in and be a hard ass, if you're going to push these guys, they can't tune you out. They have to believe in what you're doing. And I think his track record had spoke for itself. I think they were hungry for a change, wanted someone to push them, wanted a little tough love. They don't want to be babied. Like, that's the other thing. I think you got to know your team. He knows these guys don't want to be babied. They want to win. And if that means you're going to get called out for playing poorly, even publicly in this case, the solution is to play better.
Yeah.
And they know he's got their back, which I think is also big at the end of the day.
Yeah, because we've heard praise for 6 of the games, and didn't hear it after the last win, but you hear praise. Now all of a sudden, along with that comes loftier expectations. And when you don't fulfill those expectations, because once you show it, then coach knows you can do it. And when you don't, okay, we got to get back to those expectations because you've already met them. And that's where we expect everybody to play every single night.
One last Red Wing note that we haven't addressed. It's come up a few times on the ticket text. Can we quickly talk about how bad Husso is and the need to stop putting him in net? Brutal, Kirk in Milford. Another one says, I'd rather see Cookies in goal than Ville Husso. He's the worst in the NHL on the ticket text.
Oh, are you the ultra-reserved goalie?
The E-Bug, the emergency backup goalie? No.
I want to see Cookies.
Gosh, could you
in
imagine?
all the big pads. I think your head would look really small. All these big pads, and there's Cookies.
Guys and Heather, I love this kind of coach. No BS, but the team needs more than tough love. They need D-men. They need a goalie. They need a whole fourth line. Players make coaches in the end. Yzerman still has to do more. Mark in Fowlerville.
Yeah.
The Husso thing, I'm not going to defend him. He didn't play well. My point is, if you go back and watch those goals, how many of them were defensive breakdowns? How many of them were shots right point blank in front of the net? I mean, they did not put Husso in a good position regardless. All right, we have Heather with the news. Let's get to it.
So the Farmington Hills City Council voted down a proposed Sheetz gas station for the intersection of 12 Mile and Middle Belt roads, and it was all over concerns about its closeness to residential neighborhoods and the number of gas stations that already exist at that same intersection. So the vote was unanimous. Council members said that the project was too intense and not compatible, obviously, with the surrounding neighborhoods, kind of what I just said. Sheetz is obviously very disappointed, and they say they are still committed to expanding into the greater Detroit area. So,
Yeah.
I guess, sorry to Sheetz, It sounds like people didn't want it there anyway, so it is what it is. A 19-year-old Detroit man has been charged with assault after he allegedly stabbed 3 family members at a local hotel. On Sunday morning, police found the victims. This was the suspect's mom, 51 years old, his dad, 52 years old. Actually, I got those ages mixed up, but it doesn't matter. And his 11-year-old sister. They were all stabbed multiple times in the hotel lobby. Thankfully, all non-life-threatening injuries. They were all transported to a local hospital for treatment. The suspect was arraigned Monday, was given a $300,000 bond. The Detroit Auto Show is hosting a special event to celebrate the Lions ahead of their playoff game. And Mike Posner and several Lions alumni will be in attendance. So it's called the All Roads Lead to Detroit celebration of the Detroit Lions at the Detroit Auto Show. It's this rally that will be held on Friday, obviously the day before the big game. Mike Posner will be performing, and then there's going to be appearances by Herman Moore, Eddie Murray, TJ Lang, and others as well. Tickets are $10. The event goes from 6:30 to 8 p.m.
Cool.
Yeah, very cool.
Be fun.
Everyone's getting in the spirit, celebrating the Lions. Listen to this. A 12-year-old boy was stopped by police on Sunday after taking his dad's SUV for a 90-mile joyride.
Well, it wasn't just to get some milk, right?
It wasn't. No, this 12-year-old boy was found actually. It started in, I guess, the Traverse City area because his dad called police around 2:35 a.m. on Sunday. Said, hey, my son took my car. I don't know where he is. I don't know where he's going. So they kind of put patrols out. Eventually, the guy was caught. Clare County police found him, pulled him over, and deputies also found a shotgun in the back seat and a small amount of marijuana as well.
12 years old?
12 years old. So he was held at the sheriff's office until his parents could pick him up. And police are seeking charges for using a motor vehicle without authority, operating a vehicle without a license, carrying a concealed weapon, and being a minor in possession of marijuana.
Wow.
Exactly. That's my thought when I saw the headline. I was like, whoa, 12? What was I doing?
Not that.
No, my
90
gosh.
miles.
Yikes. Governor Whitmer is holding an art contest for Lions fans. So ahead of Saturday's showdown with the Commanders, the governor has invited residents to submit their best artistic interpretations of the Lions logo. And the contest isn't going to win you tickets to the game like some of these other contests have. It's just for fun. Your art will be showcased on her social media page. And you can go and submit your drawings at michigan.gov/onepride.
Nice opportunity for some young artists.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was
A
like,
little
this
exposure.
would be
Of any
fun
age.
for
Yeah.
any age, of course. But I was like, oh, if my kids were a little older, that it'd be fun for them to something for them to do as well. But very cool. Okay, I don't know how many times I have to say it, but if you think you're having an online love affair with a mega celebrity, you're not. Don't. Most likely.
Really?
You're probably not. Yeah, sorry. There's a 53-year-old woman who was scammed out of $850,000 by a fake Brad Pitt. So the scammer actually first pretended to be Brad Pitt's mom and was like, oh my gosh, you would be perfect for my son. And then the woman started getting messages and AI photos from Brad, right? They started talking. She was getting messages for a year and a half.
What kind of photos?
And then I don't know. I'm guessing just basic
Yeah.
pictures,
Yes,
right?
yes,
Because,
yes.
there's no hands photo. AI really messes up people's fingers.
Yeah.
Like, so no hands. And I have no idea. I haven't seen the pictures. But anyway, eventually he said that I need money because I'm hospitalized. I have kidney cancer. I need money.
And somehow this wasn't in the news anywhere.
No. So she sent him money to a Turkish account. Almost $1 million. And then she finally saw a real photo of him with his girlfriend and thought,
You cheater! How dare you?
Yeah, not that she had been lied to, but that he's cheating on her.
Right,
A level
yes.
of delusion.
I think the real Brad Pitt should step in and help her out.
yeah, exactly.
It's Heather with the news. Jeff Daniels was on The Tonight Show yesterday. And last night he was singing about breaking the curse of Bobby Lane. We're going to play some of that audio coming up next. We'll get to Lions tickets, the hottest ticket in a long time. Not since the Super Bowl have we seen prices like this. It's 97.1. We're going to get to a Lions dilemma for this weekend's game. But first, breaking out into song. No, not us. Jeff Daniels. He was on The Tonight Show last night. He was on with Jimmy Fallon, and he talked about and sang about breaking curses and Bobby Lane. Remember him and Peyton Manning did the whole the curse breaking attempt earlier, and seems to have
exercise
worked out
the demons
pretty well. Let's play it for people. Get your reaction. I've not heard this either.
But all that sorrow. Come on, Costa. Goodbye. All that pain. Say goodbye to the same old Lions and the curse of Bobby Lane.
It's good. It's good.
You know when he says everybody, that includes you guys.
You guys just not. I don't know the words.
Well, now you do. He had just sung them.
Yeah,
and he
I
said,
know,
now
but-
everybody.
Yeah, no.
We'll play it again later in the show, and we expect participation.
Okay.
Yeah, Heather doesn't like this one. She's going to like the song we play way later in the show.
Oh, no.
Oh boy.
No. Yeah. Say no now. Say no.
Have you heard the thing
I
we're
have
playing later?
not,
Okay.
but I can only imagine.
Say no. Yeah.
Well,
I like that one, though.
Yeah, this was good. If we did Jam It
Yeah.
or Slam It here, I think we're all jamming it.
Yeah. He's a much better singer than I anticipated. I don't know if
I've heard him sing before.
Have you?
Yeah.
I've not.
I like the beginning was a little the end was very good.
Oh, yeah.
I'm surprised how much I liked it.
Yeah. And hell of a nice guitar picker.
I'm a little bit tired of the story.
Of him and Peyton Manning?
Yeah, I mean, been there, done that. The whole curse and I don't know. I've moved
Come on,
on.
he's one of us.
I know he is. I'm not mad at Daniel. I'm just tired of the Bobby Lane stuff.
Oh, well, I mean, when
Stafford won the Super Bowl, it was over.
I don't think that's quite how that works.
No.
Same school,
Different
played
team.
here, left the team.
Yeah, no, the curse is about us. They're not winning anything here.
Yeah.
And I don't believe in curses, but I think it's all fun, right? It's the idea that we're overcoming our history, that this team is finally breaking through. And I love it.
Okay,
I love that we bring
might
it
be
up.
falling into something here, and I hate that. I feel like curse people who still talk about the curse, or it's. I've moved on. Our team's good.
Yeah.
I feel like it's SOL-ish a little bit.
No, he
And
said specifically there is no more SOL.
Yeah.
Did you listen?
Yeah, say goodbye to the same old Lions.
I know. It's still bringing it up, though. It's still bringing up something. It's the foundation of the
Yeah, but he's singing
SOL.
about how it's gone.
I
He's singing
know.
about all of those things that used to be topics of conversation, that used to create agony for all Lions fans. And yes, we are now a competent franchise. We have a great GM, a great head coach. Sheila has proven to be a great owner. Now it all comes down to winning the Super Bowl.
And Tom, I do think, like, we're talking about a historic run. You have to understand the history of it all, right? I know you do, but it's worth the
Nobody does more than me.
But it's worth the perspective.
equal.
Like but Tom, that's part of what makes this so great. If we didn't have 60 plus years of agony, it wouldn't feel as good as it does right now. So to tell the story of this Lions team, you have to understand, acknowledge the anguish. So I have no issue with people, quote, bringing up
I know
history.
they did the whole thing. a couple years ago, him and Manning.
Yeah.
And then this brings it to life on, a late night show here, telling the rest of the world what the curse is. I understand it to a degree. I just think, I don't know, we have the phrase now in politics or the world the last 10 to 15 years called truthers. I think there's cursors too. The people just
who still think they're
yes.
cursed? Oh, okay. Well, I can't help those people. They filled the bathtub with whiskey. We've done everything we can. And then I don't know what
4-17-1, as it's pointed out on Twitch before that. And after that, we know the results.
Speak for themselves. John, the dilemma for this week, it's what do you do with David Montgomery? He was a full participant at practice yesterday. Dan said yesterday with us that there's a role for him. What is that role?
Yeah.
I mean, because I think it's so tough to take Gibbs off the field with how well he's playing.
It is, but it's only been 3 games. And it's not to diminish what Gibbs has done, but before that, with the combo of Montgomery and Gibbs, Sonic and Knuckles, like that is, for a majority of the season, why the Lions have been so successful, is the ability to have a change-up pitch in the backfield, whether it's the power of David Montgomery and the tone setter that he has been. How many times did we start at the beginning of the year talking about a first down run where he is hit at the line of scrimmage, yet seems to power forward for another 11 or 12 yards, or he's hit just shy of the first down marker, even by like 3 yards, and he just powers through or powers into the end zone. I don't think, if he is healthy and available, I don't think you remove that as part of the equation.
Oh, of course not. But I do think this is Gibbs' backfield. And you mentioned fastball changeup. Most guys aren't throwing the changeup as often as the fastball. This is Gibbs' backfield. He is the better back. They have 14 big explosive runs this season. 14 as a team. How many do you think Gibbs has?
Well, he's probably got 10 of them.
13 of the 14.
Okay.
5.6 yards a carry. Montgomery, 4.2, and it's a tough, gritty 4.2, and he should be in short yardage and goal line and change of pace. But Gibbs is the back, and I think he has cemented that. He is the back that should get the predominant lion's share of the carries.
Or if you go back to the same formula before, is Gibbs even more productive because you have that in the backfield of Montgomery and Gibbs?
But didn't he kind of answer over the last 3 weeks that no, if he just got the ball more, he would do even more cool stuff?
Well, I don't think there was a doubt that would happen, because there was a doubt last year. And when David Montgomery went down, can Gibbs run between the tackles? He answered that question last year. And I don't think there's anybody that's going to sit there and say, he's not the best back in the backfield. But the combination of these two guys, they've already extended David Montgomery. They know how valuable he is. And the value is in not just, we're looking at what the payoff is right now, as we should, right? What's the payoff against Washington? Is it going to pay off into a Super Bowl? But you also got to look down the road. Running backs have an expiration date.
Yep.
Do we want to push that expiration date a little bit out?
To win the Super Bowl?
What's that?
To win the Super Bowl? Yeah.
I don't think No. I'm talking about, do we want to put that expiration date a little bit further down the road?
Oh, I get what you're saying.
For Gibbs or even Montgomery, because you're taking a little bit of wear and tear off, and we're talking 2-3 reps a game, 2 or 3 touches a game, versus, you get down the road and now all of a sudden you've got one extra good year, because those things all add up. And it's not at the expense of not beating Washington or not beating the Rams or the Eagles, John, or whoever in the Super Bowl. I like the combination and the 1-2 punch of both those guys in the backfield. And I want to go back to the same formula that they had before, because I think it's even better now.
If they're up 17 points, I want to minimize the workload. But if they're in a close football game, Gibbs getting the football. And if I have to shave off a year at the end of his career in pursuit of a Super Bowl, I would gladly make that trade.
But I'm not talking about. I think you could do both. I think
ideally,
I don't think that you have to use Gibbs as much as you did, because you do have David Montgomery.
Let me ask you a question. If we used Gibbs here in Detroit as much as Saquon Barkley is used, would Gibbs be just as productive? Maybe more? Younger? Explosive? The numbers bear out he would be.
Yes,
and I'm not saying bench David Montgomery. My point is
what we've also seen from Saquon Barkley. There's been years that he's missed because of injury.
Yeah, but at this point, you're in the end game, right? Like it's 3 football games.
Right.
I'm going to give Gibbs 65, 70% of the touches, knowing those are my best running plays, and I'll keep him fresh. I'll use Montgomery. But this is Gibbs' backfield to me. I don't know where people are at on this.
I don't think you go into a game saying we want to get Gibbs 65% of the touches and David Montgomery 35%. I think it all plays itself out in the game. If that's what it ends up being, that's the way the game takes you, the way the defense is what they're allowing you or what you're taking from the defense, then sure, that's great. But it also may be, hey, David Montgomery gets 45%. And Gibbs gets 55%, or it's 50-50. Like I don't care about the percentages. All I do is care about the end game. And if the best formula is the 1-2 punch out of the backfield, however they get that done, then the numbers are what they are.
Look, if you throw a lot of 1st and 10s that end in 2nd and 1s, Montgomery's going to get more carries because you want short yardage. My point is, like, all things being equal, 1st and 10, I'm going to turn around and hand the ball off. It's going to be Gibbs 7 of the 10 times. To me. But we can ask the audience, 248-539-9797. It's Sonic and Knuckles, right? There's 2 of these backs, and they've rode both of them to get here. Gibbs has taken over the backfield. How do you want to see it divvied up? And if you want to react to Jeff Daniels singing, I know there's some people with text on that. We're going to get to the Lions ticket prices. Hottest tickets in playoff history outside of Super Bowl games. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury, whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes. You're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not some tax organization with a random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
David Montgomery back at practice, full participant, will be part of the game plan against the Commanders. Our question was, how big a game plan? How big a role does he have? 248-539-9797. John, you said it wasn't broke before. Get back to it.
Yeah. Give him the ball.
And I had the audacity to point out that Gibbs is running for an extra 1.5 yards every time he touches the ball and has all but one of their explosive runs. I want more Gibbs.
There's value in both. And I understand the value in having those explosive runs. There's 13 out of the 14 are Gibbs. The numbers are what they are.
How do you argue it? Why do you want to see a close to 50-50 split if one guy is exponentially...
I hate first downs.
I like touchdowns more.
I think that Montgomery adds another element to this offense, and I'd like to see him used as he was before.
Ticket texters. I'm with John. Depends on what the defense is giving and what backs are doing. You can ride the hot hand. Another texter says Costa needs to shut his pie hole, starting controversy when there is none. Gibbs and Montgomery work better together, Sonic and Knuckles. Costa acting like Montgomery's Zach Zenner. The Lions don't use Gibbs like Barkley because they have a more complete offense. Among other ticket texts, that's kind of the sentiment is, don't break this up, don't break this up. Guys, Gibbs had 100 yards in each of the last 3 games. He is the more explosive back. He is the more productive back. These are playoff games. This is the best right now. Ride him into the ground and win a Super Bowl. I'm not telling you Montgomery's going to be Zach Zenner and he's going to sit on the bench, but I'm going to use him, John, your word, as a changeup, which is probably only about 1/3 of the time. Situationally, maybe it ticks up a little more. Maybe if you're up big, you have the luxury of taking some of the load off of Jahmyr Gibbs' shoulders. But why is this a controversy? Play the better back more carries. That's what. Just so we understand what I'm saying this morning, I want to play the best back the most, and that's controversial. Because it's Sonic and Knuckles and their buddies. Play the best guy the most.
It has nothing to do with their buddies. I mean, you're such a tool.
That's ticket texters.
I think you crossed the line on the buddies thing. I see where John's coming from in terms of look. I think this is a little bit more complicated than some of these people that are going after you. That the backfield could go back to the way it was, but it might not. Like if you look at the Super Bowl MVP odds right now, the Montgomery people out there need to realize this. Jahmyr Gibbs has the highest Super Bowl MVP odds other than a quarterback right now. Mm-hmm. He's tied with Saquon Barkley. He's playing at an MVP level right now. And his explosiveness the last 4 games looks reminiscent of the way Marshall Faulk used to be in the Rams offense, okay? And it's not taking away from Montgomery. This backfield might be the best backfield in NFL history, potentially. I think that. Like, who's the better combo?
There might not be.
I think Brandon Jacobs and Tiki Barber were really good in their prime. That was tough to prepare for, and I think that's comparable to this. And Tiki Barber eventually got more and more because of explosiveness.
Yeah, and I think the other comp people have used when this got designed was Kamara and Ingram, right?
This is better than that.
And I was going to say, I think Gibbs is better than Kamara, and I think Montgomery's played better than Ingram. Like, this might be the best backfield that we've ever seen.
That we've ever seen, sure. I think if you're talking, in NFL history, there's how far do we want to go back? But yeah, there's been some really good duos, but I think that there is a formula, and it's up to Ben Johnson and Dan Campbell to figure out what that formula is that is best for the Detroit Lions. It's going to be different against Washington than it is against whoever they face in the NFC Championship game versus whoever they face in the Super Bowl. Defenses will be different. They will do. You want to be able to dictate what you want to do offensively. Sometimes a defense will take away. They'll design something to just strictly take away David Montgomery or take away Jahmyr Gibbs. That's when you're going to have to rely on the other one to have more carries and to be more productive.
Don't you think it's easier to take away Montgomery because of Gibbs' speed?
Oh, sure.
Speed, yeah. So that's why I think, look, we had a ticket texter said, Montgomery for ball control. If I'm game planning for this game, the last thing I'm doing is getting into a ball control game. You're limiting possessions. That's one of the ways the Commanders beat the Buccaneers. You want a high possession game. You want to have explosive plays and put your foot on the throat. Jahmyr Gibbs early, Montgomery later. You get down to the goal line on the first drive, you go with your better goal line back. Let's face it, Gibbs got stuffed a couple times in one of those games where he was the main man. Montgomery's the better goal line guy. There's no denying that.
I think when Montgomery went down, we were all excited that Gibbs was going to get the ball more, and there was a question, would he be less efficient without someone to spell him, right? He ran for 6 yards a carry against Minnesota. He ran for 6.5 yards a carry against the Niners. He ran for 100 yards in 3 straight games. The answer was no. The efficiency didn't dip. And maybe that's a small sample, but all we're working with is a small sample now. I feel like he is the better back, and I want to play the better players more snaps. That's all I'm saying. This is not David Montgomery's chopped liver, as a ticket texter put it. It's just an acknowledgement of what is the winning formula for this football team. It's playing the more explosive back, the better back, the more productive back, the majority of the snaps.
I want to play the more effective back, and that's going to be determined as the game is played.
Situationally.
Right. And it may be Gibbs, and it may be Montgomery. Like, it just, I don't, until they get in the game and we figure out what Washington is going to try to do to slow down this offense, because, and what makes this offense so explosive? It's not just Goff. It's not just Amon-Ra St. Brown. Now, they all have different roles and they have different things that they do, but it's the combination of, of J-Mo, of Laporta, of Amon-Ra St. Brown, and then you throw in the running backs and how they handle and how the different ways that Ben Johnson can utilize both. What I would really like to see is both the guys on the field at the same time more often. And it may be, if they're both on the field at the same time more often, it still may be Gibbs gets the ball more. Or it could be that he's used as a bit of a distraction, and all of a sudden here comes Montgomery kicking your ass.
Yeah, puts the defense in conflict. Let's get to the phones. Alex in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How you doing this morning?
Good.
Good. Love the conversation. I agree with John 100% on this. I think that coming in with a game plan of using Montgomery, I think is more than just, what Gibbs is going to do. But Montgomery, the way he runs, he softens up that defense. And coming down into the third and fourth quarter, running him up the middle, constantly banging into them guys, it makes him a little bit weaker. And it also gives the opportunity to go out and do his thing. So I think that game plan has been effective for Detroit all year. And I'm hoping that that's what they're going to do coming into Washington. I think that would be the best game plan for them to use, even if it's 50-50. But Montgomery is an outstanding running back, and using him has things that's going to affect that whole game.
I agree with you, obviously. And here's the thing, too. The big question I had about Gibbs going in is he going to be able to pass protect like David Montgomery?
That's a fair point.
And he answered that question. That was the bigger question. I thought he would be durable. I thought he could run between the tackles. He could be explosive, still be explosive in the pass game, all of those different things. Could he step up and pass protect like David Montgomery? The answer is yes, which is why I think, especially in passing downs, both guys should be on the field at the same time. It puts the defense in conflict. And again, how do you defend against a team that can go deep, can go middle, can go short, and can run either side with either back?
I am surprised we didn't see more of it when they were both healthy, just because Ben Johnson has done the exotic formations. And not that two backs is overly exotic, but you can get creative. You can do split backs. You can put them both in the backfield. You can have both at receiver. You can have one motion in. I mean, you could do a lot of things with different personnel groupings, and that's one I don't think we've seen much of. But maybe that's what comes out in the playoffs, is it's another wrinkle where they're able to get Montgomery on the field with Gibbs. I just don't like taking Gibbs off the field unless, he's carried it 8 straight times or something, and hey, got to give the guy a breather. But I want Gibbs out there as much as possible. I kind of feel like he's solidified the role. Let's get to Rick in Algonac. Rick, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, John had a good point. It'd be pretty cool to have them both on the field at the same time, but they got a weapon right off the bat, an additional weapon. Teams have to game plan for both of them guys. And I think Dan Campbell's smart enough, or Ben Johnson's smart enough not to say, well, we're going to do this one 70%, do that one 30%. Because, right off the bat, again, you got to plan for both of them, 50-50. Then you see how the game rolls and go from there. I'll hang up, get your guys' thoughts.
Yeah, Rick, I think you're right to point out that I don't feel coaches literally write down how many carries before the game these guys are. Our question was like, how should it play out? How do you want it to play out? What's the best way for it to play out? We'll keep talking about it. I think it's an interesting dilemma. It's a good problem to have. We got two really good backs.
Yeah.
How many carries do you want him to get? And some of this will depend on Montgomery's true health. I know he practiced in full. I think they still have to evaluate, even maybe in-game, how he's doing and how that's going. So we'll keep that conversation rolling. We're also going to get into these Lions tickets. Have you seen the prices?
It's crazy.
This is the hottest ticket for an NFL playoff game that's not the Super Bowl. What does that mean for you guys? We'll do it next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Red Wings coming up short last night, 6-3 to the San Jose Sharks. This is only the Wings' second loss under head coach Todd McClellan, so we really haven't seen his reaction to losing in his first 9 games. However, he didn't hold back about the shortcomings of some of his players last night. He did make mention that Ville Husso should have stopped more goals, but also brought up the benching of Justin Hall after 2 turnovers that led to Sharks goals. Red Wings have a chance to play better tomorrow when they play the Panthers at Florida. Meanwhile, the Lions continue to prepare ahead of Saturday's divisional round playoff game against the Washington Commanders. They are expected to receive running back David Montgomery and quarterback Terrion Arnold back to the field. Both individuals full participants in yesterday's practice, and Lions are a 9.5-point favorite ahead of the Ford Field matchup. If you are curious about going to the game, cheapest tickets are over $500. The average ticket price is $991, making it the highest non-Super Bowl ticket in NFL history. Early ticket prices indicating for a potential NFC Championship game at Ford Field, costing at least $1,100 for standing room only. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket. You can also head to Odyssey.com.
We'll get to more ticket text on the backfield and how you want it split with David Montgomery, full participant at practice. You heard in the update, though, specifics. $991 is the average ticket price for Saturday night's game against the Commanders. The most expensive non-Super Bowl in NFL history.
That's about the only reaction you can have to that. If you don't have tickets, how do you get them without breaking the bank?
These are the most inflated tickets the Lions have ever had and that we've seen outside of the Super Bowl. Anybody considering selling them?
I think
Everybody's got a price.
There's a lot of people that would consider selling them, especially if they believe this one is a formality and they're going to, if you're a season ticket holder and you already know you're going to the NFC Championship game. Dustin talked about it in the first update. They're already selling NFC Championship game tickets with the plan that it's going to be held in a week from this Sunday. So you better get ready.
Selling one to go to the other. Well, if you have one, you probably have the access to the other, right?
Right, yeah. So selling one and still going to the other, but you're selling one because of the ridiculous amount of money you could get for it.
Yeah, you probably.
And we did the topic. We've done it now 2 years in a row. Season ticket prices go up every year. And they have gone up a lot in the last 2 years. The product on the field warrants the increase, and you could agree, disagree, but at least you're getting more of what you think you're paying for versus a team that is what we saw prior to Jeff Daniels and his curse breaking.
His whole deal with Peyton Manning and the bathtub and the whiskey. Things have changed for a bunch of reasons, whether you believe in curses or not. And this team is absolutely electric. They're fun to watch. They win. It's everything you've waited your entire life for, which is why I can't fathom, if I had tickets, selling them. I don't understand. This is what you waited for. Like, this was the whole point. This was what 60 years of futility and losing and frustration was, to go to this game, watch your team drop a bomb, win, celebrate, party Saturday night, and look forward to an NFC title game. Like, why would you sell this game? I get it. Everybody's got.
You'd sell it because somebody's going to pay you a lot of money for it, and
what's it
you
worth?
get a chance. What's it worth?
What are priceless, lifelong memories you've waited your entire life worth?
Season tickets next year.
What's the point of next? This is the year.
Okay.
You want to be here for this.
I get it, but it doesn't mean you can't watch the game and watch it with a whole lot of money in your pocket. I understand. I'm never going to sit here and tell anybody what to do with their tickets, because everything that you do in life is an investment, whether you think it is or not. It's an investment in time with your family. It's an investment in stocks, bonds, and things for the future. This is an investment, and some people see it different ways. This could be an investment of, I'm going with my dad, or I'm taking my son. All right. Hey, the payoff is lifelong memories, and some have waited 60 years, 70 years, 80 years for this moment. And sure, they might not sell. But for somebody else, the investment might be, well, I bought season tickets, and I did see them beat Minnesota in the most anticipated regular season ending ever. And I think I'm going to be able to go see them in an NFC Championship game. So I'm going to sell this one so I could pay for, I could get ahead this year. We're coming right off the holidays. Credit card bills are being mailed out. There might be somebody that said, you know what? I really had a great Christmas. Gave my kids a great Christmas or holiday, whatever it is you celebrated. And this is an opportunity for me to get back to zero.
Look, if money's tight, you have an unexpected expense, you need the cash to keep the lights on or feed your family. Like, I can't be mad at that guy. But most of the people who have these tickets are season ticket holders, right? They're people who forked over thousands of dollars already. I would say they're doing well enough to keep the lights on and feed their kids. So I don't know that that's an active concern. But if it suddenly happens, life happens, I understand. But if you're a fan who went to these games with your dad, with your uncle, with your brother, this is what you guys talked about, right? This was kind of the whole point, is the walk up into the stadium and the buzz pregame, getting down to your seats, getting a little liquored up, right? Feeling that palpable energy, winning the game. I know some people go, well, they're going to win anyway, just sell and bank the profit. Enjoy the win. Go and soak it up. Leave the game. That euphoria. You walk out, the cold air hits you, and you don't really feel it because, one, the liquor coat, but two, the joy, the jubilation. Like, to cash out on that, John. I don't understand that. I don't know what the price would have to get to, but
well, everybody's got a price, and I mean, it may be if the average ticket price, what did Dustin say it was?
$9.91.
All right, if somebody, was it the beginning of this week or the end of last week where I sent you guys the photo of ticket prices? Somebody put it out there that they were going to sell their tickets for $11,000 a piece. That's their price.
Right. That's what it would take for that.
That's what it would take for them to sell their front row seats.
If they're like, hey, the only way I'm not going with my dad to this game is if someone makes me an offer I can't refuse.
Right. And if you get two, that's $22,000. I would sell in a heartbeat. And I would celebrate along with the Detroit Lions from the comfort of my living room, pocketing, I don't know what they would have cost you, $20,000. I mean, that's what you pocket, not what they cost you. But yeah, I mean, that's the price that somebody put on their ticket. There was others that were $7,000, others that were $5,000. Now there might not be anybody that pays that.
It comes up because $1,000 is tempting. $2,000 for a pair of tickets is tempting. Are you at all tempted to go to sell them? Where are you at? 248-539-9797.
You're asking, what's your price?
Essentially.
What's your price?
I do think the value of this ticket's a little inflated. Like, it's head-scratching to me that this game would be at the highest non-Super Bowl ticket ever.
Really?
And for this game, like last year's Rams game, it was more fresh and unique. I would expect that. I think there's an inflation going on here.
You're the one seed.
I know you are.
This
is
last
the first
year,
home playoff game in 30-some years.
Yeah, but we're
last
also
year.
looking back with hindsight, and they did go to the NFC Championship game. Now they're expected to go to the NFC Championship game, and you're going to host it. This is expected to end in a Super Bowl victory. So to say that you were there for the divisional round, I don't think it's overinflated.
No, I do think it's odd that this is the largest cost of a non-Super Bowl because it's
until
not
next week.
Well, I was going to say, it's not even a championship game. Like, take the Lions out of it. I would have thought another starved fan base who's playing in the championship, like the NFC or AFC championship game, would have had a pricier ticket. But I think it shows 60 years of frustration.
Right.
It is baked into that price. You're not paying because they're the 1 seed this year. You're paying because they're the 1 seed this year, and because you never thought you'd see this, and because maybe you have family members that don't get to see this, and you know it's once in a lifetime, or it feels like, this is your shot. That's why that price is so high, and I think that's why it's so hard to walk away from it.
Well, and here's the crime of it. And I don't know if you could do this. I know that for the championship run that Michigan had last year, I believe whether it was the Big Ten championship game or maybe it was the national championship game, because everything is digital now, that you could request a paper ticket. You'd have to pay a certain fee, but request that paper ticket after the game was over, and they would send you one, because there's a lot of people that
souvenir.
Like I mentioned, if this ends in a Super Bowl, for you to say that you were there for the divisional round or you were there for the NFC Championship game, how are you going to prove it? Sure, there's pictures and all this stuff, but you want to have that ticket, and at this point right now, you're going to print it out.
I went to the divisional round game last year, and it's already happened.
But it didn't end in a Super Bowl.
I know, but
that's the coup de grace. That's what trumps everything from last year.
I think the popularity of the team has just exploded so large that's why the value's up.
That's a large part of it.
It was new and fresh last year. I don't know. Whatever.
We're
arguing about something stupid here. I mean, in terms of, quick, 1992, I went to this same game against Dallas. Guess how much I went for?
Okay,
I'm having fun, John.
No,
this is a fun thing. This is not a serious thing.
$50.
25.
Okay.
Let's get fifth row bleachers.
Times have changed.
Yes,
and the Lions have changed.
Yes.
Let's get to the phones. Let's get to Angel. You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Long-time listener, first-time caller. So what's going on with these ticket prices, I'm not sure who was saying it, but talking about how it's like almost sounding like you think it's nothing to throw out these thousands of dollars to pay for these season tickets, which I am myself, Section 101. The thing is, a lot of Lions season ticket holders, especially the new ones these past couple seasons, is we're on monthly payment plans.
Mm-hmm.
The Lions offer a monthly payment plan. There's no way I work construction. There's no way I'd be able to just dish out $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 for season tickets all at once. So we're on payment plans. So what John mentioned earlier was exactly my game plan for this year, because last year I did go to all the playoff games. So this year it's like, okay, we waited all these years for the playoff games. The game against Stafford, I was there. I witnessed that. Okay, cool. So now this season, my strategy was divisional round, sell it, use that same money to pay for the NFC Championship game and pocket a couple dollars, to recoup from the holiday season, like John was saying.
I think it's a great game plan. If that's what works for you, it's great opportunity.
You just got to be careful not selling too many legs of the journey, because then you're going to miss the whole journey.
Yeah, but you're not missing it.
Maybe you'll get to the destination.
I mean, you're not going to miss it, though. I mean, they have these new boxes on the walls that have color pictures. They move, and they talk about the story that's going on. I'm not sure if you've recognized those things.
You're a jackass. All right, 248-539-9797. Lots to talk about. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you want to enjoy your fitness journey, I think this place that you should be working out is Planet Fitness. If you like a variety in your workouts, they've got so many new machines that they've added here in 2025. They get the brand new plate-loaded machines like the hack squat, the supine benches. And I talk about variety. They've got free weights, they've got machines, cable towers, Smith machines, upper and lower body strength machines, treadmills, Stairmasters, bikes. They've got all of it, and you can do it all at Planet Fitness. And it's a great value, too, because right now, the sale that they have going on, it started off last week with Start the Year Off Strong. They're continuing it this week, and the sale has been extended $1 down, $15 a month. And if you want to upgrade, they have the Black Card Spa, the Black Card membership, where you have access to over 2,600 clubs nationwide. There's 50 in Detroit, 15 in Grand Rapids, 6 in Toledo, and you got access to all of them. And not only is there variety in the workouts that you can do, variety in who gets to go with you, unlimited guest privileges. You can take one every time you go. So if you want to find out more information, planetfitness.com is where you got to go. Hours, amenities, and offers vary by club. Check out planetfitness.com or stop by your local club for more information. You must be 18 years old to enroll, or if you got a parent or guardian, you can be 13 to 17. Find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. That's Planet Fitness.
Moran Chevrolet is officially Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 2024. We're not going to tell you about anybody that's not the best. Moran Chevrolet, it's huge. They're celebrating with awesome deals all month long. So get off the sideline and get into the game with Moran Chevrolet, where you can lease a 2025 Blazer, $299 a month, 24-month lease, $999 down. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Score your best deal, shop online, moranexpress.com, or you want to stop by, test drive, see a car in person, Gratiot north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. I think we might have got a listener in trouble.
Oh, what happened?
So we brought up the Lions ticket prices this week.
Oh, yeah.
And the number out there, $991 is the average, the most expensive non-Super Bowl NFL game on record. Texter says, "Morning, boys. I listen every morning on the app. I'm a first-time season ticket holder. My wife heard the show this morning, heard about the ticket prices, and cannot believe I'm not selling. I can tell you, all caps, there is no chance I sell. I would not pass up the memory with my son and going to these games. Go Lions, Dave and Grand Blanc."
So that's the lead there. I'm taking my son. I'm taking my son. I'm taking our son.
Don't you love our son? Don't you want him to remember these days?
Yeah, it's time with Dad.
Priceless.
We're making memories.
You can't
We're
put a price
building
on
our relationship.
Dave, you challenge her. Can you really put a price on the love of your son?
Yeah, or a day without kids. Or at least, I mean, I don't know if they have more kids, but like a day without one of them in the mix and me.
Ticket texters 248-539-97.
Some wives might pay double for that.
Right. Out of the house. Go to your football game. Ticket prices are soaring because of the bandwagon mentality. And more the merrier, guys. Like,
yeah.
Let's have some fun. Let's party. This one says, should we lower the prices so Commander fans can make the trip here? No, we have to keep the prices high.
Trust me. Having experienced Commanders fans, Redskins fans back in the day, they're willing to pay whatever somebody is willing to sell it for.
For once John is the smartest one in the room, fans should sell their tickets. Do you take that as a compliment?
When somebody says I'm the smartest in the room?
But he said for once.
Well, when they're pitting me against Heather, I think that's a competition. Against you, that's not much of a bar to get over.
Larry in Kalamazoo. What's going on, buddy?
Good morning, Larry.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I became a season ticket holder about 2 years ago, and my season ticket prices have gone over the last 2 years from about $600 a piece to over $1,200 a piece next year. And I could sell my seats for, I think the resale, what they're going for now is about $800 a piece or something. But I think the playoff atmosphere, at least what I experienced last year in Detroit, justifies the playoff ticket price. Because I've been to playoff games at Lambeau. I've been to playoff games in other places. And the atmosphere at Ford Field for a playoff game is just different.
I'm not going to disagree with that at all. I was there last year. My wife surprised me and got tickets to go to the Rams game. And it's an experience that we continue to talk about and will for the rest of our lives. The experience at Ford Field for a playoff game is second to none. And I'll argue that against any other fan base, any other stadium. It is awesome. There's no question about it.
Shelvin, you've been waiting. I want to get to you before we get to the news. Shelvin, what's going on? You're on 97.1.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I just wanted to touch bases on a few things. It's kind of hard to call in because you guys hit everything right on the head. All the stats, you got it already covered. So just to try to get something that give everybody a deep breath. The Commanders had a week to prepare for Baltimore. They gave Derrick Henry 132 yards. They had a week to prepare for the Bears, and they gave DeAndre Swift over 100 yards. They got to play the Eagles twice, and gave up over 100 yards to Saquon Barkley. They couldn't find a solution for that guy, so I don't think they're going to be able to find a solution for either one of our problems, let alone any of the other weapons we have on our team.
It's a great note.
Yeah, it's a great note, and I'll even talk about that last game that they played against the Commanders. That was the game that Jalen Hurts was knocked out of. Kenny Pickett comes in, and so they really only had one thing they have to play against, and that was Saquon Barkley. They could put all their resources, because Kenny Pickett wasn't going to beat them.
No.
And they couldn't. It was, he averaged over 5 yards a carry, 150 yards on 29 carries.
Yeah, it's a good point. When you look at the averages and they're 30th, it doesn't even take into consideration what the best do, and the Lions are the best of the best. They should have a day on the ground. Let's get to Heather's news.
Okay, so things have gone from bad to worse for this Eagles fan who went viral for verbally assaulting a Packers fan during Sunday's wild card game.
Have you seen the video?
I have now watched the video. Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
It really is. So the fan, who has been identified as Ryan Caldwell, was caught on camera calling this female Packers this just disgusting names. I can't repeat it and won't repeat it. But the footage that was captured by her husband or fiance has been viewed more than 26 million times on social media.
Holy cow.
He has been banned from attending future events at Lincoln Financial Field. So that right there, that's bad. But what's even worse is that he's also now out of a job as well, because he has been fired. His employer, BCT Partners, condemned his behavior and announced that they let him go. They released a statement that said his language was vile, disgusting, unacceptable, and horrific, and has no place in the workplace or in society. They did, however, go on to say that they can condemn the actions of this man without condemning the individual. And they say no one deserves to be remembered for their actions taken on their worst day. Yep.
So you've seen the video.
I have seen the video.
It's awful. I've seen people also questioning the husband here. Well, just kind of recording it and sitting there. I'm not suggesting he gets in a fist fight with the entire city of Philadelphia.
No.
But
I was surprised
say
nobody
something
else.
Or switch seats, do something.
There was a ton of other people
that
around
were
him.
with this guy didn't say, hey, buddy, maybe you had a few too many beers. I don't even know if he had any beers, but okay.
Step off.
Yeah. Back down a little bit.
And to me, even what made it really bad. I mean, this guy, he was yelling at this woman, but he wasn't. He was talking to her, which made it more real almost to me. You know what? Because when we went to the Packers game, there were some really loud Lions fans yelling at a Packers fan, and an usher actually came over and said, hey,
ease up.
You need to calm down. And they did. They weren't yelling anything vile like this by any means, but they were screaming really loud. This guy was like speaking to her, and it's disgusting, and nobody stepped in. Yeah. That's crazy. Nobody said a word. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Anyway, in other news, a naked home intruder barged into a Monroe County home on Monday night, startling the homeowner who was just trying to watch some football. This homeowner says, I was there watching football when he heard the back door open, the dog started to bark, and then a naked man came around the corner and sat in the chair.
Oh,
can you imagine that?
Is this seat taken?
Just at calm, collected, and obviously the police were called. Police say this guy took off his clothes at a nearby Meyer distribution center, ran through a field into the homeowner's backyard, and then into this guy's house. There was a brief struggle with
Clearly
police,
needed to warm up.
Yeah, exactly.
So what substances was he on? Because he couldn't
everything and anything.
No sober person's doing this.
No, clear. Or he had mental issues. But anyway, he's facing multiple charges, including home invasion and indecent exposure.
Huh.
Thankfully, nobody was hurt. He was not aggressive, just naked.
It's Heather with the
news. I guess
news.
Could be aggressive in some ways. I don't know.
Perked up, naked intruder. Whoa, what's going on here?
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, John, this will be a fun conversation. You have something coming up, a milestone.
I do. Yeah, sort of.
Kind of. You got to get some questions out there. We'll do that next. 97.1.
Hey, get ready to elevate your game this NFL playoff season with FanDuel, because right now all customers can get a no-sweat NFL same-game parlay for any game. Just place a 3-leg NFL same-game parlay, and you're going to get bonus bets back if your bet doesn't win. Same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at a bigger payday. And the best thing is you only got to put down a little, and the payoff is huge. Build your own, or you could choose from one of the popular SGPs pre-built for you in FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. So the question is, what are you waiting for? Get your no-sweat, same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 the ticket. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max wager $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Talking Lions a lot this morning. The backfield, how should it be split with David Montgomery back, full participant at practice? These Lions tickets, outrageous. Nearly $1,000 on average. The most expensive non-Super Bowl game in NFL history. John, I like to joke with you that you're pushing 50.
Yes.
But that reality is right around the corner.
Well, it's around the corner, but I'm really pushing 49. The January is a heavy birthday month in the Jansen household. The 4 oldest are in January. Teddy's in September. Lisa's in May. I'm also in January, and I share my birthday with Lucy, my oldest.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, she was born on the 28th, which is my birthday, but that's beside the point. The point is, as I enter that year of 49, which I will be in for the next calendar year, how many people set landmarks or set goals? Because, and I kind of always had this, each decade of your life, when you get a chance to look back a little bit, is always defined by something. In my 20s, it was all about football. In 30s, it was all about, before the kids were born. In my 40s, there was a huge transition in life and taking on this job and Lisa and Teddy and the different things that has brought to my life. And now I'm entering my 50s. So I always kind of set a goal whenever I am having one of these decades turn over. And when I turned 40, my goal was to get back to what I weighed when I graduated high school. I made it. I was at 240. It didn't last long because the 40s were there was a lot of transition, as I talked about, and was eventually back up to my playing weight of 320. So when I am now approaching 50, I've got a year to be able to set some of those goals and reach those goals before I turn 50. And a couple of questions. One, I'm curious for those that have had the same mindset. When you're 29 turning 30, or you're 39 turning 40. Heather, I know that you recently went through this.
Thanks
29
for
to 30.
me.
29 to 30.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are some of the goals that you set that you wanted to accomplish before you turned 30, before you turned 40, or for those of us that are more experienced, 50, 60, or 70, or 80? I mean, if we got anybody that's up there, I would love to hear from you. What are some of the things that you wanted to accomplish in life before you hit that landmark and turn to the next decade of what your life has to hold?
Let us know, but also let John know.
Yeah.
What are things he needs to do in the next year before he turns 50 and turns the page to a new chapter?
What should I accomplish? What should I set out to do before I turn 50?
I know something you should do, quite serious, because I don't think you've done it yet, John. A colonoscopy.
Yes, I have not
Put
done
that
that
on
yet.
your list and get it done before you turn 50.
You know what? Yes, you're right. I should do that.
I am right.
will do
You
that.
better
Yes,
do it.
yes, I will do that.
I was thinking you were going to say like swim with
No,
dolphins,
I'm
but that is
dead
also
serious.
important.
I was going to say, this is a serious one.
No, it is. It's important. Everybody
It
knows
is,
with
yes.
the history with Jamie Samuelson, obviously, too.
Yes.
There's no excuse not to take care of your health.
Yes, and the irony of the chair that I'm sitting in,
Right.
and that I haven't done it yet, because it used to be insurance was covered after 50. Now it's bumped up to 45.
45, I think.
Yeah. So yeah, you're 100% right.
I know
should
life
do
gets
that.
busy and it's something you don't really want to do, right? And it's hard to schedule and figure out the time to do it. Do it, get it in the schedule and plan for it.
You know what? And my wife is always not on me. She is reminding me that I do need to continue up with the yearly physicals.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't done that for a couple of years, so I should make that. You know what? I will write that down. That you are 100% right. Physical and colonoscopy.
248-539-9797.
Now, the fun stuff.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
Yes, now that is out of the way, it needed to be said.
Have you ever been skydiving?
No.
Do you want to?
I do. And so Lucy has always wanted to go skydiving. And it was, and I can't remember what some of the rules were like. Okay, you can't do it until you're 18. So she's obviously been 18. She's going to turn 19 on my birthday. I'll turn 49. But I would have to do that under the cover of darkness, because I've talked about this with Lucy, and some of those conversations were had before I met Lisa, and Lisa is a hard no.
Well,
and
you got a lot of kids. I get it.
Yes, and I'm
a wife.
yes. Yes. So and on this one, I am going to at this moment side with my lovely wife.
Have you gone skydiving?
Yes. Yeah.
Better or worse than bungee jumping? Have you done
I've
that?
done that too. It's way better than that. I did not enjoy the bungee jumping because
the
I
bounce
didn't
back?
love the way whatever. Yeah.
You get whipped around a little bit.
You do. It hurt my back.
So the question I have about the whole skydiving thing is because you have to do it as a tandem, right?
Yes,
Somebody's
for
strapped
sure.
to you.
Yes.
I'm just not sure I want somebody strapped to me. Like,
well, then
yes,
you do.
You do. Yes.
Because they're going to save your ass
you
if
do.
you.
Okay, yes, the safety aspect of it, I get it, but like, do I really want to carry around somebody on my back?
I was thinking about it based on your size, that the
a good
person
point.
that's
Yes.
going to be jumping with you is going to just
their feet
literally
aren't
look like a
gonna be on
backpack.
You know, it's gonna be like a jockey.
yeah, that's what it's going to look like. Yeah. I really think you should do it, though, sometime in your life.
Sometime in my life,
Especially
yes.
because you want to. If you don't want to, then
Well, sure, if you don't want to,
Yeah.
but I would still say
Because
you should.
yeah, you're not terrified of heights, or it just does. You don't think of it when you're up
No,
there.
I am. And I'm more, the older I get, the more scared of those things I get.
Yeah.
I did those things a long time ago. And now I would be like,
Yeah.
I don't know. But it's totally worth it.
Do you have any like destinations, places you haven't traveled that you want to see? I know you still have time to do this, but I know as people get older, you don't have those opportunities.
So there's one place that I've been, and actually, Cookies, you and I have been there together, but I've never been there with my wife. That's Vegas.
Vegas, yeah.
And so every time we've gone, since I met my wife, and even before the pandemic, we had plans to go see George Strait in Vegas, and then the pandemic hit, and everything went to hell. And since then, obviously, Teddy has arrived, and so we just haven't taken the time to go out there together. But that is one trip that I would love to make with Lisa, because when we've gone, and I've always told her, I'm not going to the Strip until we get a chance to go together. Because she grew up in Southern California, going to Vegas to her was like us going up north, right? And so she is, and her family is very in tune with everything that goes in and on and around Vegas. This year, that is one thing I would like to do before I turn 50 is go to Vegas with my wife.
I like that.
see
That'd
the
be
Strip.
fun.
That's
And see the
doable,
Strip.
too.
So
Oh, yeah.
we always go when we stay at the D.
Yeah, we're in Fremont Street. Yeah.
And it's a lot of fun.
Which
and
is
it's
quite an experience.
unbelievably entertaining. But I have always reserved
You've never been to the Strip?
the other side of town. I've never been to the Strip, and I told Lisa I'm not going there until we get a chance to go together.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. What does John need to do before he turns 50? And what were some of your personal kind of checkpoints before you turn 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 even? 248-539-9797. Texter says, John, you need to focus on your health. 50 is when those issues start really popping up. One says, do Cologuard. Poop in a box, John. Get it over with.
Hey, it's one option.
It's a start.
Yes. Wonder if we could get what's his name, Justin. What's his name to make a song about that?
Timberlake?
Yeah.
Yes.
'cause he's
About
got
the
other
SNL
one in
skit.
the
I
box.
know
Yeah.
that one. Yes.
Yes.
Ronald in Detroit says, get that man some Red Lobster biscuits before he turns 50. Have you never had the Red Lobster?
Oh, I've had Red Lobster
okay, then
biscuits.
what's-
Yeah.
Okay. Just something you have to experience in
I
your
don't know.
life.
Yeah. I mean, there used to be a Red Lobster that was, I think it was on Carpenter Street, just outside Ann Arbor. I've been to, but I don't know if it's there anymore.
Yeah, I don't either. I know that. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
My advice for you would be is very broad, but spontaneity. You're on the other side of time now.
It'll be a little
boy.
bit more spontaneous.
Yeah, just sometimes let the thought go, as long as it's something not reckless or something like
Yeah.
that, and experience it. That's kind of what I decided to do.
John needs to visit Bronner's in Frankenmuth before he turns 50. Signed Stephen Petoskey. I think he's mixing up hosts.
Yes. No, maybe
Before I
think
turn
what-
40, I think I'll get to Bronner's. I think that'll
what
be the
that
goal.
is we need to have a show road trip and take Cookies to Bronner's. Yeah,
Maybe we
before
could do
I
the
turn
show
50.
from Bronner's.
Live.
Yes. I think I hear a sponsorship.
Oh, there you go. They've already gotten enough love from us.
yeah.
All right, coming up next, your phone calls. We got some great stuff to get to. It's 97.1.
It's wintry driving season yet again. And we all know that the roads are crazy. Reckless drivers are everywhere. And if you get injured in an accident, during this or really any other time of the year, you need an injury attorney who's going to be responsive to your needs and aggressive against the insurance companies. The injury attorney that you need to hire is David Femininio. You could pick up the phone right now and speak with David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
All right, I want to be accurate. John, you are pushing 49.
Yes, I'll be 49 at the end of this month.
But then you'll be pushing 50.
Yes.
And you have asked people about things you need to do before you turn 50. And more generally, if you have things like benchmarks for your own life, things that you wanted to accomplish before a certain age, go ahead and pass them along. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Matt in Roseville. Matt, good morning.
Good morning. All right, John, you need your pen, your piece of paper. You need to write this down.
All right.
Before you turn 50, you need to watch the Lions play in and hopefully win their first Super Bowl.
Yes, that is hopefully February 9. That I'll be able to check that box because I will be 49 at that time, and I can cruise into my 50s with that experience. I agree with you. I don't want to be there.
In all seriousness, I mean, Vegas is great. Have you guys done Nashville? Nashville is the East Vegas, and it's a blast.
You know what? Last summer, Ellie had a softball tournament down just outside of Nashville. Absolutely loved it, and that's why I was hoping for Michigan's bowl game this year. Instead of going down to Florida, we were actually going to get the Nashville game and that was the one that Lisa would have gone with me to. But I agree with you. I want to go down. I want to hit Nashville with her as well.
Yeah, I hit it for the first time last year with my wife for her 40th, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it sounds like a great time, and we just drove on the outskirts of it, but everything around there just seemed like it was awesome.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. Happy early birthday, and go Lions.
Thanks, Matt. Yep, go Lions.
Great music scene, too. What the countries everybody thinks, but even beyond that, I think they've just generally got live music all over the place if you go to Nashville.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I mean, trust me, it was going down to Tennessee was awesome.
Adam on a cell. You're on 97.1.
How you doing, boys? Happy Lions week.
Yes.
Just wanted to say my goal was, before 50, before 40, was to go back to school and get my bachelor's degree so I could teach. Went back, got it done in 2.5 years, got my bachelor's degree, and now I'm a teacher and go Genesee Wolves. With that saying, sir, Mr. John, you're about to be 50.
Uh-huh.
I think you need to write this down. Your biggest, I think, goal is just to sleep through the night where you don't have to get up in the middle of the night and take a pee.
Well, sometimes proper hydration is a part of the issue, but I currently don't have that issue on a regular basis. Every once in a while, I do have to get up.
Well, I wanted to put that out there. And a big win for the Lions, 42-17. I'm just going to go ahead and put that out there.
Calling your
love
shot.
you guys, man. Love listening to you in the morning. My kids, we listen to you at school sometimes, when we're just, preparing a little bit, we'll turn you on. So just wanted to tell you, love you guys. I love what you do, and have a great day.
Thanks. Yeah, you too.
Thanks, Adam.
Acing the teacher exam there. Listen to the 97.1 first hour.
That's the way it's done.
Get you warmed up.
A few more ticket texters. This one says, since John's into the outdoors, has he considered going safari hunting? Outside your comfort zone?
No, it's not outside my comfort zone. It would be cool. There are just places here in the U.S. that I want to see and places I want to go hunting here in the lower 48. Alaska, I'd put that in there before I would go, somewhere like that.
Texter says, John, if you want to lose 10 pounds, you should really get that colonoscopy. Brad and Wixom.
There you go.
Yes. I'm not back to my high school weight, but I'm pretty close.
And
maybe I'll make that a goal again.
John, I wouldn't recommend this one, but this guy says, I'm a few years behind you, John, and I'm planning on going running with the bulls for my 50th birthday.
Now, again, that is something that I've kind of always wanted to do.
Really?
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
No.
You die there, right? They get gored?
Sure. You could die skydiving.
Yeah, but the likelihood of that is very rare.
Well, I don't have to be the fastest or the most elusive. I just have to be faster and more elusive than whoever's standing next to me.
The
And Lisa would be okay with that, but not skydiving.
Oh, no, there's no. She's not
okay with any of this.
No. Trust me, that would probably be, skydiving is a hard no. That would be are you that dumb?
Yeah, okay.
That would be the comment.
What about a marathon? This guy says that his wife is slightly older than him. She wanted to run a marathon before she turned 30, and they decided to have kids. So they took the plunge together and said it was actually a lot of fun. Says you can pick them. They can be themed, Disney, rock and roll, international, whatever you want. Would you run a marathon?
I've done a half marathon. And no, I don't really have a desire because I do like to run right now, and I was actually doing that math in my head the other day, which I have no idea why, and trying to figure out how long it would take for me if I held a certain pace to run a marathon. And while it would be nice to say that you've done that, I think it's a great physical challenge, and I do like physical challenges. I guess I'm at the point of my life where there's more things that I want to do with my wife than I do by myself. And that one is okay for the race. It's one day, but it's the training that it would take to lead up to it that would just take way too much time away from. And there's so limited time right now that I don't want to take any more time away from Lisa. And again,
so when you're going to do it, they're going to be things you both want to do together.
Yeah. And even as I'm workshopping this, and I start thinking about things I want to do this year, just on a general basis, with the 5 kids, I want to prioritize more time. I prioritize a lot of time with the kids. Before I turn 50, I want it to be a habit where I prioritize and spend, whether it's one night a week or it's, once every other week it's just Lisa and I. And I mean, I know it's to some, it may sound corny, but because our life is so busy, I want to spend more time with just her doing things that we enjoy doing together.
It's admirable. I mean, Heather, you talked about one of your resolutions.
I get that. Yes,
yeah.
was to date my husband more. Like that's, yes,
right.
I want.
Yeah, I did.
Hang out with him more often.
I know. Every time we leave
kids.
the house, which is it seems to be like once every 6 months right now. As soon as we pull out of the driveway, we kind of give each other a high five, like we should do this more.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I agree, and that's going to be a hefty point of emphasis.
John needs to beat Heather in the picks before he turns 50.
Oh, that's not going to happen.
Well, it's not going to happen this year, but next year.
Oh, okay. We'll see.
All right, yeah, that's what I said last year because I was the champ last year. Good luck.
See if she can repeat it. Try a swingers cruise, signed Kelsey. No, that's in bad taste. That was in bad taste. I think Tom wrote that one. We'll get some phone calls after the.
That's certainly from Kelsey. Yes.
We're going to get some of your phone calls because you got some great ideas for John. Before he turns 50, we're moving right past that. Before he turns 50, what does he need to do? We're going to update you on the Red Wings in the 8 o'clock hour. I know they lost, but there's actually one good thing that did come out of that hockey game. And if you've missed it, Jeff Daniels was on The Tonight Show last night, and he has a song for Lions fans. We will play that in the 8 o'clock hour as well. It's 97.1.
It's the hottest ticket in town. Saturday's divisional round matchup between the Commanders and Lions, with the cheapest ticket prices being over $500, $991 being the average cost. That makes Saturday's game the most expensive non-Super Bowl game in NFL history. Prices only go up should the Lions advance to the NFC Championship game. Those early prices are coming in at $1,100 for your cheapest option. That is standing room only. Other divisional round matchups for this weekend: Chiefs and Texans, Eagles and Rams, and then Buffalo hosting Baltimore in the Sunday night cap. Then the Red Wings end their 7-game winning streak last night with a loss to San Jose 6-3. It was still a 2-goal showing for Vladimir Tarasenko in the losing efforts. But in the post-game press conference, head coach Todd McClellan critical of some players, mentioning Ville Husso should have been better in net, and also going as far as to saying that benching Justin Hall was because he had a terrible game. Finally, it's an off day for the Pistons, who have been hot in their own rights, winning their last 10 of 12. They take home court tomorrow against the Indiana Pacers. Detroit, currently in 8th place of the Eastern Conference, but a win tomorrow could have them jump as high as 6th in the conference. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket. You can also head to Odyssey.com.
John is turning 49 this month, but the countdown is on to 50. Things he needs to do before turning the 50. little bit of a bucket list, if you will. And people have submitted some of the stuff that they've done before, milestones.
Sure.
Ticket Texter said, a friend of mine is trying to visit 50 countries before he turns 50.
Oh, wow.
John, how many countries would you have to get to this year?
To hit 50? Let's see. I've been to Canada, Mexico. I've been to Japan.
The United States of America counts. That's 4.
Yeah, that's the extent of my list.
So 46 this year. Only 46 countries you got to visit to hit that. Texter says you have to go to see the pyramids or Machu Picchu. Grand Canyon is on this list.
Yeah,
Ticket Texter.
I want to see the Grand Canyon.
You've never seen the Grand Canyon?
Nope.
Wow.
I've seen it from the air, obviously, as they tell you, hey, we're going over the Grand Canyon.
Do that.
Have you been to the Grand Canyon?
Yes. I wouldn't be surprised that he had. Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, I would love to go there. I mean, I love the national parks.
Yeah.
And this is, for not this year, but the following year, when the United States turns 250. Lisa and I just had this conversation the other day. We want to be at Mount Rushmore when that happens for the 4th of July. So putting you on notice right now. I'm taking vacation.
You're taking the type. You're
yes,
not
I'm
asking.
taking. Yes,
I'm
I'm gonna pull a Jim Costa. I'm taking the July 4 week of 2026 off.
Tom, you get that? All right. He's working so far ahead as he can on these schedules. But Ticket Texter says, get a tattoo. You already have one, but he says, I waited till I was older. He said, I thought it would look crappy. I waited till my 50th birthday. Don't wait. Dan Downriver says, don't wait on a tattoo.
I've got tattoos. But now I've got to, maybe this is something that we throw out there as well. I've got the 4 oldest kids. Because people have asked on Twitch before when they see my tattoo, what the one on my forearm says. It's the 4 kids' names and it's an ambigram. And
but now you got 5.
But now I got to get one with Teddy because I got the Block M. Got that at the Rose Bowl when we played there in 98, 97 season. So yeah, I want to add to it.
Let's get to the phones. Bill in Gibraltar. I think this is a good one for John. You're on 97.1.
Hey, morning, guys.
Good morning.
John, when I was 49, we set this up because it takes a year to set up. But for my 50th, we went to Alaska. My dad, my brother, and my son and went fishing for the whole week.
Oh, wow. Where'd you go in Alaska?
Okay, you want to go on the Naknek River. It's rated one of the top rivers in the world. Mm-hmm. And we were catching 50, 60 salmon a day and anywhere from 8 to 10-pound rainbows.
Oh, and so what time of year did you go? I'm guessing summertime?
We went the last 4 days of July and the first 3 days of August. It gets up to a whopping 64, 65.
Beautiful.
It doesn't get that cold. There's only about 3, maybe 4 hours of nighttime. You can walk right out from this lodge. And when I say lodge, it's really just a shed on the tundra. And you walk right into the Naknek River and just trout fish 20 hours a day if you want.
Are you casting or are you fly casting, or what was the style of fishing?
We did both. We did a lot of fly fishing on the Naknek. Now, when you watch the commercials for Alaska and you see the waterfalls with the grizzlies, that's called the Brooks. We actually fished that. That's part of that tributary. And that's kind of where you use the casting rods. How
many grizzlies did you see?
It's like stray dogs in Detroit.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
I've had them. The one day we had them within 15 foot of us. We didn't see him, and he got in behind us. So, but yeah, we saw probably 80 to 100 in a week.
Wow. How many pairs of shorts did you take?
Not enough. I'll tell you that. But that's the one time. Well, like I said, when we had the one come within 15 foot, I told the guide, I said, he'd have ate you before me. I said, because my meat's soiled, pal, so you were the one that was going to get it.
There you go.
Bill, that's awesome.
Yes.
Thanks for
calling.
call.
Yeah, Alaska is definitely on the bucket list. I don't know that that's going to be one that gets done before 50 as I look at the year ahead and just, I don't know that that's going to fit into the schedule. But I'll put that in my 50s.
In your 50s.
Yeah.
So you're not afraid of the grizzly bears. Are you afraid of sharks? Ticket Texter says swim with sharks in Hawaii.
Not going to do it. That's one. Nope. Not going to do it. Not at all. I don't even like fish. I don't even like swim. I like fishing in salt water, but I don't like swimming in salt water.
When you swim with sharks, like, are you in?
You got to be at a cage.
You're in a little cage, right?
I think, yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
Would you do it?
I'm not scared of the sharks in a cage. I am scared of
like
scuba diving.
Yeah.
It's the breathing for
Once
me.
Once you are thinking about breathing, you're hosed.
That's what scares me.
Yeah. No. I'm when you're in,
Yeah, I think I'm already thinking about it. Like I'm kind of like,
get a little anxiety.
yeah,
sort of
I don't like
bit.
it.
Yeah,
I don't like.
yeah.
I don't like
Did
it.
I
No,
tell you-
that's their environment, and I don't belong.
On our honeymoon, we were going to scuba dive, Kelsey and I.
Yeah.
And the rest of the boat was just going to snorkel, right? You have a couple drinks and you're floating on the surface and you're looking at the fish. We were going to scuba dive. We're going to be, and they're going through all of the tips and we're learning on the fly. They didn't, like in a movie, they didn't take us to like a hotel pool and teach us. We're like
Don't
learning.
they have to?
Apparently not. We're learning on the ship. And
Where is this at?
This is in Hawaii.
Oh, so it's in the U.S. So it's got to be a regulation.
Yeah, you would think so. And we're going
I don't
through
think
it.
you can drink either.
Well, if you're like, not if you're going to.
Yeah, you don't want to go down
diving,
drunk.
I don't think.
No, but you can if you're snorkeling. Like
Yeah,
on
I
the
know,
surface.
but not scuba diving.
So yeah, again, we're sober, we're learning, we're
Okay.
taking this very seriously. Okay, here's how you breathe, and we're doing little tests. And I was feeling a little uncertain about it because again, you're in the ocean at that point. And Kelsey at the last minute goes, "Yeah, I don't feel comfortable. I'm not going to do this." I'm like, "Oh, what a relief." Yeah, I'm going to stay with her. I don't want her to be alone. So
yeah.
Had to be a good husband. Yeah.
Yes.
248-539-9797. Jeff and Royal Oak, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, they do all those cool things when you're 49, when you're 51. But around your 50th birthday, I got to put a huge plug for a 50th birthday party. Most amazing thing. You get all your buddies from forever, before, after. You get all your kids' friends. Do something that everybody loves fun. I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, but I'm going to put a plug for bowling. To have the party at the bowling warehouse.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing. Could bring food in, could have drinks, and then everybody had a ball throwing footballs at bowling pins. And I mean, the young, the old, everybody loved it. And you had all your friends, whatever. A huge plug. That was the most amazing party I ever had.
The
That's
50th
awesome.
birthday
Big party.
is
You gotta do
like
that.
the thing, right?
Yeah.
That's probably the biggest birthday is your 50th, right?
Aside from 21.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. I don't probably. We were when Doug turned 50. His wife had organized the party in Ann Arbor where we were going to be on those. It's one of those. I don't know what you call them. It's like a. There's a driver, so they're steering around,
Like a
but then
pedal bar?
the pedal bar. Yeah.
Or whatever they're called.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes. And as we approached the pedal bar, I picked the perfect seat. It was the one where the pedals were frozen. And so I didn't have to do, I did zero work, and everybody around me, like we get to the end of the night and everybody's like, man, my legs are really tired. I'm like, yeah, mine too, And then as we're getting off, everybody noticed that the pedals were frozen and I didn't do a damn thing.
Just along for the ride. We got Nolan. Nolan, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, appreciate you taking my call. I just wanted to comment on something John should do. You mentioned swimming with sharks. My wife and I, on our honeymoon, we were in Bora Bora, which is far away, and we swam with sharks with no cage. And the way it worked was we went out on a boat to where the water was dark blue. You couldn't see the bottom, and our tour guide told us to get in the water, and he threw like a bucket of chum in the water.
What?
To attract the sharks.
Great.
And we had about 70 black-tip sharks out of nowhere just all of a sudden show up, and they're about the size of like a German Shepherd. And he said, you don't have to worry about them. They're not going to do anything. The only thing you need to worry about is if they swim away, that means you need to get back in the boat because there's a bigger shark nearby.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not getting into the shark-infested waters with chum around me.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy how quickly it attracted them too, because you got in the water and you didn't see anything at all, and then as soon as that blood hit the water, they were everywhere.
And so, was there a moment where they disappeared?
No, it was fine. No,
Oh, okay.
They swim right up to your face though, within like 2 feet, and then they veer away.
Yeah, that's
Good on that.
Yeah. When their teeth are bigger than yours, no. I think that's a good rule to live by, so that I do make 50. He must not. I mean,
got a death wish?
Yeah, getting to that 1 year anniversary was not a priority for them.
John, I'm curious about this one because I think you'd like this. You'd appreciate it. John, this is from Dennis and the Clem. Go visit and tour Normandy, France, and the beaches.
I would like that. I'm a bit of a history buff.
Yeah.
I've watched the Band of Brothers, I don't know, 20 times, and I have listened to the whole series as an audiobook. Really enjoy it. So yeah, that would be something that I would love to do.
Keep the ideas coming. 248-539-9797. John will turn 49 later this month, and then the countdown to 50 is right there. What does he need to do before he turns
Check
to 50?
the box.
Yeah, get to it. I mentioned the Red Wings lost last night. Okay, the streak's over, and it was an ugly game. Bad performance. But there was something good to come from the game. We'll get to that next. And later this hour, don't miss it, Jeff Daniels with a song. Remember, him and Peyton Manning helped break that curse. A song.
It's a sing-along.
To sing along to. It's 97.1.
Hey, don't let the cold creep in because, man, it's cold right now. And it's going to get really cold next week. If you need your furnace service today, don't wait. Do what I did. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment, the best prices, and they offer same-day service. Plus, they've got a 5-year warranty that they back everything up with so you know you're covered. Save a bundle with their winter bundle. You can get up to $1,500 in savings when you buy a new furnace, AC, and generator. So don't wait. Call for details or visit mastercraftheating.com.
mean, that's a junior hockey mistake. Red Wings lose. It was Hull with a blunder there. 7-game win streak is over. We knew it'd end at some point. All they're never going to lose jokes aside, they were going to lose at some point. And I don't like seeing them play that way. But I loved the response from Todd McClellan after the game, right? He has set the tone for this turnaround, and I think he set the tone after the game. He used the words entitled. We acted and skated like we were entitled to win that hockey game. He's calling the team out. And he wasn't shy about calling out Hull specifically. He was asked about, hey, he didn't play the last 5 minutes of the game. Were you trying to send a message? Look, in a perfect world, you'd never need a wake-up call. But this is not a perfect world. And the team needed a wake-up call, and individual players need wake-up calls. And, John, before they go on this 4-game road trip against good hockey teams, maybe they needed to lose this one and get some perspective and get back on that horse. Because they didn't finish the Seattle game on a high note. And if they were going to start forming some bad habits, they needed an ugly loss, and they needed their coach to tell them it's not okay.
Well, the only way I'll ever say they needed this is if they respond to it. And if there is a fix, and this is kind of where we wanted to see the next steps for a team led by McClellan, is what is the fix going to be after a loss, after a bad loss? This is a bad loss. And, 7 in a row, we're all riding high. You're putting the car flag up and all of this stuff. And they're within striking distance of being at or above the cut line. Now, what is the response? We're hearing publicly the response from Todd McClellan. Now but what's more important is what is the response going to be on the ice when we see him? What's it, Thursday night? Yeah, they hit the road. John, I think too some of this we never would have heard from Derek Lalonde. Derek Lalonde was never going to come out and go, who played poorly tonight? Who needs to play better? He'd never single anybody out. And there's different philosophies, but I think this team absolutely needs to be prodded and poked and pushed to get their best. Do I wish they were a little more internally motivated? Do I wish they never had bad days or bad periods? Yeah, but they're going to. And they've got the coach that I think is handling it the right way. You know what I mean? Like, don't baby these guys. These are professionals. Do you think Hull knows he made a mistake? Yes. He's not going to be, I don't know him personally, but he shouldn't be offended by what his coach said. He knows he's got to play better. And his coach has got his back big picture. But as McClellan said, I'm not going to BS you, which I think everybody should respect. Very Dan Campbell in that way. Well, and especially with the, what's on the horizon, the road trip, right? And you're playing against Florida, who is, they're a playoff team, Tampa, playoff team. Like, you're going to play against some good teams. What's the response? And it doesn't have to be, we want to see wins, but it has to be a better brand of hockey than we saw last night and that we saw at the end of the Seattle game, where it felt like that kind of bled over. And you mentioned, it kind of Dan Campbell-esque, where Todd McClellan called out Hull, but there's a tone to it where it's not a disrespectful tone. No. It's not you suck. This is we know you're better. We expect better from you, and you need to fix this. In year one of Dan Campbell, he used Jared Goff as that guy. Where Jared Goff is going to have to be the leader of this team. Jared Goff did not play to the level that the Detroit Lions, Dan Campbell, expected and needed. Called him out, and now what we have a couple of years later is a team led by Jared Goff, who has had an MVP caliber season, and this is a team that's hopefully going to the Super Bowl. They've set themselves up to be a Super Bowl team. Can the Red Wings under Todd McClellan, can this be one of those turning points? Texter says 0-1 since January, and the D was suggested. Yeah. By the way, we brought that up yesterday. There is now a January in the D song. It's somewhat painful. We'll play at the 9 o'clock hour. Jam it or slam it. You won't want to miss. Another ticket texter says, I know Jim put his car flags on. That's why the Wings lost. I told you were setting me up for this. No. Okay. So this is not a priority waste situation. This is gotcha radio is what this is. No, I'm not going to sit there and say I gotcha. I wasn't setting you up for that because while it was fun on Monday with your overreactions to say the Wings are never going to lose again, we all know reality is it's going to happen. This isn't going to be newsflash. This will not be their last loss of the season.
And I have some breaking news. I didn't even get to putting the flags on the car, so you can't blame me yet anyway.
Now we've flipped that around.
My own laziness.
Yeah, you didn't do it, so now that's why they lost.
I know how this works.
You can't win.
I can't. I've learned that in not even a year doing this show. 248-539-9797. John, how would you describe the song we are going to play coming up at 8:35, the Jeff Daniels sing-along?
I like it. I really like it. And he's probably like I have not heard him sing before, and you guys let me know that you've heard him. And I mean, the vocals are good. His guitar picking is good. So buckle up because it's a lot of fun.
Detroit sports lover. It's Lion themed. We'll get to it at 8:35. First, Heather with the news.
Well, this is unfortunate. A popular downtown Detroit bar is now closed after a fire damaged part of the building early Tuesday morning. So this fire broke out in the electrical room of Checker Bar due to what they say was a utility explosion outside of the building. The bar does plan to reopen, but no additional details about when or, how that's going to happen have been released. A bummer, especially with all these great things going on in Detroit right now. Like it's like the worst time to have your restaurant closed down. You've got the Lions, all the sporting, you got the auto show, right? People are down there. So a big bummer to them. A Sheetz gas station planned for the corner of 12 Mile and Middle Belt won't be moving forward as the Farmington Hills City Council voted down this proposed plan. The council actually voted unanimously. No, we're not going to do this. They said, you know what? It's too close to residential neighborhoods. And they say there's also other gas stations right there. It's not needed. This is not the most ideal spot for this massive 24-hour Sheetz gas station. It doesn't seem to be right. And the residents are happy with this decision.
What is there instead?
Well, there's an abandoned building. I think it was I'm not sure what it was. So there's nothing there right now.
My only pushback would be as long as you're going to use that land for something better. Otherwise, this is 24 hours. I mean, what's?
But they also, I get that, but I think it
doesn't fit.
It doesn't fit that location. I do think that the residents want to see something happen there. They don't want to have this abandoned building just sitting there, right? Yeah. But they just don't want to see this there. It's unneeded, they believe. The Detroit Auto Show is hosting a special event to celebrate and cheer on the Lions. They're going to do this big party the day before, obviously, the big playoff game at Ford Field. So it's going to be on Friday, the 17th, and they're going to be hosting what's called All Roads Lead to Detroit, celebration of the Detroit Lions at the Detroit Auto Show. It's going to be from 6:30 to 8 p.m. You need tickets. They're $10, but you do need to register in advance. You can't just show up and get your tickets. They're encouraging everybody to wear their Lions gear. Mike Posner, a Detroiter, will be performing. There's going to be special appearances by former Lions players as well. So something to get out and do. And you also get a ticket to the auto show is included in your ticket price for this. So go out and have a good time. Get out and about. Why
Absolutely.
not?
Yeah. Enjoy it.
So the Eagles fan who just hurled these vulgar insults at a female Packers fan during Sunday's wild card game has not only been banned from the stadium, right? He's no longer allowed to go to any future events at Lincoln Financial Stadium. He's also lost his job. His employer has fired him after video of him saying some disgusting things at this fan was posted online. The woman's husband posted this video, and it's been viewed millions and millions and millions of times. It's going viral for all the wrong reasons.
So many conversation starters from this, right? So the people of Philadelphia go, we're not bad. Don't paint us all in that light. And that's fair.
Sure.
But none of them said or did anything to be like, hey, whoa, buddy, just let them watch the game. That's a red flag. And then the husband also switch seats. I'm not saying get in a fist fight with the city of Philadelphia, but do something.
He said something. He did say something. Okay. He said, please don't call my wife, blah, 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 blah.
C-word or whatever. Yeah.
And then he proceeded to call his wife that and other things again. And then the guy was like, well, are you going to stop me? No. So I'm going to say what I'm going to say.
That's a mess.
And he kept saying what he was going to say, and it's disgusting. And he is now paying the price for sure. A popular frozen food sold at Aldi stores nationwide has been recalled after some metal pieces were found in taquitos.
Oh.
Yeah, so look out. Apparently, they've been recalled. They're created by Best Way Sandwiches because a customer notified the company that, well, we found a piece of metal in this product. And also another customer said, we had a dental injury from eating these.
From the metal?
Yeah,
Yes.
sure.
So there's
How
a whole.
big were these pieces?
I mean, I don't think they need to be very large to get a dental
damage.
injury.
Sure,
Well,
yeah.
anything
Yeah.
that's a little, it
Jagged
could just
or-
be a little
yeah.
fleck of metal if you.
Yeah, get
I
stuck
hate
between your teeth or chip a tooth.
or into your gums.
Yikes.
Yuck. Anyway, check your freezers. You can look at the date. If you have them, toss them. Get rid of them.
All right, that's Heather with the news. Coming up next, we will play Jeff Daniels' latest song about this Lions run and where they've been and where they're going. And then we're going to get into a dilemma that the Lions face this week with the Commanders. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your individual success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. And whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. When this relationship begins, they're going to sit down with you, ask you questions, get to know you as best they can so they can build a financial plan that fits your life and your lifestyle. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. I got Gov and Greg behind the glass today on a Wednesday. Playoff week is here. A dilemma for our football team. We'll get to that. We got to play this song from last night. Jimmy Fallon Show.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff Daniels, Detroit sports fan, super talented actor, musician.
Mm-hmm. Heather, be ready.
I'm ready.
You got to sing along this time.
Oh, we'll see.
Let's play it for people. Come on.
Say goodbye, all that sorrow. Say goodbye, all that pain. Here's Heather joins in. Goodbye to the same old Lions and the curse.
Come on, bring it home,
Bobby Lane.
It's a jam.
That one's gonna be playing in the truck for a little bit. That one.
Better every time we play it.
Uh-huh.
Yet Heather still won't
I like
sing.
to listen. It sounds great.
To listen.
You're not a singer?
Oh, I'm a
What about
singer.
with the kids?
Oh, I sing all day. No lie. I mean, I'm always
but
singing.
not for us?
No.
Not for the people of Metro Detroit?
Nobody wants to hear it except for my kids, and that's it.
Yeah, until they say, "Mom, enough."
So far,
trust me, I've
they haven't.
No, I sing to the kids as well. Lisa's got a great voice. She sings to Teddy all the time. Yeah, and I think she always will. But sing to the kids, and now I just do it to annoy them. Just wait till the Christmas album comes out
eventually.
Yeah,
but it's great. It's a story of where we've been and where we're going and what's ahead and good times. Let them roll and say goodbye to all that misery.
Yeah.
It's a great song.
We have another. What's the instant critique? How did we sound?
Oh, you sounded all right.
All right. Okay.
It was fine. It's
I was
made
hoping
for
for
a
more than
man's
all right,
voice, so it was
Yes,
great.
yes,
You guys did great.
That you would have been more the tambourine in the background.
I play a mean tambourine.
Right. So
that's exactly
that's your
what I would've-
contribution.
Cowbell?
Yes.
Sure.
More cowbell.
Yes.
Always need more cowbell.
We didn't get Tom in there.
yeah, for good reason.
We're a very musical show today. Yesterday, we brought up this idea of January in the D. It was kind of a fun idea.
Yeah.
I think it's like an AI-generated thing from the internet, but someone made it, and we'll play it in the 9 o'clock hour for people. John, I don't think you feel the same way about that that you do about Jeff Daniels.
No, that one won't be a sing-along.
We'll do Jam It or Slam It later in the show. With the Lions, they got the Commanders this week.
Mm-hmm.
David Montgomery, full participant in practice. And Campbell told us yesterday there's going to be a role for him.
Well, and this is exactly what Dan had to say. I think that's a huge part. And Dan has always been very measured when he talks about guys returning, whether it was Alex Anzalone last week. Still measured. Got to see what he's like with bodies around. Got to see what he's like at practice. And it's a little bit harder at practice right now because it's not as physical as certainly training camp or at the beginning of the season. But you will get a feel for what's he look like when he is running through the line of scrimmage. What's his cuts look like? And you've got film. You can compare it to what he looked like play to play, look to look, what it looked like 5 weeks ago versus what it looks like now, coming back from the injury. And then they'll have to make a decision. All right, we've got 100% confidence that he is A+, ready to go. Or, well, we like him with these play calls. Maybe the entire playbook's not there, but downhill straight ahead, this is where we want it. But the hard part is, especially with David, like those downhill straight ahead runs are the ones that are going to be probably most strenuous and stressful because he likes to carry 9 to 10 members of the defense with him.
He's violent. I love that he's coming back. He's a heart and soul guy. He's very much a part of this Lions culture, and he should have a role in short yardage, in red zone, change of pace. But I don't want to go back to a split backfield. And I don't think that's controversial. I want to play my best players the most. And Jahmyr Gibbs has taken over this backfield. If you look at the numbers, 5.6 yards a carry to 4.2 for Montgomery. Explosive runs, right? We're not just playing for first downs, we're playing for touchdowns. 13 explosive runs for Gibbs, 1 for Montgomery. Gibbs is blossoming. There was maybe a concern without Montgomery, Gibbs' efficiency would go down. Nope, he was more efficient without him. 3 straight 100-yard games, yards per carry went up. He was so dominant. It's time to play your best players the most. So I think like 2/3 of the carries should go to Gibbs. That doesn't mean Montgomery's on the bench for the entire game, but I think it's not a 50-50 split if you're doing the best you can to win this game.
The numbers certainly tell a story. And the story is that Jahmyr Gibbs is really good for the Detroit Lions. And behind this offensive line, I think there's a chance that he could be even better with the return of David Montgomery. I would like to see more of the philosophy that the Lions run this offense with the way it was before Montgomery got hurt. And I'm not saying, hey, take the ball out of Gibbs' hands and give it to Montgomery in certain situations. All I'm saying is the game will somewhat dictate. I don't think anybody's going to go into this game and say, hey, you know what, we need to make sure that there's a certain percentage that David Montgomery gets or Jahmyr Gibbs gets. And it's got to be 70-30, 60-40, whatever that split is.
No, you don't predetermine. The optimal formula for me is that Gibbs gets the ball the most.
The optimum formula for me is whatever it takes to beat the Commanders. And
that's not much of an opinion. That's just
but I think that David Montgomery is certainly a tone setter, and I would love to see him come out and maybe it's the tone for this game or this team because there have been so many injuries that hey, we're going to give it to David Montgomery on this first set of downs, and he's going to ram it right down your freaking throat, and that sets the tone for the rest of the game for the team. To be able to see him out there because he's a guy that's loved by his teammates. To be able to see him out there, and not that Jahmyr Gibbs isn't or loved any more or less, but it sets a tone for the game. And then you get into the flow of your offense like you did before Montgomery was hurt. And maybe the game dictates, hey, we can hit the edges more. And that's where Gibbs really excels. And we can use him between the tackles, but we want to be able to see him hit that red button and go from 0 to 60 or 0 to 100 on the edge, because that's what gives us the opportunity on this set of downs or this play. This is what we're setting up when we run this formation and this motion, and we're going to block this scheme. Boom. It's all of a sudden it's Jahmyr Gibbs. But then you show the same thing. What I really want to see is both of them on the field at the same time. So you show the same thing, and then all of a sudden it's Montgomery the other way.
I think that's entire. Why haven't we seen more of it? Ben Johnson, super creative with formations, trying to keep teams on their heels. I wouldn't rule out that they're both on the field at the same time. They're complementary pieces. Like, don't misunderstand what I'm saying. They're complementary pieces. But Jahmyr Gibbs just passed his audition to be the workhorse back the last 3 weeks. The offense scored more points. The rushing game got more productive. And he's a home run threat. And he picked up more work as a pass blocker. That was always a question, right? Montgomery, underrated. He'll step in there and step up into a linebacker or clean up a free rusher or blitzer. Gibbs stepped into that role and did a really nice job. So, again, I'm not worried about wear and tear for Jahmyr Gibbs. You're in the end game. You're chasing a Super Bowl. Ride Jahmyr Gibbs and change of pace situationally. David Montgomery absolutely has a role on this football team. So which camp are you in? The split back? Share the carries, that's what got them here, or feed Jahmyr Gibbs? 248-539-9797. Some feedback on our singing, John.
Oh, okay.
Jeff rocked, but you guys should stick to speaking on the radio.
Okay, understand that.
That was pretty rough, gents, got to be honest. Probably don't do that anymore. Thanks. Heather refuses to sing for us. I feel cheated. The voice sounded great. Just need that extra bit to tie it all together.
Yeah, we need that other octave.
Soprano, they said.
Oh, no, you really don't. The tambourine, the little bell, sure, I can do that.
I like the cowbell.
I like the
versus
cowbell.
the little bell. Yeah, let's
The
make it the
cowbell,
big one.
the
Yes,
larger,
yes.
Sure.
And who is Bobby Lane, signed Jack and Coke Jerry? All right, we'll talk about this backfield. Maybe some ticket prices, too, in the 9 o'clock hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, your New Year's resolution is to lose weight, and you can get there faster than you think with Ideal U. Go to idealu.us now, and you could lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 40 days, whether your resolution is to lose 10 or 100 or anywhere in between. Ideal U works, and it works fast. I lost 10 in the first 10 days. I lost 50 pounds going through the program. I'm actually down another 20, so I've lost 70 pounds, and here's the beautiful thing about it. The reason I was able to continue to lose weight, it's a real Whole Foods. It's not shakes or bars, so it's something that you can stick with. It's a lifestyle. Ideal U's weight loss coaches work with you every single step of the way. They want you to achieve your goal and lose weight, and they also want to help you keep it off. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal U is a Michigan-based weight loss company that has helped thousands of people just like me and you lose weight. In fact, I've got a former teammate who's going through it right now, and I know he's down 35 pounds. He's in the lock-in phase. Over 90% of Ideal U customers lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Sign up now and get a $200 Visa gift card. Start your new year off right. Lose weight and get $200 in a Visa gift card. Want to weigh less? Go to idealu.us.
We'll hold off on the singing for a bit here. Good morning, 97.1. Lions ticket prices. Record-setting. $991 is the average purchase price for a ticket to Saturday's game at Ford Field. It is the most expensive non-Super Bowl game in NFL history, which is going to put some people in a spot where they may consider selling these seats, and we'll get to it. John, we're also wrapping this conversation about the backfield.
Mm-hmm.
Montgomery's back. Who knows how much he's going to play? I have said I don't want a split backfield. And it's not a shot at Montgomery, although I don't know if he's 100%. It's an acknowledgement that Gibbs has come on as a workhorse. He answered the call the last 3 weeks as the every down back. You have a stallion. Let him run. Montgomery can be there to help offset, short yardage, situational, change of pace. But Gibbs is the guy. I feel like he's cemented it. And you play your best guys, the home run hitters. You're playing to win. You're not playing to wear them down. You're playing to win. And you may wear them down in the process, but you got to put your best foot forward. We're in the playoffs now.
So to counter that, I want to go to is there a way for Jahmyr Gibbs to be better and more effective? And I think there is. And some of that might be, and it seems counterproductive, less touches, but more production out of the touches that you have. And it comes with, to be a threat, you actually have to use that threat. So if you're able to have both guys on the field at the same time, or if you line up in a certain formation with David Montgomery in the backfield and you're doing certain things. Now, everybody wants to think that, everybody on defense is always aware of what's going on. There are times where even if there's a quarterback change, like the defense doesn't know, right? They see the ball, they're going to move on the movement of the ball, and it's see ball, get ball. That's the extent of what you get from most defensive players. So you have a motion, you have a certain play, you have a certain, everything is set up one way and Montgomery's in the backfield. And then all of a sudden everything is set up the exact same way, same look, same motion, same everything. And all of a sudden, boom, there's Jahmyr Gibbs. Now there might be one or two guys on the defense that sees it. There might not, they might all see it. But you're programmed because you've seen it. This is how you react to it. Then all of a sudden there's a little bit of a difference, and it's Montgomery or it's Gibbs versus Montgomery, and boom, he goes for the reason he has some of those explosive plays is all on him. Some of the other reason is because they've set it up for success. So you've got to use Montgomery to make it a threat that Montgomery's going to be out there and do it.
What if I told you I don't fully buy that? I know that's the narrative, but I'm telling you the numbers tell a completely different story. Gibbs didn't need Montgomery to soften the Vikings defense. The number 2 run defense in football, he was more productive. 6 yards a carry when they didn't take him off the field. He's the hot hand. He doesn't need you to soften the defense. It's statistically proven you're going to get a yard less every time Montgomery carries the ball. Why would I do that? This is the playoffs. I would do it only because, hey, we got to switch it up to give him a breather.
So then why even dress Montgomery? Why even dress him?
Hold on, because a goal line, 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, and because
if Gibbs is so much more productive, then why would you even put Montgomery out there at all?
You can't fight that he's more productive.
Release him now.
Okay, that's not what I'm saying.
I mean, those roster spots, there's got to be somebody defensively that could help him. And especially with the history that this team has of injuries, maybe you don't release him, but you just don't keep him active because you just need an extra body on defense. Like, what is Montgomery even doing on this team?
See what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, Jim, they got to share carries because they're friends.
Well, I do think people love the Sonic and Knuckles thing. They love that they're a duo. They love that they're buddies and they're both doing this together.
Oh, sure, I saw the movie and it plays out well. It really does. It fits.
Sonic's the lead character. The movie's called Sonic. Feed Sonic.
I was kidding. I lean towards you, although I think you're going a little extreme, maybe. Like just a little, it does. Game flow does matter. If you're up, the workload in the end is gonna be more 50-50.
Sure.
But I'm with you that I really think the tone center should be Gibbs because he has shown his game-breaking ability. I can remember the last 2 years. I think Montgomery had one real long touchdown. It was like a 70-some yarder down in was it out in L.A. against the Chargers last year? The Gibbs explosiveness in this environment, in this stadium, can blow the roof off that place. Then you come and pound them physically. I really, we've got the one text that says, the Lions need to limit possessions and ball control.
Yeah, it's right here.
I don't agree with that strategy at all. And maybe this is something we can dig into more on like Thursday and Friday. I think you try to blow this thing off quick, and then you can rely on your physical nature if you need to.
So
possessions helped Washington beat Tampa. Lack of possessions for Tampa. Tampa had 7 possessions in that game. You
want
guys
10, 11, 12 possessions.
The more possessions you have, the more likely you are to
score,
create separation in a game against a lesser opponent.
Right, but you also have two offenses that are very similar in the fact that they're going to go for it on 4. You have philosophies and you have offenses that are similar, where they want to bleed the clock because they want to keep the Lions off. That's going to be their philosophy. And the Lions, they're not going to change how they operate. They have the chance to be explosive with J-Mo, Amon-Ra St. Brown, with Gibbs. They also can wear a defense down and go on a 10, 12-play drive. Would we all prefer a 2-play touchdown drive? Yes.
Right.
That's a simple answer. But I do think that they're going to both teams are going to have less possessions, less plays in this game because of the style that both of these offenses are.
Think about this. Texter says if you gave Gibbs the same amount of touches as Barkley, he would have had more yards and a better season. I don't think that's ridiculous to suggest given what we saw the last 3 weeks, where he's touching it 20 to 25 times, and he's giving you 100 to 150 yards. I don't think that's out of line. And then the follow-up question would be, would you take Saquon Barkley off the field for David Montgomery? And I don't think anybody says yes. And you have your Saquon Barkley. He has ascended to that level of running back.
You have Saquon's numbers this year. You also have years where Saquon Barkley hasn't been available because he's been hurt.
You're only making my point. So Saquon at his best is Gibbs. I only have 3 games. I'm not worried about wear and tear at the end of his career. I'm not worried Yeah,
that's what we're talking about, and so it's not that you're afraid of anybody being hurt, but every offensive play, when you draw it up in the meeting room, the arrow for the running back goes to the 2-hole, the 4-hole, the 6-hole, whatever it is, and it continues to the end zone. They're all designed to be touchdown plays. They're all designed to score, and they can on any given moment. But there are times where you run something knowing that it's most likely going to be a 4-yard pickup. All right, and then you counter with Jahmyr Gibbs, or you counter a Gibbs run with a Montgomery run. The complement of these two, to me, is greater than either one individually.
You know, John, you said that Washington's going to try to ball control and limit possessions. Nothing's better at taking you out of that plan than to get up big and get up early.
That's why you win the coin toss, you take the ball, you go down and score, you get a 3 and out, you take the ball, you go down and score. That's how this game ideally starts.
Sure. Couple ticket text. This one says Gibbs 75% touches. It's even more aggressive than I've said. Another one from Mike in Plymouth says, feed Gibbs. I've been saying it since the beginning of last season. Monty's great, but Gibbs is the number 1. There's some pushback. This one says Gibbs is obviously faster and flashier, but don't forget about punishing yards and, more importantly, yards after contact with David Montgomery. Backed up by another one says, David is so valuable. He gets the D stacking the box, opens up play action. Definitely better together. Shock and awe. You need both. Where are you guys at? Texter says, if you gave, we read the Gibbs Saquon Barkley one. This was, if our defense struggles, having Demo only helps. Limit possessions, keep the defense off the field, sustain drives. Montgomery is the key to doing that. So where are you at? Feed Gibbs, split backfield. 248-539-9797. We're going to get to the tickets next and what you're doing if you have these seats. It's 97.1. Ticket Texter says, even when Jim's right, he's annoying about it. I'm going to take that as a win.
They feel my pain.
And this one says, I love when a dumbass who's never played the game tells a 12-year vet what's what.
Yeah, I appreciate those moments as well. I think another key component is, and some of this will somewhat back up what you've got to talk about, but Saquon Barkley is right now the most productive running back in the NFL with the 2,000-yard season that he had. He's also made better because Jalen Hurts is their other running back. Derrick Henry is really damn good at being a running back in the NFL. He's also made better because Lamar Jackson is their 1-2 punch. Jared Goff is not a part of this equation.
You don't think so?
No. But David Montgomery is.
And that's why
he is a guy that can make Jahmyr Gibbs better.
And that's why you said put them both on the field at the same time. Because
I would
then you
love to see that
are
more.
stressing the defense the same way a Lamar and a Hurts help their running backs.
The difference is when your quarterback is part of that 1-2, you gain an extra blocker. When it's running back, you lose that blocker because Jared Goff's, he carrying out a fake, which can be as good as a block, but it's just not as effective.
All right, these tickets. Some of you are in this position where you are sitting on gold. I mean, the next best thing maybe. These tickets are worth a lot of money.
Ooh.
The most expensive non-Super Bowl game in NFL history is Saturday night, Ford Field, Lions and Commanders. The average price is $991. The average, meaning many of you have tickets that are worth $1,000 a piece.
Or more.
Or more. Now, we've had some people say, hey, I'm considering selling these to fund future season tickets, to fund an NFC title, Super Bowl trip, whatever the case may be.
Payback Christmas. Credit card statements are all arriving in the mail as we speak.
And some have even said, I'm counting on this win, so I know there's going to be another one, so I'll sell the tickets to this one and make a really nice profit on it. Where are you at on that? 248-539-9797. Specifically, if you are someone in this spot.
Never going to tell anybody what to do with their money. And there are a lot of investments that we make without even really considering that they're investments. Sometimes when you have season tickets or you buy a ticket to the game or a pair of tickets, you're going to take your son, you're going to take your dad, your wife, your significant other to the game. And it's the investment in the experience you're going to have, but it's the investment in the shared experience that you're going to have. If you've made the investment in season tickets and you're looking at these prices going, you know what? I could pay back some of these bills from the holidays. I can pay some of next year's season tickets. And I also have the confidence that we're going to be playing an NFC Championship game. Maybe I'm selling these so that I can pay for my NFC Championship game tickets. That's all a part of the equation. And the higher the prices go, and maybe you put something out there, everybody's got a price. If somebody's willing to pay your price, then sell them.
And what would it take? Because I think it's not an easy decision to sell these tickets. I wouldn't want to sell these tickets at all. I mean, this is why you got season tickets in the first place, was to host playoff games, was to be there every step of the way in person to watch this team get to the Super Bowl. Well, and I know they can't do that on Saturday, but John, like, you go and it's the aura around the city before kickoff. And then you go in and it's the palpable buzz even before everybody gets into their seats. It's the juice of game day and then the game itself. And then the euphoria when you walk out with a victory. To give that up feels like you missed the whole point of getting the season tickets to begin with.
So let's play a little bit in the land of make-believe. Because I do believe everybody has a price. And I took a screenshot, sent it to you guys, and I've so kindly circled the numbers that were important.
Thank you for that.
You guys couldn't pick them out. Where somebody last week had posted their tickets for sale, a pair of tickets, each one individually cost $11,000. Now, it doesn't, that could be a sign that I'm not going to sell my tickets, but I'm going to put it out there because that's my number. If I was to make $22,000 by selling the pair,
go to
sold.
Super Bowl.
All right. So my point is, if you had a pair of tickets and somebody said, oh, you know what, we want you to list them for whatever it is that you would be happy selling your tickets for. And you're telling me there's no number.
Well, there's always a number, John.
That's my point.
But this doesn't feel like
I
enough.
said we're gonna play in the land of make believe.
Okay. Ticket Texter says, I'm definitely hoping to sell. A lot of money for a game I don't want to go to if they lose. And if they win, I got a more important game to go to. Jason at home.
I don't like the concept of I don't want to go if they lose. To me, that's total BS. I'm going to call you out on that one. Because what do you believe in?
Yeah, and I feel like if you want to say, well, they're going to win anyway, I'll just go to the next game. Part of the fun is going and watching your team kick ass. Like,
Right.
don't you want to go and watch them run for 200 yards against the Commanders? Don't you want to see the trick play and J-Mo sprinting down the sideline and the crowd all erupts? Don't you want to...
The shared experience.
Yeah, I mean...
And there is no playoff experience like there is at Ford Field. Plus, it is the value of that ticket. I know Tom asked this question earlier. He's a little bit surprised that this game is worth as much as people are willing to pay for it because it's not the first home playoff game at Ford Field. They've won that. They did that last year against the Rams. They've done it, they did it twice last year, getting to the NFC Championship game. The reason this game is the most expensive non-Super Bowl ticket in NFL history is people want to be a part of that Super Bowl run. Right now, they are, in a lot of people's minds, still the favorite to win the Super Bowl. So wouldn't you want to be at one of the playoff games? And maybe it's the next one, but if this is the one you have tickets to,
yeah,
why wouldn't you want to be there and say, I was there in 2025 when they went on their Super Bowl run?
Ticket Texter says, the tickets are for sale in my section, 219. The range is between $800 and $1,750. My season ticket purchase of the seat was $260. So we're talking tripling or...
Well, it's a season. That's your season.
Yeah.
You're paying for your season.
But this is the point. You know what I mean? Like, I would think you'd throw away 5-6 regular season games to go to a game of this significance, wouldn't you?
Well,
I guess that's the literal question.
Yeah.
This one says, I don't mind people selling tickets, but I've always been perplexed how season ticket holders sell playoff games to fund season tickets.
Well, you got to pay for it some way.
Dollars and cents.
Yeah.
It says, sorry, John, your co-host is too opinionated. Guys, I'll tone it down. Just more.
I will
lay,
say that
yeah.
this. I'm hypothetically putting myself in a situation here because I do think I would follow through with this. My initial reaction to this, if I was a season ticket holder, let's say 20 years, and I experienced last year, and let's say I was just fine, like my Lions tickets were just budgeted, and it was just like paying a bill, to where it wasn't, stretching me thin. I didn't want to make some money back or anything. Let's say I'm financially comfortable.
Sure.
And I was a season ticket holder. I think this is a tremendous opportunity for you to potentially sell your tickets for face value and let somebody get in the building at the right cost. I do. I think that is a nice, genuine thing to do because I already experienced this last year. Having seen the Rams and Buccaneers divisional game. Now, like I said, I'm hypothetically testing myself. I'm not completely sure if I was in that situation I would do it because it's still so new. But I do think this is a spot to potentially do that.
You think because the prices are inflated,
yeah,
more than you would even expect for a divisional round game.
Crowd. I'm making my money back that I paid for my ticket.
Yeah,
you're not really.
So it's like the perfect storm. You feel like the prices are overinflated, the opponent's not threatening, and people out there are going to sell these seats.
Yeah, I just think I am perplexed, like what John mentioned earlier, that it is gotten this high for this game, and I think I agree with why you think so. It just surprised me a little bit. It didn't get this extreme last year.
John, I think you said it. It feels like this isn't a surprise.
So last year was the first playoff game that they hosted at Ford Field, and didn't know if they were going to have a second because, going into the game, if they won, they knew because Dallas had lost to Green Bay. But the anticipation, sure, if you're playing in the game, you got a chance to go to the Super Bowl. I don't know that anybody really thought. I don't know that really anybody thought that they were going to make it to the NFC Championship game last year. It kind of feels like they outkicked their coverage. It was exciting, it was great, and it was fun, and they should have been in the Super Bowl.
But when you got that gift that the Packers won, and all of a sudden the Buck, you found out. I'm just surprised that the market didn't drive up bigger last year, more like
well,
this.
you're talking minutes because it happened right before. People were already at the stadium.
No, John. I'm talking about the week before. The Packers beat the Cowboys, and all of a sudden, oh my gosh, the Lions got a second road game.
For the
they win the
round,
Rams game, and
round,
I'm surprised the Buccaneers tickets didn't reach this kind of craziness.
We may be overthinking this. It's as easy as this. There are more Lions fans today than there were a year ago.
Yeah.
The diehards are all the same, but there are so many more people who are now casually in the orbit of Lions fandom
Supply
that naturally
is the same. Demand is higher.
Phone calls, ticket text 248-539-9797. Are you considering selling these tickets? Later in the hour, can't believe someone did it. January in the D, 9:35.
Wish they hadn't.
Did you say cringe earlier? Or was that Tom's word? Either way, we'll get to it. Bottom of the hour, it's 97.1. We all start the new year off with resolutions. And for some people, that's a better diet, workout plans, getting to the gym. But don't forget about your teeth. Brightside Dental, there's no judgment. That means if you put off seeing a dentist last year, or maybe the last 2 years, or the last 3 years, they're not going to make a big fuss about it. Make a plan and get in there and see him. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightSideDental.com. With 9 Metro Detroit locations, there's one right around the corner, including the newest in Trenton. New patients, $35 new patient special. And a big thing, if you have a dental emergency, Brightside offers same-day appointments. We had it in the news today. Metal in the taquitos, dental injuries. Brightside Dental will get you in for an emergency. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightSideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. We talked about the dilemma in the backfield. What about the dilemma with your wallet?
Mm-hmm.
I still keep reading this. I can't believe this stat. I keep reading it. This Saturday's game is the most expensive non-Super Bowl game in NFL history, according to TickPick, where the average seat is $991. And I looked at other
Very
apps.
important to enunciate that website.
TickPick.
Yeah.
But I even looked at another app, and it's the same thing. You can get nosebleeds for $950. You're not getting a deal out there. So what are you going to do with them if you have them? 248-539-9797.
How about the one that we had earlier, the text from a wife?
Oh, yeah. Guy goes, I listen every morning. My wife heard how much these are going for, and she's mad at him because he won't sell. She's like, come on. But he said he's going with his son, and that he's got to.
I'm going with our son.
Our son. And guilt trip.
Mm-hmm.
Guilt trip. Come on, this is once in a life. This is memories, lifelong memories.
That guilt trip doesn't go just one way. We can use it too.
That's amen to that.
248. Other laughs. Yes, our opportunities are few and far between.
Take them when you get them. And again, I'm not telling you someone has to get in a building and pay $1,000, but if you already have the seat, I'd have a hard time forking over these seats, knowing you've waited your entire life to be in these moments. And I stress moments because if they win, there's another one next week. And I couldn't imagine selling the NFC Championship game.
I can't wait to see what those tickets are going for.
I mean, someone will, because the number will get so high that they go, hey,
everybody's got a number.
I can pay my mortgage or a couple months car payment, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But it's the chance to go to the Super Bowl. There will never be a bigger game at Ford Field than a chance to go to the Super Bowl. And it would never be as meaningful the second or third time you punch your ticket to the Super Bowl. So I would argue you got to get through this game first. Next week is like the Holy Grail. That's a really tough sell. Now, some people may be selling this to go to that game, and let's get to the phones and hear from you guys. Jim in Wolverine Lake, you're on 97.1.
Hi, yes, I'm calling on the Gibbs Montgomery thing, but I also have season tickets, and I'm selling one and going. And I'm probably going to do that next week, too. So that's my plan there.
Okay. Yeah. All right. You should enjoy it. What's your thought on the Gibbs Montgomery split?
Cookie, I guess that it's worked all season. Did I miss something where we lost a bunch of games because they split time? No, they had a good system there, and it worked. And I'd go right back to it. Plus, wouldn't a fresher Gibbs be even more explosive?
Yeah, but that hasn't been the case. Like, Gibbs has actually been more productive when he's allowed to get in a rhythm and carry the ball more.
Right, in a short 3-game span, but you want to keep it going.
Well, this is a 3-game span ahead, right? I mean, I'm not saying he's got to weather the storm for 17 games, but hey, get us to the finish line. 4 weeks, 3 football games.
I'd still go like a 60-40.
Okay.
I don't want to wear the guy down going through the play because you got to get to 3 games. That would be 6 in a row.
Yeah,
so
that's valid.
I'd like a little more time here for Montgomery.
All right, and that's the debate. Listen, they won 11 in a row, splitting carries. Montgomery got hurt in that Bills game. I don't know that they're winning the game either way. I mean, the Bills just came in and I mean, they punted one time. But I think we've seen Gibbs is the better back in the entirety of the season, which is part of that conversation. But let's get back to the tickets. Chris in Midland. Chris, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
What's going on?
Yep. Hey, just real quick, I've been a Lions season ticket holder for about 20 years. Got pretty good seats, 50-yard line, about 16 rows behind the Lions bench. And right now, those tickets are going for about $4,000 a piece. And when I got my tickets 20 years ago, I vowed that I would never, ever sell them. If I couldn't use them, I'd give them to friends or family. And I got 2 concerns about selling them. One is you don't know who's buying them. It could be a Washington Commander fan. And 2, there is a code of conduct that each season ticket holder is responsible for. So if you sell those tickets and give them to some knucklehead that decides he wants to get all drunk and start fights or whatever, it's my understanding that I'm still responsible for the conduct of those guests in my seats. So
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, and even years ago when they gave the paper tickets out, what I would do is if I gave them to friends or family, I'd put them in an envelope along with a copy of that code of conduct just to remind them that, there's a certain level of conduct that they need to be responsible for. So I don't want to put myself in a position where I could jeopardize potentially losing those tickets like that knucklehead did, when
Packer
they
game.
got into conflict with that Green Bay coach.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
basically translated, don't screw this up for me.
Yeah, because right now I gave them the responsibility for my tickets to my 2 sons about 2 years ago, and I remind them every game, hey, if you're selling them, make sure you know who they're going to, or just give them to friends or family, because I don't want to lose those tickets after 20 years. And they're such great seats that just don't want to give them up for some stupid reason.
Yeah.
Hear you on that. Vern in Ann Arbor.
I bet he's fun.
That's what I was going to say. What's his name? No fun man. Like, what is his name?
I don't even know how true that is. Like, I'd never heard that.
Oh, sure. There's it's all part of the licensing
You're going to take
agreement.
my tickets away because someone sitting in my seats behaves
It's
like
your
a jackass.
responsibility. I mean, I'm sure you could lawyer your way out of it.
I wonder if he makes him sign the
code of conduct.
Yeah.
Initial
Yes.
here.
This is my
sign there.
disclaimer. Yes, you are. Please print your full legal name.
And then you get it in
date of
triplicate.
birth.
Right.
Yep.
Yes. Last 4 of your social security number.
Mm-hmm.
I looked at the NFC Championship game next week.
Yeah.
40-yard line, row 10 or section 107.
Yeah.
2,900 something a piece. That's out of control. Have you dreamed? I'm not dreamed.
Yeah.
Have you thought about next week potentially and what it might be like around here? We've never lived that.
Yeah, it'd be 60 minutes from the Super Bowl, a home game, a week build up. I know people get mad when we even bring it up because they have to win the game this weekend first.
We do know it. It will be a 3:00 kickoff, the NFC Championship.
Yeah.
Don't get ahead of yourself, guys. We got a game to play this week.
I will say with Lions tickets, the perspective is this, right? This is a memory for life for people, right? So the NFC title, I just got done telling you, I think it's the Holy Grail. Like, you're never going to get another chance for your first berth to the Super Bowl and at your house, and it would, nothing would top that.
Or you could be at your house.
Right, but being in the building, right. I mean, how much do people spend on one night, one day for their wedding? And the Lions can't divorce you. Just when you put it in that perspective.
Apparently your wedding night wasn't that great.
Vern, you're next. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
Selling
How are
tickets?
you?
What's up, buddy?
Well, here's my situation. Season ticket holder last year, this year. Me, my family, we've been to every single game. Last year, this year, never sold one. Because it's on a Saturday night, me, my wife, my daughter, we all work together in our family business, and we don't have anybody to cover our shift. So I'm stuck. No. I don't have a choice but to put these tickets for sale. And I'm calling everybody who could help, So for the first time, we might miss a game in 2 years, and I don't want to.
Oh, no.
That's I'm sorry, dude.
There's no way to close shop for, the evening.
The problem is me, my wife, and my daughter, that's 3 workers, so I need to find 3 people because we all work, in our family-owned business in Ann Arbor. And this is going to suck. And I've got a 9-year-old boy. He's been to every single game. And, we're just loving it.
Vern, could you just close for the day?
That's what I was asking. Yeah. Put a little close sign. Not even the whole day, just the evening.
Unfortunately, our business gets busier during the Lions games. We're right on Michigan campus, and the whole neighborhood is there, and that's our busy time.
Okay,
that's our busy time, man.
But you'll at least be able to have the game on.
Oh, we'll have the game on, and we've got a full kitchen and deli, and I might sneak a drink or whatever. I'm still trying, man. I'm still trying to find somebody. Hopefully, I will, but I don't want to sell these tickets. I don't want to sell any tickets for any amount of money. We love it so much. We're the ones going crazy, screaming and yelling and hyping up the crowd in our section 328, and we don't want to miss a second of it. No amount of money. It's not worth it.
What about next week?
We're going next week because it's got to be on a Sunday for sure.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
So, and Sunday's my one day off, so we'll go to that one for sure. Maybe you guys could come and close a store for me to be a celebrity cashier night.
Oh, that's fun.
You've been to my spot probably. It's in Ann Arbor. I've been there for 30 years. I think you've been to my spot before.
Vern, it's entirely possible.
Go ahead and say what's your spot?
Stadium Market in Ann Arbor.
Oh, yeah.
Stadium Deli. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah. We could have a cook-off one day in the kitchen, brother.
I'm not sure I'm up to that. You're a pro. I'm a pro within the confines of my house. Hey, I appreciate you get the consistency that you have had for 30 years, whether it was a student or now. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Vern. Appreciate the call.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks. Go Lions. All right, let's get to another phone call. 248-539-9797. We have Rick next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys, how you doing this morning?
Good. Yourself?
I'm doing good, doing good. It's a little bit Michigan cold down here in South Carolina today, but not as bad as up there.
You're right. Thank you for rubbing it in.
So we haven't seen the sun yet this morning.
Oh yeah. Well, up in Michigan, you don't see it until like April. So
yep.
So yeah, I just called. I bought tickets before we even knew what day it was. The first day they came out, it was with the fees and everything for me and my wife and my two sons. It was $6,700.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I'm 64 and I've never been to Ford Field. I've lived down here for 20 years, so
this will be your first time going
to Ford Field. Yeah, I've been to the Silverdome a lot and stuff. Yeah, first time Ford Field. So
what
I can't
an
wait.
environment to christen your Ford Field debut. That's awesome.
Yeah. I've been a fan since I've been 10 years old. So pretty excited. And my two older boys are big Lions fans, so it's going to be fun.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah, absolutely. All
right,
so take care, guys.
Yeah, good
Safe
stuff.
travels.
Safe travels. We do have to play that January in the
Do
D
we?
song. I know, John.
Do we?
We've got Lions phone calls. We'll get Heather's news in the mix here too. But coming up next, yes, we will pay that off for you that want the January in the D song. Is this a good song? John shaking his head. Jam it or slam it next, 97.1. All right, we'll get back to the phones. We got Heather's news. Yesterday on the show, we pointed out all our Detroit teams are off to a hot start in 2025. And a ticket texter brought up the idea of January in the D. He is already making a face. John has already discussed it. We haven't even played it yet.
Oh, I've heard it.
So we did this yesterday, 9 o'clock hour. By lunchtime, I get tagged in something on X from the account Drunk Miggy. It's like a parody account.
Mm-hmm.
And if you listen to this, it sounds like it's AI generated, but this is the current working January in the D song.
Doinks? Doinks?
And there you have it, John. January in the D.
That's the start of our sitcom.
Too cheesy?
Yeah, it sounds like it's the entry to Friends. No, thank you. I mean, and so when they were describing first of all, they used the word doinks.
I thought he said dunks.
I thought he said dunks too.
No, I heard doinks. And there's another one. I'm sure I misheard this. At least I hope I misheard it. We was talking about the Red Wings, and it sounds like he says, or it says, fire and ice capades. Like that's what I heard.
I think they were rhyming something with escapades. Escapades is in there. That's not a normally used word.
It sounds like it's ice capades, and it's just no. I don't. There's nothing about that I like.
So we had.
Oh, God, that's so much worse, I think. That's bad. They're both bad.
Yeah. And on the screen, starring Heather Park, Jim Costa.
With Tom Milliken as Gov.
Right, exactly.
Greg, you like this? Jam it or slam it? We want to know from people.
Full House version of January in the D.
Mm-hmm.
Greg Hargrave's been jamming out to this song.
Hold on. Wait, let me just... There's two elements to the song. The track, the music being played is a banger. That's awesome. That's great. The lyrics are cheesy as hell.
Yeah.
Ice beneath their blades.
Yeah.
The lyrics make the lyrics to One Shining Moment seem deep.
It's a very
terrible.
hollow song. But
Yeah.
it is kind of a toe tapper. You got to admit, John.
No.
You have to
It's
admit.
not tapping my toes.
What I would say is we've got to take the whole is slam it.
Wait. We got to take the whole.
What are we doing with the whole?
The whole part of the song.
The whole part of the song.
Not
Take the
just
whole, like combining
That's exactly
lyrics
what I heard.
and the musical track
Yes.
as a whole is a slam because the lyrics are that bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's we can't jam it. Is that Tom? You hate this. You hate
I
this more than
can't
John.
stand it. Yeah. It just killed me yesterday when you sent this to us. I'm like, this can't be real. Like Greg said, ice. What is it?
Yeah,
Ice beneath their blades.
Yeah.
Think about that. The Red Wing logo
that
above
set
it.
me-
Like that's the team's slogan, not grit.
Yeah, and then that rhyme, I'm trying to figure out, okay, what are they going to rhyme that with? And then I heard fire and ice capades.
There's also very little lions in there.
Yeah,
I feel like they should
I
be more
noticed
prominent.
That. Yeah, they're irrelevant. Do you think that should ever get played on our station again?
No.
In totality, no.
No.
Not in totality.
No.
Now, you're out of your mind if you don't think I'm going to use this drop for the rest of the month. But the full song, you probably don't need the full
That's okay.
song. Yeah.
That one little part of the song,
Sure.
That's okay.
Yes, that's the start of the TV show.
it is.
I hope everybody enjoyed
sick to my stomach right now.
I actually questioned yesterday whether it was real before I knew it was AI.
It has to be, right?
Yes, it is AI.
It has to be. I mean, first of all, to have it turned around that quickly, and one of the first lines, it's like lions on a tier. Should be lions on a tear, but the computers aren't that smart yet. They haven't replaced this yet. So
clearly they're not that smart yet.
No. Yeah. But this is a challenge. Maybe a local band will do it better.
Anytime.
By the time January's already over at that point.
Yeah. No.
All right, let's get to Heather's news.
Oh, let's do it. It could be the intro to the news every segment. You guys, hanging out at Starbucks could actually soon start costing you. So later this month, Starbucks is going to start closing its doors to non-paying customers. So they're going to require you to make a purchase in order to hang out there or even use their bathrooms. So several years ago, I think it was back in 2018, Starbucks launched an open door policy. So you could just go in there with your computer. You could work remotely. You could hang out there in the restaurant area. You could go and use the restroom and you didn't need to make a purchase. Well, now they've just released a new code of conduct, and I wonder if they give it to every person in an envelope as they enter. Here you go. Before you can order your latte, you got to take this envelope with a code of conduct. Anyway, so they're just saying you got to make a purchase, and they're going to crack down on bad behavior as well, like no vaping, no harassment, no discrimination. And if you don't pay, you're going to get the boot. Goodbye.
I mean, if they're that popular, I mean, I get it, but it's that coffee shops are where you go to hang out. You know, if you're on a college campus or if you're in a big city,
bring your laptop.
And most of the time I go and I do have a drink.
Well, most people do. I wonder if there will be rules about how long you can then linger. So what if I go in and get my drink and my cake pop and I sit down with my computer and I sit there then for hours and hours and hours? I did make a purchase. I was a paying customer. Do I need to leave? Yeah, exactly.
Another cake pop for another hour.
You got to make another purchase. Who knows? Tim Tebow and his wife are kicking off the new year as parents-to-be. They're going to be welcoming their first baby. They made the announcement on Tuesday, expecting their first child together. This is 5 years after they tied the knot. So congrats to them.
Yeah, good for them.
Yeah, very exciting news.
Isn't she like some type of beauty queen?
Yes, she was Miss Universe 2017.
Oh, 2017? So 7 years later?
Still could probably compete. I'm sure there's age limits, but she's 29.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. A cop in Virginia was fired after he hired a hooker named Dream, who then stole his car, his wallet, his keys, and his police credentials.
Oh, boy.
Not so much of a dream anymore. The two met on an app. He sent her $100 to come over, and she did. And the agreement, apparently, sometime within this meeting was to jump in the shower. Well, he jumped in the shower first, and she never joined. That's
jumped
when
out the door.
Yeah, with his car and all of his belongings. Anyway.
More like nightmare.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, how do you explain that one to the police chief?
He had to call the cops on himself, explain that. He lost his job, and they eventually did arrest her for multiple charges. Yeah. An influencer is warning others about the risks of bringing your phone into the bathroom when you shower.
Do people do this?
Heck yeah. You leave your phone like in the bedroom?
No, I guess like I set it on, like just setting it on the counter is bad.
Yes. Okay. When I read this, I thought, who's bringing their phone into the shower?
That's what I thought. The actual shower.
Just bringing your phone into the bathroom when you shower.
Okay.
Because she says she opened her phone case and there was mold inside the case, and she says the moisture that can collect in your bathroom can then cause your phone to collect mold in the case. It could be because of the case she has. It's like a silicone case. So the material of the case. So she is just warning others to beware of the risks. I take my phone out of the case.
It would take a long time for that to happen.
I do too.
What do they propose the alternative? You leave the phone out of the bathroom, you keep it in like a pocket or a drawer or something?
Just don't take it in the bathroom with you. Leave it out. Yeah, or wherever the room outside the bathroom for sure. Let's see. Oh, your walking speed could tell a lot about your health.
Oh.
I mean, walking is very important. It's an easy activity, right? It's not strenuous. It's easy.
Low
Everyone
impact,
everyone can do it.
Good for weight loss.
It is. They say it's pretty simple. Having the ability to walk at a faster pace is an indicator that you're in good physical health.
Yes, you can actually walk.
Yes, according to one doctor, those who walk quickly show strong muscle strength, coordination, neuromuscular function, as well as efficient heart and lung function. Plus, they say those that can walk quicker have a better cognitive abilities.
Oh, putting one foot in front of the other quicker makes you a better thinker.
It does.
I think that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Those who can't walk very quickly are most likely struggling from some sort of cognitive
and you
impairment.
complicate that by chewing gum.
Oh, and
now
rubbing
all of a
your
sudden,
stomach and touching your head at the same time.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Wow.
Yes.
That's tough.
Throw a skip in there every once in a while.
You're super healthy if you can do that.
It's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, we have some feedback on Jam It or Slam It. We have some phone calls from Lions fans about these ticket prices. We'll get Karschen Anderson in here. It's 97.1.
Hey, your New Year's resolution is to lose weight, and you can get there faster than you think with Ideal U. Go to idealu.us right now, and you could lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 40 days. Whether your resolution is to lose 10 or 100 or anywhere in between, Ideal U works, and it works fast. I lost 10 in the first 10 days. I lost 50 in the 40 days of the program, and I got to eat real whole foods, which means when I accomplished my goal, I was able to keep that weight off because it's a lifestyle change. And Ideal U's weight loss coaches are going to work with you every step of the way. They're going to help you lose weight, and as I mentioned, they're going to help you keep it off. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal U is a Michigan-based weight loss company that's helped thousands of people just like me and you lose weight. In fact, over 90% of Ideal U customers, think about it, 9 out of 10, that's a great success rate, lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. If you sign up right now, you're going to get a $200 Visa gift card. Start your new year off right, lose weight, and get a $200 Visa gift card. Want to weigh less? Go to idealu.us.
Hey, we're going to get some ticket texts on the Jam It or Slam It. Some phone calls from you guys on the tickets. What you're doing if you're holding tickets to the most expensive non-Super Bowl game in NFL history on Saturday night. John, just to circle back on something, we brought up David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs and the backfield split. There are some quotes from David Montgomery this week, and I think within the last 24 hours here.
Okay.
We got the story up on 971theticket.com. Gibbs has been the lead horse the last 3 games, 487 yards and 6 touchdowns. Montgomery's quoted as saying, "I didn't expect anything less from him. Jaw's going to roll, and whenever he needs from me, I'm going to make sure he has, but this is kind of his show."
It's a great teammate.
Yep.
It's a great teammate. It's what you're supposed to say.
Yep. Let's get to Trevor and Macomb. You got thoughts on it. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, hey, what's going on, guys? I appreciate you bringing up that quote, 'cause that's a big thing I was going to talk about was I was listening to that, and when I heard him say that, I was surprised because, in that same interview there, he said his knee actually feels better than before. So, I just want to know your guys' opinion on, that's what you think of that. Does that sound like he's going to be, just coming out whenever Ja doesn't, he's not ready to be playing? Like, do you think Montgomery's going to be like this kind of 5-6 carry back? Like, what do you think that means for him?
I honestly, I still think we're going to see a lot of David Montgomery. And how much does it take away from what we've seen, or how many touches does it take away from Jahmyr Gibbs? I don't know. But that's exactly what I would think Jahmyr Gibbs, if he's going to be asked about David Montgomery coming back, he's going to say something very similar. Like, that's what you do as a teammate, and behind closed doors in a room all by himself, is he sitting there telling himself, yeah, you're still a good back. You're doing, the self-talk, all that stuff. Sure. But publicly and to your teammates, yeah, I mean, he's shown that he can be the lead dog, and he has knocked it out of the park. Keep going, my buddy.
Yeah, I think people get defensive because no one wants to think of Montgomery as a second fiddle. He's a 1,000-yard all-purpose back, and if they're going to win the Super Bowl, he's going to be a big part of that, right? He is a tone setter. He is a tough runner. You talk about grit and running. I mean, he is the embodiment of it, and they're going to need him in some role to win the Super Bowl. My whole thing was the split thing. Gibbs is going to another level, and you kind of need to acknowledge that with the game plan and with the touches and who's getting the ball. When the explosive runs are 13 to him and 1 to Montgomery, like, I got to ride Gibbs, and he's shown he can handle it. That's all I'm saying. It's a compliment to Gibbs. I think some people take it as a slight to Montgomery.
No, because when you start to praise one guy, then it feels like you're dogging on the other. It has nothing to do with David Montgomery. I still think, I mean, we'll see how it plays out on Saturday night, how it plays out in the NFC Championship game and ultimately the Super Bowl. I still like him as the tone setter. And I think both of these guys, if you ask them who's the starter, they're going to probably say, well, it's 1A and 1B, or it's both of us, or no, they're going to say the other. I don't think that even matters. That's a conversation in futility. It doesn't even matter. But if Montgomery gets the first carry because it's a statement to the team, it would be the same thing if Gibbs got the first carry. It's a statement to the team.
Some feedback on the Jam It or Slam It. Please turn it off. It's terrible.
Thank you.
This is horrible. It's nice to see Nickelback is writing songs again.
Kind of did feel like that.
Another person, Nickelback. Sounds like they're trying to freestyle something about Detroit. Whose line is it anyway? Give me April all day long. Says that was awful. Detroit is 0-1 since the song was discussed. Throw it out.
Oh,
Wings lost last.
You did bring it up.
All right, we got some stories from Lions season ticket holders and people with the tickets for this game. Tony in New Boston, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, hey, not selling, not doing it.
Not going to do it.
No, not going to do it. I take my son to most of them, and then I'm going with my brother-in-law that's never been to a Lions game, period, this Saturday.
That's awesome.
Cool.
So he's going to really like that.
No kidding.
It's going to be a good time.
Yeah, best brother-in-law ever you will be.
Oh, I don't know about that. But I'm not feeling the song neither. We can't go from So Cold in the D to January in the D. So Cold in the D was a classic.
You're right about that. You're right. And you're right. It's not the right sound.
No.
John, I know where you stand on it. Let's get to Jonathan. You're on 97.1.
Hey, John and Heather, great to talk to you. And Jim, Gus, good to talk to you too.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate
it. It's upsetting that I was on hold, had to listen to that song. I couldn't turn my phone off to not listen to it. It's terrible. But,
sorry.
I know the mute button only goes one way.
It only goes one way. So, kind of different perspective on selling tickets. So 30-odd years ago, I was 10 years old at the Cowboys-Lions game. Now, I know you couldn't give away tickets to that playoff game, but imagine if those prices were they were today. My dad decided to sell instead of taking me. And I tell you, for years, we would talk about that game. You know, that game when Barry was almost tackled but wasn't. The Mike Utley thumbs-up chance. I mean, I was there for that, and I will never forget it. And, you know, this year with my two sons, I would love to take them to this game. But, for example, when Kerry Carpenter hit that home run, it was awesome. It was amazing, but I wasn't there. Like, one of you guys was there, and it was electric. You'll probably never forget it. So for those that are thinking about selling, you got kids, think about that. Thank you.
You'll remember it forever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Remember, like, I think about when Tom spontaneously took the kids to the baseball game, wife and kids to the Cleveland-Detroit playoff baseball
What's
game.
a memory
Down in
for
Cleveland,
you?
yeah.
Yeah, it's a memory for me.
Oh, wow. The impact I've had on you.
Big impact.
I'm sure to many others out there.
He's young.
An inspiration.
Yeah, not a lot of experience.
I'll tell you this, we won't spontaneously be going Saturday night. I told you there's some strategy involved in that Tiger opportunity, affordability.
Yeah, it was a day game on a Monday. Yeah, you did everything
I did the
right.
day, tickets, food, everything, like 700 something.
Hey, John, I do want to end on a better note. You didn't like the song that we played earlier, the January in the Deep, but there was a song we played today that we did jam it to. And
sing along.
Can we play that one more time for people? Jeff Daniels, Detroit sports fan. They had the bathtub of whiskey, him and Peyton Manning, and a song that he sung last night with Jimmy Fallon on The Tonight Show about where we've been and, more importantly, where we're going. Get in on it, Gator. Come on. Goodbye. All that sorrow.
All that sorrow.
Say goodbye to all that pain.
Adios.
Say goodbye to the same old Lions.
Not up in here.
And the curse of Bobby Lane.
Gator, how are you?
That was us on the vocals along with Jeff Daniels. It was Heather on the tambourine.
Yes.
Yes. And Gator with the background.
Yeah, I thought Heather did a great job with the tambourine.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well done.
So how you been? What's up?
I'm all right. I'm freezing. It's
too cold in here?
No, I'm not saying in here.
Don't worry, Doug will warm it up.
Yeah, well, I made. Wow, was it beans last night?
No, he just likes to rush you in here.
I can't believe he's walked by the thermostat already.
Well, I may be the one to turn it up today. It's
cold.
It's cold outside. I forgot to check the temperature, but I know there was like 11 degrees last night.
Yeah, well, it is. It is January in the D.
Yeah, I mean, we shouldn't really be surprised when it's cold. It's just it's cold. Nobody likes it. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Dog's looking like a burglar right now.
Yeah, you too.
Hat on.
Well, tune into Twitch and YouTube and see my burglar look. That was what I was going for today.
Yeah.
Burglar look, yeah.
Yeah.
It's all
staring at a gas station on my way home.
Trying to spice things up at home.
A little role play. There you go.
Should have wore the glasses, the costume glasses.
I don't want to see the whole outfit. It's supposed to be at home.
Leave some to the imagination, Doug.
Yeah. Trust me. Let's not go down the imaginary boulevard here.
You brought it up, psycho.
Is that hit a little too close to home there, John?
I am on my way home now.
Yeah.
So what's the plan for this show?
Skyrockets in sight. What's the plan on this show? Sports and stuff and lots of football.
Sounds like a good plan. Karsch and Anderson next, 97.1.
All right, Karsch Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Scott.
Hi, Doug.
Do you have anything to say that might take 20 seconds?
Oh, I got a lot to say. I've got stuff I've been wanting to get off my chest for a long time now, Karsch.
I'm back.
A quick 20 seconds.
Scramble. Nothing like a full station renovation coupled with a short update and trying to get set for the show. You got all your notes sitting out there on the printer. How are you today?
Cold.
Are you?
Cold.
Yeah, it's not warm. It is not warm.
No, but hopefully, things get back to a normal winter cold. This is. I shouldn't complain. We really have no business.
This is winter in Michigan. I mean,
we're used to it. I've been here for.
We're hardy people.
Been here for a long time. Okay, kind of what I'm talking about. Been through many winters, feet of snow stuff. Okay, but no, it's just a little nippy out there. Otherwise, good.
Yeah.
I wasn't happy with the Red Wings last night. Apparently, neither was head coach Todd McClellan, which was good to hear. His comments after the game were scathing and yet very, very calm when he said them. I like this guy's temperament and demeanor. Mm-hmm. And this is interesting because, 7-game win streak ends, but it's the way that it ended and who it ended to. San Jose is not a good hockey team. And, the Red Wings end up just really not being terribly competitive from a defensive standpoint. They just kept coughing the puck up in horrible situations, which allowed for great scoring chances for San Jose that they capitalized on. And the Red Wings couldn't capitalize on theirs. They weren't hitting on the power play last night, which is the first time in a long time that hasn't happened. And a couple of horrific giveaways, including one just after they cut the lead to 4-3. And you're thinking, all right, here we can get back in this. And a minute later, nope, it's 5-3. And that's just not. And then an empty net goal from 180 feet away is
a curveball.
Never one you want to see.
Looked like that one was like rolling, going to roll wide and curve back and went in. But anyway, so one day closer to Saturday night. And the Lions and the Commanders, divisional round. Lions, an 8.5-point favorite at home. And Gator, we were doing something today because it started with this. Kang found in his, what was it, just a box of memorabilia?
Yeah, I have a couple boxes of things. I just put anything sports related in their programs, schedules, whatever, magnets, right?
And he is the host of Kang Collects, the podcast, which, by the way, what's on the podcast this week?
I have not taped it yet this week, so we're still, the latest episode, still the whiskey, bourbon, scotch dedicated Gator episode.
Yeah.
Because if you can collect it, I'll talk about it.
There you
Download
go.
it for free on Odyssey, wherever you get your podcast.
So Kang found a pamphlet put out by the Lions, 2013 Premium Seating Guide. This is 11 regular seasons ago. It's like this pamphlet, 4 pages. Actually, it's an open up. It's got sort of 4 panels. It's this long, thin thing that you can open up. And club level, full season, you could get club level seats in the 200 level for $120 a game.
This is 2013?
2013.
Okay.
$120 a game if you buy full season tickets.
So you're talking 10, so you're talking $1,200.
Yep.
A ticket.
So I decided.
Seems pretty reasonable
in
today's landscape of costs in football.
A single club level seat buy-in price out the door on TickPicks for this game Saturday night, $1,257. So going back to 2013, the buy-in price on some of the, the club level, like near the 50 or more expensive, but these are kind of end zone-ish club level seats, not on the ends, but you're on the sideline, but sideline end zone. We're $1,200. That's for 10 games, the 2 preseason and the 8 home games. And now one game, $1,257. Crazy looking back, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, be interesting. I can't find out now, but unless Google search would do it. But we had season tickets when I was growing up for a few years during the Billy Sims era.
Yeah.
At the Silverdome, and at first my dad wanted to be as low or as close to the field as he could be, so we had tickets that were maybe the 5-yard line, but they felt like they were 20 rows up or something like that. And then he realized, no, we need to be more in the middle of the field, but we had second row from the top,
right,
in the upper level, but at the 45-yard line. So we enjoyed them. Although climbing up there, you need a Sherpa to get there. But I wonder how much those tickets were. We had 4 of them.
Yeah. Now there's inflation, and then there's popularity and inflation.
Yeah, those. Inflation is the big one. I imagine that those tickets are probably, maybe $20 a piece, something like that. But by today's standards, good God.
Yeah.
And literally today, if you bought the ticket, so this comparison that Kang's got, it's for the cost of a season ticket at the club level, that's what
game
one
costs.
ticket would cost.
And that's a single buy-in if you want a club level seat. And look, we did this topic yesterday about the ticket prices. I don't know if that made anybody pivot with the knowledge that this was the most expensive non-Super Bowl ticket on the secondary market in TickPicks history. I've come to really, I'm decided I'm going to move towards TickPicks as my secondary ticket provider because they give you the out-the-door price. It's not, oh, wow, I can get a ticket for the Lions game this weekend for $250, and then you click on the link and it's $700. Well, it's not that much, but it's exponentially more.
$400 now
because of all the fees, and it feels to me like false advertising. You get your hopes up and you go, oh, I can afford that, and then you see what the out-the-door price is, and you're like, well, that's not what it said, but TickPicks just gives you the out-the-door price, and this is was it $991? Isn't that what we said?
That's what it's, yeah.
$991 is the average ticket price, which is the largest in non-Super Bowl history in the NFL.
That's what it was yesterday.
It's crazy. I don't know if that made people pivot, but we started it started us down a wormhole of things that were crazy to look back at. When you look at how we've come from where we were to where we are right now as a 1 seed, hosting another playoff game, 1 win away from hosting an NFC championship game, and dare we say, one of the favorites to win the Super Bowl. It's crazy looking back at a bunch of stuff, and we'll revisit it coming up next here on Carson Anderson, here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, and welcome to the program on a hump day. Hump day. It's a Wednesday. Feels a bit like a Thursday, given that the Lions play on Saturday and not Sunday this week. So we're just a couple days away from huge playoff game, Lions and the Washington Commanders at Ford Field. 248-539-9797. Joe's on 97 a ticket. Good morning, Joe.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing good, Joe.
Good. So I put money down at the beginning of the season for season tickets and didn't get them. And so I was put on to something called like the loyal member wait list or something like that. When they beat Minnesota, I got an email saying, hey, you can go online at 10 a.m. and get tickets for this playoff game. Go on, get tickets. I'm in section 138, 2 tickets next to each other, and roughly about $800 and some change per ticket. If you go on, I don't know if you want me to say the site right now, but if you go on the secondary market, I can't sell them for what I paid for them.
Interesting. Well, look, I mean, that goes down to the Lions.
I mean, I'm not disappointed. I'm just saying, like, I don't see anywhere close to ridiculous prices for this game.
Well, I don't think anybody used the word ridiculous, but it is the highest, according to TickPicks, the highest secondary average ticket price in the secondary market ever outside of Super Bowls. So
interesting.
Yeah, I mean, what the Lions priced them at, if that's close to what they're going on the secondary market, that probably means they are getting roughly market value out of what they price those tickets at. So,
yeah,
for whatever it's worth. I mean, I can't even imagine if they win this game what next week will be like.
Yeah, and I was never going to sell them, but just for curiosity, I was like, I wonder what I could get now that we saw Washington win, and it actually decreased in price from what they were last week.
I'm trying to think of what was the most coveted ticket in Detroit sports history. And I don't just mean by price.
I think last year's playoff game against the Rams was pretty damn coveted. When you think about that, up until this year, that was probably the most coveted Lions ticket I can think of. Because it was a playoff game and it was Stafford.
Game 7 of some Stanley Cup playoff runs.
I mean, maybe.
Smaller venue. Game 7 in 2009 against the Penguins.
That awful game.
I know, that game rattled me. But, and that game pops into my mind.
I thought it ended our friendship for a minute there.
It didn't end our friendship. It certainly ended our night way earlier than we expected.
It ended the night, yeah.
We had plans, and then they lose a game, and all right, see you tomorrow. The thing about it is, and I mean in all sincerity, that game, the first 6 games, the way the first 6 games were played in that series, Game 7 was completely a total non sequitur. It was a foreign independent entity from the previous 6 games. It wasn't played anything like the previous 6 games, the way I remember it, the way I felt at the time.
No, it's like they were playing in quicksand.
And I'm like, what is this? This doesn't look at all like losing the game was always a possibility. The way the game was played didn't look anything like the first 6 games in the style of hockey. And that always sits in the back of my mind of what I call the out-of-body experience. It's a factor Saturday. Like, can Washington have an out-of-body experience? Another example, I think, of the Ricky White, Rocky Lombardi game against Michigan that they had in the COVID year, where there was like 11 catches for 200 yards and 2 touchdowns between a quarterback that ended up at Northern Illinois and a receiver that didn't do anything else that year. But that day, they had the out-of-body experience. And so those are factors that I wonder about and I worry about because I'm confident that I'm chesty about this game.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty chesty about it too. Do you think that maybe the Pistons game against the Lakers in the finals with Kobe and Shaq, that may have been, when you think about it, like a really tough ticket to get because, again, smaller venue. For the NBA Finals,
Game 5, close it out at
it's the team that we love to go and work Pistons, and look who they're playing. I mean, not just Shaq and Kobe, but there was Gary Payton and Karl Malone on that team.
Yeah, I almost feel like we're talking about what's going to be number 2, because if the Lions win this game, I think this will be the most coveted ticket in Detroit sports history.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe there might be some college games that we're overlooking, but it just feels look. It's the NFL. The NFL is king, and this is absolutely it. but it's, as far as Saturday night's concerned, yeah, I'm feeling good about this.
Yeah.
I don't know. As Sunday kept wearing on, I just kept getting stronger and stronger feelings about this and the matchup. And I'm not cocky. I'm not overconfident, but I am confident.
I have a ton of respect for this Commanders team and a
I
ton
do
of
too.
respect for Jaden Daniels. And I think they are a problem, an absolute problem in the NFC moving forward. To me, though, it's a bit early. It's a bit early for them to be winning a game like this, although they got that team of destiny feel, and we'll get into that a little bit later on. All right, so we brought up before the break, it's crazy looking back, all right? And we want to know from you, what is your most crazy thing looking back at the building of this team or how far that we have come? An example, okay? It's crazy looking back at the extremely lukewarm reception to Jared Goff being involved in the Stafford trade.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy looking back at that. When you read, I went back and read some articles. The focus on our show, the focus from the people calling, the focus on all the stories being written
were the 2 picks,
the 2 first-round picks. And you start thinking about, there was criticism of the trade at the time, you remember, because there was that Carolina offer that was out there that would have given Detroit, because this pick was made before the 2021 draft, and Carolina had the 8th pick that year. And there was this story that circulated that Carolina had offered the pick at 8 for Matthew Stafford. And there's a ton of people that weren't happy with the Rams trade because they would have preferred the 2021 pick at number 8 as opposed to the Rams pick in 2022 and 2023. And look, this isn't to point fingers and say, hey, you were wrong.
We were all wrong.
Yeah, there was a whole bunch of stuff that we were all wrong about. I was pretty lukewarm to Jared Goff coming to town, and now I don't know if you can find a bigger Jared Goff fan. and this guy has been like the centerpiece of this rebuild. Like, and even halfway through his first year, we didn't see this. And in retrospect, the idea that they didn't even have to use one of those 2 first-round picks on a quarterback. It's crazy looking back at that trade and the lukewarm reception of Jared Goff. Now, if they had made the Carolina trade, they would have had their choice of some pretty good players. Most people wanted to make the Carolina trade for one player. Do you remember who that player was?
In 91 or in 2021.
21, yep.
Trying to think who the quarterbacks were.
You're on the right path.
Was that a Tua draft or was Tua the year after?
It was not a Tua.
Tua was the year before.
Or the year before. So who would have been? I can't think who the player was.
It was a Trevor Lawrence draft, wasn't it, Doug?
Yes.
I'll say that because you weren't getting the number 1 pick, but
yes. Justin Fields.
Oh yeah, I do remember this.
Justin Fields. So the Lions had the 7th pick. Carolina had the 8th pick. And had they traded Stafford to Carolina for that 8th pick, which many people endorsed, we took calls on this program, this was a better trade, would have got immediate help, could have got Justin Fields. Other players they could have had included Micah Parsons, Patrick Surtain, just to name a couple, Devonta Smith.
This is along with having the 7th pick.
Along with it, which was Penei Sewell.
So you could have Penei Sewell and Micah Parsons.
Yep. But the consensus
with no quarterback.
But the consensus was that they could have Penei Sewell and Justin Fields. Like, it's crazy looking back that thank God that trade wasn't made. Thank God they didn't take Justin Fields.
Well, I agree with that. Okay, because I'm so happy what they have now, and I was waiting to see what Goff was going to be like. I was a little more patient than people, but I wasn't firmly, Goff's going to be great.
Yep.
But I thought that there was
still
a little
bit more.
Yeah, I thought there was something there, but I'm not going to, go crazy, pat myself on the back because I didn't know he was going to be like this. But it's interesting to go back and think, okay, if you did take Justin Fields, what would Justin Fields look like behind a line of scrimmage like they have behind this offensive line? Because you still would get Penei Sewell in the draft.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be interesting.
It would be interesting, but I'm not interested in seeing nobody.
Well, no, I mean, I'm happier with where things are at right now, but it's just food for thought. It's where you go. It's different scenarios. And oh, by the way, if they had traded Stafford to Carolina, would Stafford even be in the NFL right now?
Yeah. 248-539-9797. What is the thing that's most crazy looking back at for you? Joe in Grosse Ile. Hi, Joe.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
To me, it's clear. It is the hiring of Dan Campbell from the laughably clownish tough guy press conference at the beginning to the 0-10 start, finally getting a tie and knowing we're not going to equal that ignominious record, to being the most revered coach in the NFL now is unbelievable and crazy to look back at, and thank God we got him.
It is crazy, because I remember at the time taking phone calls, Joe, from fans, and they brought up a very valid point. Who's won like this? Who's come on at a press conference like that, talk like this, total football Neanderthal guy? Who's done it like this? That was some people's response, and I don't blame them. We struggled. We were like, is Ditka like this? But there was really nobody that was exactly
and then
like
they
that.
have just a 3.5 wins the first year, 3 wins and a tie, and then to start off the next season like they did, and there was oh no, was it 1-10?
Yeah.
Is this right?
And he broke the mold.
Totally.
The way he coached, he broke the mold.
And because
come on, there's nobody like this guy.
And you know what? Historically, again, you look at the response of what people. Historically, this is the old. Here they go, trying to be the smartest guy in the room, do something nobody's done before.
Well, and the thing with him was that he didn't change who he was, despite the fact they only won 3 games and a tie the first year, or that they went 1-10 to start the next season. He didn't change. He kept preaching patience. It's going to pay off. It's going to pay off. And it's that whole front office group, with Sheila Ford Hamp and Rod Wood and Chris Spielman, and together with the GM and the coach. They all got together, and here's what we're going to do, and they believed in it. And if they didn't believe in it, we'd be looking at a different story right now. But they saw it through, and thank God they did. So when they went 8-2 down the stretch, that was much better.
All these things that have worked out, it's crazy looking back. At the time they happened, how we responded. We got a bunch more. We will get to that coming up. 10:32 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
It is cold out there, and that cold weather can really wreak havoc on your garage door, because if you think about it, you got all these moving parts like springs and rollers, and they can break when the temperature drops. And we get temperatures that are in the single digits. Yeah, that's nasty. So do what I do, or do what I did, and that was they needed some maintenance done that garage door. I called the right folks over at Precision Garage Door. They know exactly what they're doing. They came out a few years ago and said, garage door was making some weird noises, quite frankly. They diagnosed the problem, came up with a solution, and then said, look, long term, though, you're going to have to replace those garage doors. So when the time came to replace the garage doors, you bet, I called Precision again, and it was just an easy installation. It was an easy process, and we went through all the options, and I couldn't have been happier with the results. So if you need a new garage door, or maybe it's just some repairs, Precision is the place. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule at precisiondoormi.com.
All right, a lot of feedback coming in, including this one from Jesse the mailman. I really feel like more credit should be given to Doug for getting the phrase tick pick correct 2 days in a row. It is a challenge. There are things that are challenging in this job.
Who's the Pistons rookie?
Bobby Klintman.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Well done.
Yep. But yes, I appreciate that, Jesse. Thank you very much. Things that are crazy to look back on, Karsh with hair. So the person that sent this in, the kids were home over the holidays. So we had all 5 of us in the house. And at one point, some old pictures came up and they were scrolling through them. And there was a picture of me with hair. And the kids spent a lot of time analyzing this. And the net of the discussion was, my God, you look terrible. Which I kind of agreed with. When it really started to retreat, it should have all come off quicker.
We don't live in the past, Doug.
No, we don't. But there was an era there, probably a couple of years where I should have buzzed it right away.
I think that happens with every single guy that's gone through that male pattern baldness. You know, like there's no perfect time to let go. Like, I mean, it's always a little too late. You know, so
you're probably right.
You know what I mean? Like, no one just goes, "Well, I have a full head of hair. I'm gonna shave it before I go bald." Like, it usually doesn't happen. You usually wait till it kind of starts. You're not in the ready position anymore.
Yep.
And then when you look back at pictures, you go, "I should have did that a year earlier."
Holy stalker! Like, I look terrible, but. And then there was one of them. We had a video, and I like turned around backwards, and there was like this crater of hair, and I'm like, "Oh my God." What was I hanging on to? But yes, I agree with you. It is crazy looking back at that. But that's not really the topic. My girlfriend is a season ticket holder in the club level. She paid $7.20 a piece for her tickets for face value. She paid $7.20 a piece for her tickets face. So this postseason, the ticket price per game was $7.20. I'd rather pay $1,200 to watch this game over the whole 2013 season. To be fair, that's from Aaron, and that does make sense.
It went 7-9 that year. The 2013 Lions.
Damn it.
Crazy looking back, Scott writes in, I remember being super excited. The Lions traded up to 11 in the 2022 draft because I thought they would take Malik Willis. They took Jameson Williams instead. Yep. All right, other things that are crazy to look back at.
And then they drafted Eric Ebron.
Yeah. It's crazy to look back that they hired the coach before the GM and it worked.
Yeah, it is. I haven't read the third part of the story yet, and I want to. But Jeff Sedell of the Free Press has this excellent reporting done about how everything was constructed with this Detroit Lions team, starting from when Martha Ford basically took over, and then Sheila wanted to take over the team, and how that happened, and her passion to want this team to succeed, and how they came about with the circle of trust and all that, and goes into some detail about picking Dan Campbell over Brad Holmes. And it's, even though sequentially that's what happened, it all kind of happened together. When they're going to hire both guys, they knew, I think at the time before they announced Dan Campbell as the head coach, that this was what it was going to be, because they put the two together and wanted to hear if they would work together, if they shared similar philosophies, and put them on the phone. And it turns out they were two peas in a pod.
Yeah, so it's one of two things.
But still strange, because what you see sequentially is the announcement of a coach before a GM. What?
It's either elite level vetting, where the people in charge did such a good job at knowing what they want and being able to identify it and vet those people out and piece them together. It's like matchmaking is what it is. Or it was a stroke of absolute dumb luck, because Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell really work well together. And it's still unconventional, and I don't know that I'd recommend it. Just because it worked this time around, I'm not sure I'd recommend it. 248-539-9797. We're having fun with things that are crazy to look back at. DJ in Detroit. Hi, DJ.
What up, Joe? How you doing, my
We're
dog?
doing great, DJ.
Yeah, I ain't gonna even go there, but I heard the ball comment. I said, well, let me grab my phone. I ain't gonna go there, though. I ain't gonna go there.
It's not for everybody.
It's crazy looking back, man, that you was just almost touching on it, of how we were ridiculed as an organization for hiring Dan Campbell in general. It's crazy looking back at the comments of the kneecaps from Skip Bayless and all the national pundits killing him on his introduction. That fast forward, he's arguably in everybody's, well, not everybody, but in most people's eyes, the coach of the year. He's one of the best coaches in the NFL. We got the best record in his ascension as the top coach. It's crazy looking back because we were killed for it.
Yep. Do you remember the reaction when Dan Campbell wore the racing helmet to promote the Grand Prix?
Oh, people were not happy.
People were calling him a clown.
Yep.
Yep. He was talking about wanting to get maybe can we get a live lion out on the at the practice field, and people went nuts about that.
Yep. And sometimes like I watch the Herd, and he's the one that kind of gives it up for Dan now a little back, but most of them don't go back and say, you know what, we were wrong, or we owe that man an apology. You know what I'm saying? Most of them don't even acknowledge it, but they killed him. And now look, he's arguably one of the top 10 coaches in the NFL. I think everybody would probably agree. So that's the one for me.
Yeah, there was a lot of heat, and again, there was no precedent to a coach like this.
That was mine. The looking back at it, the doubting of Dan Campbell, because the first introduction people really had him here was his introduction press conference. Like they didn't know the story of Dan Campbell. They didn't go through his career and see that this man was absolutely gutted, actually, and pissed off that he didn't get the Dolphins job after they they fired their coach with Joel Philbin or something, right?
Yep.
And they put Dan Campbell in a bad situation on a bad team, named him interim coach. He went 5-7. And at the end of the season, they interviewed him again to see if they wanted to hire him. And they ended up picking Adam Gase. And Dan Campbell was pissed. He was so pissed. He was under contract, so he asked them to release him so he could go find an opportunity elsewhere. Allegedly, he was number 2 on their chart. They went with Adam Gase. So then he goes to New Orleans, and I'm looking back on this because I can't believe it either, guys. And he goes to New Orleans because he wants to learn under Sean Payton, and he learns. I mean, he credits Sean Payton with so much of how he is as a coach today. And through those years, as being an assistant coach under Sean Payton and with the Saints, he was just gathering information, learning how to do things, scheduling players, all that stuff, everything, learning how to coach, strategy. And he kept interviewing for jobs, not getting them. And finally, he gets his chance with the Lions. And that was just real emotion we saw in the introductory press conference because he was so excited and so happy that this is what he's wanted for so long. And he wears his emotions on his sleeve.
And it was an authenticity that, again, we were getting sort of introduced to, even though he was a player here. I don't think anybody really – there wasn't a whole lot of Dan Campbell press conferences when he was a player, but it was a first sight into an authenticity that has worked for him. I mean, it might be one of his superpowers is his authenticity.
Well, and the other thing is he's not a Sean Payton clone.
No.
Where a lot of guys that work under other coaches and want to emulate that coach and, he's been very successful, want to do things the same way. I mean, I'm sure whatever Dan Campbell took from him is very positive, but Dan Campbell's his own coach. He does things his way and uses maybe some of the principles that he learned, and he obviously learned a lot, but by no means is he a clone. And I think a lot of teams right now, when they do their hiring searches, they're looking for the clone. They're looking for the next Sean McVay, clearly, because they keep plucking guys from his tree, or they're looking for the next Sean Payton. Yeah, I said something nice about McVay.
M. Milton23 on Twitch says, hell, people were even getting all up in arms about his order at Starbucks with 3 espressos.
Right.
All right, so the 2023 draft, where their first 4 picks were Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Sam Laporta, and Brian Branch. It's crazy looking back at some of the analysis of that draft.
Yeah, I mean, I remember we doing the show, and it was really about the next day's show after the first round. And we came in, and I think we all had the same thought. Brian Branch is still available.
You know what's funny is I actually went back recently and looked at the show sheet, and we were all on board. Their first pick of the second round, we wanted Brian Branch. And they didn't get him with the first pick of the second round.
No. What they did was they start wheeling and dealing again. And that whole day, day 2 of the draft was just nothing but wheeling and dealing and getting guys that they believed in. So when you get Branch and Laporta in the second round, and then you're still able to, work the draft and get other players later on, and it's getting Hendon Hooker. It was stunning to me how good that draft was.
Look at the grade that draft got. We will get to that coming up today at 10:50. Eddie on hold has a great one. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. This new year, be the best you can be. Start out with the best water for your family. This month, CGC Water will save you $1,000 off on a K5 drinking water system when you bundle it with a Kinetico Premier softener. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter in 2025. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing will take care of all your plumbing needs. Save 10% off an Avian tankless water heater. We love ours from CGC Water. I just said we had the whole family home over Christmas. Never ran out of hot water. Your authorized independent Kinetico dealer, CGC Water, 855-339-4242. Doug Harsh, Scott the Gator Anderson, Kangs behind the glass, Kenny answering phones, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We're having some fun looking back at things now that are crazy to look back at to get the Lions to where they are, 15-2, number one seed, one of the favorites to win the Super Bowl, home playoff game Saturday night, and a chance to host the NFC Championship game. It's not too much we would change, but it's funny when you look back at how we got here. There's a lot of stuff that in the moment didn't seem like it was brilliance being executed, but it really was. Let's go to Eddie on a cell. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Eddie.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
So my moment is the not signing Jamal Williams. And let me tell you why, okay? When we went 8-2, we beat Green Bay. He set the all-time touchdown record, beat Barry's record. Everybody, I mean, it was debated upon, are we going to re-sign this guy? If not, he went to New Orleans, got a pretty nice contract for himself. I'm not going to hate on the guy. That's good for him.
Mm-hmm.
But that set in motion David Montgomery coming. And I'll tell you this, that was the first time in, I think, forever in any Lions fans' history, going back 91 years of the history of this team, that we actually had a productive offseason where free agents were looking at the Lions as a destination, and that really, with the draft, when you compound that with the draft and what Brad Holmes has done, that took us to the next level right there.
Yeah, that 22 season, it's Jamal Williams ran for over 1,000 yards, had 17 touchdowns. DeAndre Swift ran for 542 and had 5 touchdowns. And Lions fans were like, well, how are we going to replace, and we were all part of it, how are we going to replace that many touchdowns? That's 22 touchdowns. How do you possibly replace that? Well, they draft Jahmyr Gibbs and then they signed David Montgomery, and combined they had 23 touchdowns and almost 2,000 yards rushing.
And Gator, I'll tell you this, the signing of David Montgomery, and I tell everybody this who will listen to me, he is the most important player on our team because of one reason. He sets the tone, and if he's on, there is nothing that can stop this team. Nothing. Nothing. I love Jahmyr, but if you have David Montgomery running downhill, it opens up every single play that you could call in your playbook. Everything.
Eddie, I just took a look at this, and Gator mentioned the stats, but I'm going to take it a little bit further. That 1 year in Detroit, 1,066 yards, 17 touchdowns, 4.1 yards per carry. In the 2 seasons since, he has rushed for 470 yards, 2 touchdowns, 3 yards a carry. And just like you, I'm not MFing Jamal Williams.
Not at all. He was great
a
for this
great
team.
Lion. I loved his attitude. Yeah. And he's one of those guys that I'm grateful was a Lion.
But Doug, let me say one more thing. For years, this team was really bent on keeping people around because they really liked them. I think that was one of the first times they're like, you know what, we really like you, but we got to move on.
Yeah. I mean, it really is incredible when you think about that. And, of course, they traded Swift in the middle of that season. But, not just that first year of what happened, but then for them to improve on the numbers again this past season or this current season that we're on, they had combined nearly 3,000 yards of offense between the two of them this year with, I think, 32 touchdowns. That's insane.
And correct me if I'm wrong, we still paid those two less than Jamal Williams.
I think, they gave Montgomery an extension, but I think Montgomery was making less than Jamal, yeah. And obviously, Jahmyr Gibbs is on a rookie contract, but
I'm pretty sure we did the topic, will they rue the day?
Yeah.
When they let Jamal Williams go. But, all right, I said we get to this. This is Sports Illustrated's analysis of the 2023 draft.
Oh, Sports Illustrated. Here we go.
Now, just a reminder, in 2023, the Lions traded back from 6 to 12 and took Jahmyr Gibbs. At 18, they took Jack Campbell. At 34.
Which, by the way, if we go back and also look at just those positions, forget the players, hard and fast rules. You can't draft a running back in the first round, and you can't draft
an off-ball
linebacker in the first round.
Sam Laporta at 34, Brian Branch at 45, Hendon Hooker at 68, Broderick Martin at 96, Kobe Sorsdahl at 152, and Antoine Green at 219. They're all, with the exception of Green, still on the roster. Now, they don't all play. They play various roles, but the first 4 picks are elite, and this could be really one of the greatest drafts. I don't know if I'd say in NFL history. It's certainly one of the greatest in Lions history, it appears. This draft from Sports Illustrated got a C+. And when it's all said and done, we'll see where it fits into in the NFL rankings of elite drafts. But here's what they say. The Lions opened up with 3 consecutive head-scratching picks. Instead of prioritizing the defense, the Lions reached for Gibbs and later traded DeAndre Swift to the Eagles to make room for him in a crowded backfield. Detroit might regret that trade if they face the Eagles in the postseason. That could be true, actually, at some point, but I'm pretty happy with it.
Well, actually, let's see what happened. The Eagles flamed out, losing tons of games down the stretch that year, lost in the playoffs, and the Lions just got better and better and better and went to the NFC Championship game.
But if they play the Eagles this year and DeAndre Swift goes off, but neither here nor there. The story goes on to say, Coach Dan Campbell wants a physical team, but the Lions passed on tight end Michael Mayer.
Swift is with the Bears now.
So that's right, of course.
They have the Saquon Barkley
guy. Coach Dan Campbell wants a physical team, but the Lions passed on tight end Michael Mayer, who's probably a better blocker than Laporta. Jack Campbell might have been available in the second round, but it helped the Lions' defense because of his size and speed. Detroit, however, was smart to pounce on Hendon Hooker on day 2 to possibly become the quarterback of the future. So there you go.
Does it say who wrote it for SA?
It has 2 initials, GM, which doesn't stand for general manager clearly. I'll have to look it up who GM is. But it was a bunch of writers. Give me a minute.
I'm going to guess that person's kind of regretting that analysis.
Well, I mean, we always say that we're asked to do it. Analyzing drafts in the moment afterwards is a very difficult thing.
Yes, of course it is. But it's just, I think part of the prejudice goes into it is that somebody thinks that they know what the team should do, right?
Yep.
Or they know what the weaknesses are more so than what the team knows. And it's kind of laughable, and not just in this case, but in every case. Like we can all sit here and pretend we want to be the GM and here's what we would do. But I mean, because Brad Holmes has done what Brad Holmes has done, it has rendered any kind of discussion like that just it goes in the dirt right away. You have no chance of winning any kind of argument about what the Lions should or should not do in the draft, because if you're going to disagree with what Brad Holmes has done, you're just not on firm ground.
All right. It's crazy looking back at getting Amon-Ra St. Brown in the 4th round. Now, I found a draft analysis of 2021 when they got Amon-Ra and Penei Sewell. This is from Pete Prisco of CBS Sports. Lions had 7 picks, and 5 of those are starters. They nailed the draft. They started out by taking tackle Penei Sewell in the 1st, and he's been everything they expected at right tackle. They landed defensive tackle Aleem McNeil as starting safety Ifeatu Melifonwu in the 3rd, then got Amon-Ra St. Brown in the 4th and starting linebacker. St. Brown is the steal of this draft. And that was Pete Prisco. Pretty good.
And if you go back and watch that Inside the Lions Den, the draft video that they have from that one, and you'll see Sheila Ford Hamp say something to Brad Holmes about, are we going to get a receiver? And he's like, well, we still like the kid from USC, and there's some other guys out there. And then, of course, in the 4th round, they take him after not taking receiver the first 3 picks.
Well, it's fun to go down memory lane and see how we got to where we got with Lions sitting where they are. God, I'm glad the guy brought up the Jamal Williams thing. I also did a Google search on Dan Campbell racing helmet, and there's a story about Dan Campbell just being a clown. I'm like, dude.
It really is incredible how much that they've hit on in the draft in just a few years. And I think back to like the Red Wings when they were in this 25-year awesome period. They didn't draft well. They had like 2 drafts that were awesome and nothing in between, but still were able to maintain their excellence for 25 years. And yet in the NFL, at least with Brad Holmes, it's every year now he's been hitting on draft picks. And look, he learned from one of the best, because you're starting to see stories now about what they've done with the Rams and the whole F them pick stuff and how they're still doing it. This last draft class that they had, all the rookies are absolutely contributing to that team, and the Rams are in good shape for years to come too.
All right, TikTok, Gators hunch. Will it pay off today? We'll get to that today at 11:02. If you missed it earlier this week, he predicted something goes down today. That is next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if you're looking for a new or used car, you've got to check out Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. One of the largest inventories in the area. You're going to find exactly what you're looking for, whether it's a sleek new model or a reliable pre-owned vehicle. And here's the best part, guaranteed credit approval. That's right. No matter your credit situation, they've got your back. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield is the perfect spot. It's right there at 696 and Telegraph, making it easy for you to swing in and drive off in your dream car. And if you're short on time, no worries. They'll even bring your new ride right to your doorstep with at-home delivery. And if you're into the latest tech, you're going to be glad to know that Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield is one of the top EV dealers in the country, offering cutting-edge electric vehicles that are setting the standard for the future of driving. And best of all, they're open on Saturdays because they know that weekends are the best time to shop for your next car. Come on and see why Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield is the place to go for your next vehicle. Together, let's drive.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We'll get back to some Lions stuff coming up a little bit later on. Biggest story, one of the biggest stories in sports, and certainly a huge story in our town, as they are a number 1 seed in the NFL playoffs, an 8.5-point favorite against Washington this coming Saturday night at Ford Field, and what has turned into the most coveted ticket in the history of the NFL outside of Super Bowls, according to TickPicks, in terms of secondary market. For what that's worth, we can't even imagine what next week would be like if the Lions just so happened to win this game Saturday. Wow. In the meantime, we have another edition of Are You Going to Eat That scheduled for 12:30 today.
Okay, good.
Yeah, one of our favorite things to do here. But first, earlier this week, Gator had a hunch. His hunch was that today, on Wednesday, January 15th of 2025, the Detroit Tigers will announce a deal with Alex Bregman, third baseman. Now, we have rules for hunches.
Just a hunch.
Yeah. You don't have to back them up. It's a Carson Anderson show rule. It doesn't carry the weight of a full-on prediction, which usually has, reasoning. You may be reading of some tea leaves. Hunches are just that. It's just a hunch.
Yeah, and I chose Wednesday night because I thought we'd get enough past the NFL that maybe it can have its own moment. What I failed to calculate in there was that today is the day that they can announce international signings, and I don't know if the Tigers want to double up. I'd love if they doubled up.
So you think the Tigers are using the news cycle to announce a signing?
I don't know. I'm just looking for anything to delay.
Isn't this Bregman's decision? It's not really the Tigers. Hey, we've got a deal, but
it's 100% Bregman's decision.
Yeah,
what he wants to do.
So is the news cycle really a fact? Do you think Bregman's camp is worried about dominating the news cycle?
Maybe. Just as we get the hours are ticking down.
I'll say this. I think it was better when it was just a hunch without any reasoning.
Yeah, you think so? maybe stop talking. Maybe a closed mouth gathers no foot.
You guys, but you've been in the Bregman camp, and I'm really not. But I'm not. It's not that I don't think the player isn't an upgrade for this team right here and right now. It's that the projections of the kind of contract he's going to get, it really, really, it looks like and it smells like the next Javi Baez contract to me.
Okay, but when you say that, then you assume that because the Baez contract is awful because Baez is awful. So therefore, then you must be thinking that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but are you assuming that Bregman's going to be awful?
Not right away. No.
Okay. I mean, I feel more confident that he has a chance to be, and a good chance to be, a good player still for several years. Do I think by the end of the contract it's going to look bad? Yeah, I think all long-term contracts that you sign players to when they're in the 30s, most of them are going to look pretty bad at the end of it. But for right now, Alex Bregman can still play very well, can play the position that's a position of need. I wouldn't expect him to be a 30-home run guy here with the Tigers, but I expect him to hit with some power, to be a better than average OPS player. And for a team that's already a playoff team, to add the piece that they got no production out of last season at third base, and now you're replacing with a guy who will give you some production, I think it's going to be a much different feel than what the Javi thing was.
So I guess it depends on what is your tolerance for how many years do you think are unproductive? Right? How many years are you willing to accept a player being unproductive?
Well, it goes hand in hand with how successful are the years when the team is the team winning, right? Is the team still making a playoffs?
Right. If they win a Super Bowl, if they win a World Series, then there's a little bit of who cares.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or if you continue to make the playoffs, get to the ALCS, and the Tigers they were one game away from it this past season, which is crazy to think.
Yep.
And I think that in part there's going to be some unfortunate expectations for the Tigers this upcoming season because of what they did this last year.
I don't think that's unfortunate at all.
Well, no, but they're going to be held to a standard, but they still need to work in improving this team. So signing Bregman would go a long way towards improving this team. What we saw from Jace Young last season, it wasn't much. We didn't see a big sample size from him, but didn't hit a home run. Wasn't terribly productive. Was, okay at third base, but certainly not good at third base. So bring in a guy who's competent. Bring in a guy who's really good at it.
I guess
that's what I want to see.
I mean, there's discussion 6 years, $200 million, right? I mean, and this is
that's the high end of it. But as this thing has continued to go on, I don't think there's any way he's going to sign a 6-year contract.
If he doesn't get a 6-year contract, if it's a 4-year contract, I'm way more in favor. Everything that I have seen has been 6 years and pushing $200 million, and
that's what he wants.
Yeah, and if that's I mean, what I saw was literally like in Baseball Insiders projecting his contract.
But when was the last time you saw a projection like that? A couple weeks?
I don't know when it was, but I mean, I formulated my opinion based on those early projections. So if they have changed and it's less, I could certainly be more open to it.
Because that's what I feel.
What you say, I think what you're saying is absolutely true. If this player comes in and helps them win a World Series, then I don't really care what it costs and how long it's for. It's a valid point. I'm not sure they're an Alex Bregman away from being that. Are they an Alex Bregman and something else away from being that? There's other ways to use the money. I preferred Santander. And, if he's worth it for 3 of the 6 years, I don't know that that's enough. But if he gets less than 6 and the money isn't as big as people think, I could be swayed that this is nothing but a good thing. But
the report,
me being concerned about the long-term ramifications, I am not so dismissive as to think that he wouldn't be getting that he wouldn't help them win now.
Yeah, because this has dragged out as long as it has, and now is the time where things start to change and shift with what your expectation is with the contract. Does it go now from 6 years to a 3-year deal? Do you sign a 1-year improve-it deal, or is it a 4 or 5 year deal, but with an out after the first or second year for the player with heavier money in the front end of it? I mean, that's all possible at this point now because he hasn't signed. We heard that the baseline for the contract was what Houston offered, which was like $156 million. He didn't take that. Houston's moved on. They traded for Paredes. They got some other stuff going on, and it's so that ship has sailed. And other teams have gone and spent money elsewhere. And here's Alex Bregman still on the market, top third baseman out there, one of the top 5 free agents available from day one of free agency, and he's still available. And as you pointed out, so is Santander. But it came out last week that Santander and Jack Flaherty, both players, are now considering taking much shorter term contracts because they realize the market's not there for them for the long-term deal. And there are a lot of reasons why. And I think the same reasons are probably there for Alex Bregman. And if you look at the production, it has declined. Well, people look at those numbers, they look at analytics very seriously, and they'll say that that's not worth signing somebody for 6 years. So maybe the average cost of the player is still high, but the years have reduced. And I think we would all agree that sounds awesome, for the Tigers, if that's the case. If you can get Alex Bregman for 3 years and $100 million, do it.
Dude,
but
that's a whole different animal.
Yeah, exactly. But that's half the contract that maybe he was looking for. And to get something like that, you're going to have to end up being with an out after the first year for the player, if that's what he wants.
Yeah, if they get him on a 3-year deal, I'm significantly less concerned about how much they're paying him. I see a contract that is less likely to be punitive and painful at the end.
And I'm just thinking that at this point in time, because he hasn't signed yet, I don't think that there's a 6-year contract out there for him unless it's considerably less than $200 million.
248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, if you need some new gear for the playoffs, the stores are all picked over. They don't have your size. Only the ugly stuff is left. Heck, I tried to buy a hat the other day. I can't find one I like. It's not sold out. So get something from Show Some Athletic Apparel's Grit Line. This limited edition Grit Line has hoodies. They got my favorite, the long sleeve performance T-shirt with grit on the front, available in blue, gray, and black. Go to showsomerespect.com to get playoff ready in Showsome's Grit line. Showsomerespect.com, and don't forget the discount code Doug at checkout for an extra 20% off. Showsomerespect.com, SHOSUM respect.com. All right, feedback coming in on a variety of things we've been talking about, including this ticket for this game Saturday night is ranking amongst the all-timers in Detroit, and it feels like everything would be number 2 to if the Lions are fortunate enough to win this game against the Commanders. Rob points out a game that we haven't mentioned that was about as coveted a ticket. Rob says, guys, the last game at Tiger Stadium was crazy.
Yeah, I don't recall what the ticket prices were. I was at that game. It was amazing. I was there with a credentialed member of the media. That was amazing atmosphere to be out there. And then the way the game finished up was just, I mean, page out of The Natural.
Yeah.
With Rob Fick coming up and hitting the grand slam and up on the rooftop. It was just incredible.
But that's a really good one. Price, regardless of price, people wanted to be there.
You know, and looking back at that game, that's a game that would have been worth the price not just because the game was great, but then afterwards, and they bring all the former Tiger players come out onto the field and stuff, and that was pretty impressive with Trammelou running out in the field, Al Kaline there, and and they played Kansas City, and there was the moment with it was George Brett and Al Kaline, or George Brett and Alan Trammell, I forget who it was, that they were there for the ceremony. It was awesome.
248-539-9797. Stuff that's crazy to look back at to get to where we are right now with the Detroit Lions. It's crazy to look back at how we thought Jahmyr Gibbs was way too high and we should have held off on drafting him where we did. Look, I push back at the criticism, not because, to be fair here, most of the criticism was centered around you can't ... I don't know that there's anything that I find more ridiculous than hard and fast rules in the draft, because adhering to those hard and fast rules is trying to win the draft on draft night. The best way, what you want to do is if you have 7 picks, 1 in each round, the perfect draft is that when they do a redraft 10 years down the road, the 7 players you took go 1 on a redraft, go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the first round. That's the perfect draft, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to ever happen.
Nope.
But there are years where you look back at it and you go, no, that offensive tackle wasn't worth it, but that tight end would have gone in the top 10.
Well, after we've seen the last few, I think those hard and fast rules people are going to have to relax a little bit on that, because the resurgence of the running back, because Jahmyr Gibbs is so important, because you're seeing, Saquon Barkley have the year he's had, and Derrick Henry still doing what he does, and Bijan Robinson in that same class as Jahmyr do what he did this year, because you've got Brock Bowers who steps right in and has this amazing season playing on a god-awful team. And yet that's a tight end doing it. And oh, by the way, that's piggybacking off what Sam Laporta did the prior year, even though Laporta was a second-round guy. But the tight end is a position that you can use a first-round pick on. Having hard and fast rules when it comes to the draft is kind of silly, because every team is different with what their needs are. And every team will look and evaluate players completely differently. So it's just, I think it's just foolish to go into it insisting that you can't do this or you can't do that. I mean, the only hard and fast rule maybe at this point is you can't take a kicker or a punter in the first round until the day comes when you see this unicorn guy who does both duties for some college team, averages 55 yards a punt, and can kick it up to 75 yards. But until that day comes, you're probably not going to see kickers or punters taken in the first round.
Well, they're dumb because people got to find a way to draft to grade drafts, unfortunately, because that's we're part of that business. We don't have to give draft grades, but everyone does it, fans, media, whoever. And how do they do it, guys? They honestly do it based on position and players they've heard of. Seriously,
yeah.
Like you can't draft. That's going back to that rule thing, Doug. You can't draft a running back that high. I don't know who this guy is, so I don't like that pick. You know what I mean? It's dumb.
I didn't sit here and say Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be the NFC Offensive Player of the Month as the Lions clinch the 1 seed 2 years from now. I wasn't saying that. I was saying if you're being critical of this because you, quote, can't take a running back that high, that's not a reason to be critical of it. In a redraft, where would Gibbs go? I mean, I would imagine he would be locked in right about where he is, if not higher. 248-539-9797. More here. The craziest thing that has happened, this from an unnamed texter, Sheila Ford Hamp has made me happy the Fords didn't sell the team.
Yeah.
That might be the trump card.
Well, I was thinking of that earlier, just breaking all types of stereotypes. And not only that, but the prejudice against the Ford family that the Lions fans have had for years.
Yeah.
And deservedly so. And then the thought that, oh my God, they're gonna hand it over to the daughter. What? So many Lions fans think wanted Bill Ford Jr. to run with this because he was the guy that ultimately came out and said enough of Matt Millen. Here we go. Nope. He didn't want it. But his sister did. And thank God she did. And thank God she's got the passion for this that she did. And that's an all-timer, you know? Or a franchise who's absolutely loathed by the fan base. That now
an owner that
would do, the owner, the owner for that franchise. Now the fan base would, carry her on their shoulders for the entire parade down Woodward. Love her.
Yeah, the idea that she spoke at the Calvin thing and it hurt when she took the booze and people saw her in the tunnel afterwards could tell. To the idea, if she's ever on a float down Woodward, dude, the applause will be deafening.
Yeah.
Absolutely deafening.
They should show her Saturday night at some point on the big screen for the crowd so that
the
she
game's
gets
going
it. Yeah.
very well. Yes, I would agree.
So she gets, even beforehand, just give her the flowers that she deserves at this point. And Chris Spielman was very upset, very shaken when that happened.
The booing?
Yeah. He said at that point, that's when he knew that he wanted to be here and be part of that and not leave. Wanted to see it through.
That's why when they do the Lion King thing, they should have Chris Spielman lifting her up like a baby cub, like Simba, and the crowd goes nuts.
That would be incredible.
I think Spielman can do it. He's pretty strong.
He is.
Oh, he still looks like he's in good shape.
Oh, yeah.
He would still beat your ass with his thumb.
Just the thumb.
Yeah, just the thumb.
And his thumb's not just okay.
No. It's more than okay. 248-539-9797. What are some of the craziest things that you look back at and just kind of laugh? Speaking of crazy, Gator, I'm going to give you a crazy stat as it pertains to our Lions.
Okay.
And I'm going to go crazy with a K stat. Like that's how crazy it is. It's crazy with a K. Crazy with a K.
Just like crazy glue. Let's go.
You put the proper emphasis on how crazy this is. The somewhat maligned Lions defense. I don't know if I want to say much maligned. I think the Lions defense is maligned and praised at the same time.
Yes.
I think they're maligned for what they look like at sometimes. They are praised because they have been devastated by injuries and can still hold a team like Minnesota to 9. They have allowed 32.4% of third down conversions this year. The best in the NFL. This defense.
Wait, say that again.
They've allowed 32.4% of third down conversions this year. The best in the NFL.
That is crazy with a K. To think that this team, that's what they're doing. We know they've come up huge in some games.
Yep.
And you mentioned the Minnesota game, holding the Vikings to 9 points is fantastic. Because when they're not good, people remember the hell out of that.
Yep.
Oh, you remember the Bills game? Didn't they score 40? Yeah, okay, we know. But what about all those other games? They were great. You don't see it. That stat is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That they lead the NFL in defensive third down efficiency.
Yep.
That's amazing.
It really is. I mean, these are what they call money downs, and I tend to think it's a true reflection. I think if you looked at took this and looked at it and said, okay, what is the average distance on those third downs? The Lions have faced 185 third downs this year. Teams have converted 60 of them. Of the 185, what is the average to-go distance? I tend to think third down conversions are a direct reflection of that. I wonder if it would start with the Lions being the highest to-go average in the league.
Well, for most of the season, the Lions were so good against the run. Like they were pacing the league with how good they were against the run. As the season went on, they slipped a little bit further back. But remember, they were averaging less than like 80 yards a game. Mm-hmm. I think they were past the halfway mark of the season. I think they ended up giving up over 90 yards a game. But, yeah, that's it. You can't get it done on first down or second down. You're looking at 3rd and 8. Advantage to the defense.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Hope you're having a great Wednesday. We inch ever closer to a huge game on Saturday night. Lions and the Commanders, divisional round playoff. Our pregame coverage continues here on 97.1 A Ticket as we go to Monty in Belleville. You're next here on 97.1. What's up, Monty?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
It's going great.
I was just thinking as you guys were talking about Sheila Ford, that how fascinating is it that when I think about another woman in sports that took a franchise over and turned it around would be Jenny Buss in sports with the Lakers.
Yeah.
So I think it's awesome, like, for her to be in the same conversation, especially if we're able to win a Super Bowl. Give that lady a statue somewhere in Detroit because she deserves it.
So it's really interesting because it basically, I mean, the guy who sent the text, Monty, earlier, I don't know if you heard it, that said it's crazy that she's made me happy the Fords didn't sell the team. I mean, we are assuming that hopefully they finish this deal. Maybe if they sold the team years ago, they'd have multiple Super Bowls. Who knows? But we're kind of at a point where you really wouldn't want to change too much because they are a very, very legitimate and strong contender to be crowned, to play in the last game and be crowned, Super Bowl champions. But we'll see what happens. But I don't know that any other fan base in the league wouldn't trade their current situation with the Lions. Probably the Chiefs fans wouldn't because they've got multiple rings and they got Patrick Mahomes. But maybe the other 30 teams would.
I mean, I think we have the greatest sports story. This is going to be a movie someday. Just coming from the bottom of the pack and all of the adversity, and how crazy is it that we have a chance that we swapped quarterbacks, and each one of those guys get a chance to win a Super Bowl for a team that they wasn't drafted by. Like, that's crazy in itself when you think about that.
You're talking about Stafford and Goff.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stafford and Goff switching. Yeah. I mean, I don't know any other time that's happened where, here it is. Goff was a homegrown kid, drafted by the Rams. They're ready to get rid of him. We drafted Stafford. He goes there. He wins. And now a couple of years later, because of that trade, which I try to tell people, if we didn't lose Stafford, will we have the picks that we have, the St. Browns, the Hutchinsons? That sacrifice made a huge difference for us.
Well, look, it's Monty. That's going to send us down the wormhole of research in the media. If Goff wins a Super Bowl, has there ever been as much of a win-win trade in the history of sports? And I'm sure there are some great examples of things that are like this. But this will be one of the great ones where it really did help both sides.
It's an amazing story, and the trade working for both teams it's not commonplace like that. And to do it the way he brought up the two quarterbacks. You don't often see two big name quarterbacks traded for each other, along with the draft capital, of course. You don't see it unless it's for a salary dump, right? Which is exactly what this was portrayed to be. Not behind the scenes in Allen Park, but what us in the media discussed, what the fans discussed in getting Jared Goff. So, okay, got to take on the salary to make it work. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Oh, I guess we get 2 first-round picks. That's great. And then it ends up being that these two quarterbacks are great quarterbacks. Stafford wins the Super Bowl. He's having a heck of a season. He looks great in Los Angeles. But to be outdone, Jared Goff has looked better in Detroit. This doesn't happen.
All right, we got some college football news want to pass along. First on the local front, Jeffrey Percy has entered the portal, offensive tackle from Michigan, senior guy who's been started some games at left tackle, was going to be in the mix next year. He is moving on. When he did not start the bowl game, when you had Evan Link and the freshman Andrew Sprague start at the tackle spots, plus they love Blake Frazier. They got a 5-star coming in, Andrew Babalola, and they might have another one who recently decommitted from Alabama. What's this? A SEC player decommitting that might come north? Things have changed. Wonder what that is.
Money?
Result of. Anyway, so Jeff Percy has entered the portal. I've said all the time about this stuff. You want as much depth and many veteran players as possible because you're one injury away from you being the guy. But the other one that is going to garner more national headlines is Quinn Ewers is entering the NFL draft. So, put his name into the mix. Look, again, you do you. Your decision. Does it feel like, Gator, that there was another option there?
Yeah. I mean, the way they're throwing money around at top-notch quarterbacks in college football, which is crazy because it wasn't a discussion a few years ago, you would think that he could get $3 million to go take over one of the top teams that isn't quite ready to turn things over to a younger quarterback, that he would get top dollar on that market. And is $3 million more than what he would make his rookie season in the NFL? Because I don't know if this guy's going to be a first-round pick.
Well, the average annual salary of everybody below pick 16 in the first round is less than $4 million. But these are contracts. Everybody in the first round gets it 4 years with an option for a fifth year. So the total guaranteed money is way more than what he'd get for 1 year. Here's the thing about the 1 year in college, though. He would almost assuredly get more money staying in college than he would get in an average annual salary in the pros. And he'd have a chance to be the top quarterback coming out with one more year in college and score even bigger. But next year, by going pro, he'll probably pocket more money in 2025 because of signing bonuses.
Yeah. But again, it's where does he get drafted? And I think Quinn Ewers is an interesting kind of prospect. He's not flashy. He's shown up in some big games and not so much in others. I wouldn't take him in the first round unless, I guess, at the end of the first round you needed to get your next quarterback. Maybe you'd do that, but I don't know. I mean, the upside is, of course, we've discussed over the years, you take a quarterback in the one of those late picks, you trade up to get one. Like if you have a second-round pick, but you want to move up because you want the fifth-year option to see if it pans out.
What has happened, a trend in the draft, is that fifth-year option has impacted the quarterback market. Most quarterbacks with teams now will look at a second-round quarterback, a guy with a second-round grade, and try and get him late first round because they will hang on to the fifth-year option. So what has happened is there has been fewer second-round quarterbacks taken, more first-round quarterbacks taken, and more third-round quarterbacks taken. But this whole thing is left, I'm going to try this word, see if I get it right. It's left the second round bereft of quarterbacks.
Well done.
Did I do that?
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Well done.
I worked bereft in there.
That's great.
I think my work here is done today.
Yeah, listen. I went to the Chris Cornell School of Lyrics.
So you might, if you're not going to go in that first tier of quarterbacks, you might find yourself third round or below that. But here's the other thing. This kid might be like, I've graduated, I'm done with college.
Right.
So it's
make your own mind up what you want to do. I'm just saying that monetarily, if that's what you're looking at, and going to a position where you can kind of call your shot which school you want to go to and engage if you think that that's a national championship caliber team. Would you have been shocked if you heard that Quinn Ewers was going to Ohio State?
No, that would have been quite hysterical.
It would have been one hell of a full circle, and yet totally understandable too.
Financially, I think, if he's not a first-round pick, he might be taking a loss here next year. I mean, I think he could get like $6 million in NIL somewhere next year. But maybe he is sick of the college critique. Like there are times in Texas, down there where they're like, they're all over you, right? These kids. And you got Arch Manning breathing down your neck. And if you don't win it all, they hate you. And they hate, they go after your family, all that stuff. And maybe he's like, you know what? I don't even want to do this somewhere else. Yeah. I just want to get out of here. And there's an agent talking his ear. I can get you in the first round. I don't know what's going through his mind, but just strictly from a financial point of view, if he doesn't make it in the first round, he might be losing money this initial year. Because signing bonuses for like the last guy in the first round are like, they're close to $6 million. Around, that's the signing bonus. That's the guaranteed money.
So
you tell me that he's not going to return to Texas. I'm like, well, no kidding. I wouldn't return there either because they're
well, I'm
ready
not talking about that. I'm saying
right.
does he want to experience that elsewhere as well?
Yeah, it's like, okay, so what's the next part of it? That he's going to the draft. Oh, okay. All right. You good luck to you.
So Jordan Reed of ESPN ranks the available quarterbacks in the draft. Number 1 is Cam Ward. Number 2 is Shedeur Sanders. They are projected first-round picks. Number 3 is Jalen Milroe.
Don't buy that.
Early or mid-day 2. Number 4 is Dylan Gabriel. Late day 2, which day 2 is second and third round. Quinn Ewers, late day 2, early day 3.
What about your guy Jackson Dart?
Jackson Dart, same thing. Late day 2, early day 3. I am a Jackson Dart fan. I think he's got a elite accuracy, but he doesn't have the full package, and I think that offense that he ran, he has to prove that he can run an NFL offense. But he would be worth a flyer to me as a mid-round pick, even here in Detroit. Even here in Detroit.
Back off.
I will not. I will not back off. I like your guy, but
I don't think you do. You're already looking for the
well,
next one.
I don't like him as much as you do.
You like Jackson Dart better than my guy.
I think I do like Jackson Dart better than your guy. Well, you hump that leg. 248-539-9797. Bereft. What is next? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97. Wanted to get back to some predictions for this weekend. Lions and Commanders coming up in the noon hour. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Drew is calling from Colorado, and he's next here on 97. Want to take it? What's up, Drew?
Hey, my fellas. This is Drew from the other D, Denver.
Okay, great.
Hey, I just want to circle back on Quinn Ewers and some comments I thought about that. And I think it just comes down to him making a big boy decision, an adult move. Of course he can transfer to a new school and make more money, but that's just for 1 year. In this situation, he would just transfer to a new NFL team, probably with a new NFL coach, grow and develop together. And number two, I know there's a lot of hype around Shedeur and, some high remarks regarding Cam Ward, but without knowing the lineup for next year's quarterback class, he might be thinking that he has a better shot of being an earlier pick this year than next year. So I think it just comes down to him making, a very adult decision. He's graduated. When we graduate, we go into the workforce, and it seems to be what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's his decision to make, of course. It's just that you could look at the other side and what's the benefit of staying in school or going to another school? Get another year. You get paid handsomely because that's what they do now. They pay handsomely, Doug.
I'm going to have to take a look and see what round is the breaking point of the value of a contract where, what do we say? You said $3 million. Kank said $4 million.
For what?
For the value of a 1-year college NIL deal.
Well, I think he could get up to $6 million.
I was going to say,
I think he's a $6 million quarterback.
He's the guy that you would go to and say, okay, we get this kid, we can win the national championship.
The last player, this is interesting. The last player that got a contract above $6 million in last year's draft, looking at everybody's contract, was the 69th overall pick, the 5th pick of the 3rd round. Junior Colson from Michigan went to the LA Chargers with the 5th pick of the 3rd round. The total value on his contract was $6,027,006
for 4 years.
Over 4 years.
Not $24 million total.
Not $24 million. That's a $6 million contract. If he thinks he can go, for the signing bonus, I'm looking at, you'd have to add signing bonus plus average annual value to reach $6 million. And I've got to work my way through this here. That would be where he would pocket $6 million next year. It'd be roughly the 4th pick of the 2nd round.
Yeah.
Now, the total on that contract was $9 million. I guess you're talking about if it's $6 million. If $6 million is an accurate number, I still think it'd be financially more prudent because I don't think he's going to go that high. But hey, look, what the caller said is probably more time and effort than we were going to put into the topic. But he's right.
Well,
if you're making an adult decision and enter the workforce, that's fine.
Now the other thing is, if let's say that he ends up being a day 2 pick. Gets a chance to start at some point and then lights it up and looks really good. He gets paid earlier because there is no 5th year option.
If he goes and
so if he's a day 2 pick and tears it up, he's going to get paid before those first rounders get paid. Even though the first rounders have already gotten paid way more than he will, but that'll shift.
He'll hit a second contract before them.
Yeah.
And that could be after year 3 because you don't want a quarterback. If you think you got your guy, you don't want him playing in the last year of his deal without a contract. That's usually how it works in the NFL.
Now, something I brought up in the crosstalk kind of under my breath, but I did say it was audible.
You said something out loud publicly?
Yeah.
Because remember, when you say something, it's out there in the universe.
This is true.
We learned that last week.
It was out there. The guys behind the glass have made a similar observation.
About?
Well, they're wondering what your plans are for later tonight.
What my plans are for later tonight?
Yeah, when it's dark.
When it's very dark out.
Yes.
You look like you're ready to go on a caper.
Dude, go to Twitch or YouTube right now. If you want to see what Doug it looks like, what he dressed like this morning.
Yeah.
I feel like he came here in a white van. You definitely have a crowbar somewhere.
Right.
Like
blacked out windows in that van.
Yes, and you've got a partner, and I don't know where he's at.
I don't know where he's at either. I feel like maybe Doug did something early this morning.
Oh, okay.
And came in like when you saw him. King, when you saw him this morning when he came in, were there beads of sweat on Doug?
No,
it's too cold.
No, there wasn't.
This is a direct. Okay.
You look like a burglar.
Yes, he's wearing a all black hoodie, black beanie. I think black. Are those dark jeans as well?
Yeah, they're dark.
Well,
they're blue jeans. Yeah,
but they're dark.
I agree, Gator.
Yeah. The undershirt underneath the black hoodie is also it's like a royal blue, so that's going to be darker. What are you doing?
Up? Yeah.
I have nothing planned. Although you're giving me some ideas, maybe I will.
Something a burglar would say.
And knock up a 7-Eleven on the way home.
Knock up?
I don't know what's called when you rob
knock
a place.
them off.
Knock it off. Sorry.
Knocking up is something different.
Knock off is something you stop doing. That is true.
You're going to impregnate a 7-Eleven?
Hit up? No, I don't want to hit up.
You're going to knock it off.
I don't even know what it's called. How am I going to do it?
Well, you'd be very bad at it.
Yes.
Yeah. Criminals are generally dumb, Doug.
I don't think a life of crime is for you.
I'm going to impregnate that 7-Eleven.
What's he going to do? Stay safe.
Right.
There's a ton of feedback coming in on my look. Jay on YouTube says, "Where's the mask?" GM Oni G Money XX says Doug is starring in the new Home Alone.
Yeah, we're wondering where Pesci's at because you're definitely the taller guy.
Big D Dog on Twitch says Doug about to roll up. From Clackalacken, he's for sure wearing latex gloves. Doug is planning to put flyers of the dangers of red meat on cars at the dealerships. No. What else here?
You definitely look like you're in a roll-up outfit.
Yeah, this is nefarious.
Yes.
You're up to no good.
Am I?
That's the look.
Well, I'm in case I change plans, in case I decide that I want to rob a place on the way home, I'm all set, huh?
Yeah. Or on the way here this morning, yeah.
Or knock somebody up.
Yeah.
Or knock up an entire convenience store.
Watch your Amazon packages around this guy.
Or packages.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
What am I going to do? Knock up a 7-Eleven? Not how I would phrase it. I'm just saying, it was getting some chatter. I brought it up in the crosstalk. I said, what do you look like you're
What rekindled the topic?
Because it's something like 10 minutes ago, King says in my ear, he goes, have you noticed what Doug is wearing? I'm like, yes. Oh, yeah.
People want to know if you have both your gloves, Doug.
I don't have any gloves today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's not being safe.
Somebody recommends a Wendy's instead of a 7-Eleven. He's definitely planning a heist.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's a caper involved.
Yep.
I'm not saying I want in. I'm just saying I'm concerned. And maybe I want in.
Well,
sounds like it'd be fun.
Yeah, I got this plan at the Bellagio.
Do you? Yeah.
You need 10 other guys or what?
I just started recruiting today. I'm the acrobat.
Oh, okay. You need an explosives guy or anything?
You go to the sorority house, Takashi?
You went all Revenge of the Nerds,
I
huh?
did.
Nothing like bringing up a
Too
movie
far,
from
my
40 years ago, Gator.
It's all right. You know what I was talking about. Don't act like you don't know.
Well, I do.
Yeah.
Aaron Glad just said something regarding the potential for him leaving Detroit. We will get to that today at 12:02.
Divert.
Well, I mean, how much do you want to do this?
No, I think we're
We can keep going if you want.
Yeah, it'll be.
I'm not against it. I saw the YouTube numbers and the Twitch numbers went up. So
We'll be selected.
You did accomplish that. You did do one thing. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Now what are you doing? That's just ridiculous.
What?
What, you got a manifesto you're ready to read on the air here?
What are you talking about?
If you haven't tuned in to stream the show live with video on twitch.tv or on youtube.com, search either for 971 The Ticket. And we were joking before the break that, you know, Doug had shown up with a black hoodie and a black stocking cap, and he looked like he's ready for a caper, like to do some burglarizing, some thievery. And now to start the segment, Doug's just gone full. He's leaning into it now.
Sure, why not?
You're leaning into suspect number one.
You know, the funny thing is, like this, Jeff writes in, Doug looks like an idiot with his hood up. No crap. The funny thing is, today I wouldn't have worn the hat in studio. Like I had, it was cold this morning, as you pointed out in Crosstalk. But it was also particularly cold in here, and it was like the whole building. And so I kind of left, the hat stayed on, and I wore the hat into studio, which led to the look that I had.
Oh my God, he's still scary.
With what I was wearing today when I came into the studio, and you've turned the heat up.
Yeah, well, I did to start the show.
Yeah, and I was at one point I was considering maybe I'll take the hat and sweatshirt off because it was getting warmer, but I wouldn't describe it as toasty. No. But here's the other thing. I was cracking up. I looked down at the YouTube stream, and there were no comments since the beginning of the show. Now there's like 50 in the last 5 minutes. And
give them something to talk about.
People say, well, we got plenty to talk about, but you took the conversation here. I am wearing a black stocking cap and a black hoodie. Doug is trying to find a way to get money to get Lions tickets. That's from an unnamed texter. If I walk into a 7-Eleven and Doug is humping a Slurpee machine, I'm out of there.
I'll just take the monster.
Jeff says Doug wearing his Johnny Cash costume, also knocking up a 7-Eleven, is incredibly irresponsible. Kevin says, I think Doug is auditioning for Heat 2.
Oh.
I don't know anything about Heat 1, so.
It's a movie. That's why you don't know about it.
Al Pacino, Robert De Niro.
This is great. John in Lake Orion says, Doug looks like the artist's renderings of the Night Stalker. Wow.
He's got some Unabomber to him now.
Yeah.
Oh, with the hood up, obviously. But Unabomber wouldn't be so bold to wear the dark hoodie. He was like a gray hoodie guy and sunglasses.
Yes.
Very bold.
Were you trying to leave the house this morning without anyone noticing, or this just?
Yeah.
No, this was the look that I chose.
Mm-hmm.
But I go back to this. I'm going to wear this home, and my wife walks through the door. I'm going to say, what do you think of this look?
She's going to call 911.
Yeah, and she's going to give you her purse.
Yeah, that's or
take
not.
everything.
I don't know. Doug's wife, she's a fighter.
Oh, you think she fights back?
I think she will start just. You better identify yourself.
It's me, Doug.
Next thing you know, here's the point of an umbrella coming right at you.
Right.
Well,
if she's got groceries in her hand, eggs being thrown at you one at a time because she knows that she's got to maximize them.
Well, I have no plans of any criminal activity after the show, but in case the occasion so presents itself, I'm ready.
Yeah, you may want to talk loudly when she walks in so she knows it's you.
Honey, it's me. Okay. Again, go to Twitch or YouTube if you want to see what the look is. Might
get you closer too.
Well, I'll learn a little bit about her.
Spicy.
I might be out of gas if I stop at a 7-Eleven, though, on the way home. I mean, figuratively. Nolan Bianchi tweets out the following. Detroit Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn confirms that he turned down an interview with the Patriots. He just said it wasn't the best situation for him.
Yeah, being what some people have said, a token interview for the Rooney Rule. He's going to get a job, a legitimate job that he earns and deserves, and hopefully we'll hear that announcement after, February 11th or so.
Hopefully not.
Well, I don't want him to go, but I recognize he's a hell of a coach. And if I were one of these other teams, you bet your ass I'd want to hire him.
I would too. Hopefully, we will hear an announcement that the Detroit Lions have made him the highest paid coordinator along with Ben Johnson in the NFL. Far and away the two highest paid coordinators, and they both opted to stay. That's what I'm hoping for.
All right.
But I'll tell you what else is funny. One of the storylines in the DMV this week, as we lead into this game between the Lions and the Washington Commanders on Saturday night, is that Ben Johnson took his name out of the running for the Commanders' job last year. And I was listening to Adam Schefter's podcast, and he was talking about, could you imagine Ben Johnson calling plays for Jaden Daniels? And I'm like, I don't really need to imagine that. I don't particularly want to imagine that.
Well, totally different type of quarterback than what we have here. Mm-hmm. which is I think the Commanders are happy with what's worked out, and I think Ben Johnson's happy with what's worked out.
But I tell you what's funny is that's being presented as a storyline of them, making Ben Johnson pay for not taking that job. But I'm thinking to myself, who would that be exactly? Because, I don't know that Jaden Daniels will hold anything against Ben Johnson. I don't know the rest of the offense will. Certainly the new coaching staff won't because they got the job because, this is the owners are mad at Ben Johnson?
Well, this is one where it sounds good to start off with, and they say, so who are you mad at?
Yeah.
Shut up. Because you realize, wait a minute, we have no reason to be mad. This guy shunned us. We were jilted. We were mad a year ago, but we have no reason to be mad now because things have worked out. But what they may want to do is rub it in his face. Hey, this is a guy that didn't want to be part of what we were doing, but then again, that's you're right. It doesn't work.
It doesn't really work because
you're the new guys.
The new guys aren't mad. The new guys got the job.
You wouldn't have the opportunity unless Ben Johnson decided to turn it down.
So it's not like the coaches could say, and he said you weren't good enough, so you got us instead. What? Now, going back, it's funny to revisit this because there were these dueling storylines. And I don't remember who linked this, but they were tweets that Jenna Lane of ESPN and Jason Reed of ESPN both tweeted out when Ben Johnson and the Commanders went their separate ways. I don't know which tweet came first, but they were on the same thread. Jason Reed tweets, thread, been tied up working, so I missed the report on Ben Johnson supposedly interviewing so poorly with the Commanders, being the reason he informed the team he wouldn't take the job. This is an all-time banana in the tailpipe stuff, even as I type that. Jenna Lane says, was told that Ben Johnson was turned off by the Commanders' ownership, that they're basketball guys and felt they were a little too confident in their football opinions. Also, I heard he didn't interview well. He said, but clearly not a good fit for both sides. So did he interview poorly, or was he turned off by the ownership? And in the end, I don't know that it really matters because the Commanders are in a very good place. They are in a very good place, right?
Yep.
They're not only we talked about it earlier this week. They have one offensive starter over the age of 30. They got a rookie quarterback who's doing unbelievable stuff. They have, I think, the third most cap space in the NFL this offseason. We're not really in the business of predicting what's going to happen in the 2025 regular season or 2026 regular season. We do feel pretty confident that we're going to be a part of the chase in the NFC. I think the Commanders are going to be right there. That is a team that if you haven't already bought stock in, buy stock in them because I think the Commanders are going to be right there. And the Jaden Daniels thing is a big reason why. But that's a very healthy organization. It's all worked out for them.
Yeah, I would think so. They should be very proud of what they've done, and they've got very bright future, and they've got a legitimate shot at knocking off the Lions on Saturday night. We all hope it doesn't happen. But if they're going to manufacture some kind of chip on their shoulder because of Ben Johnson turning them down, okay, go ahead. But it's a strange chip to cultivate. But whatever you got to do.
Maybe they can. Maybe they can somehow authentically make them want to beat Detroit even more. I don't know. Motivation's there. I'll just say this. My gut's telling me not yet Commanders. With that said, we have some predictions for this game. We will get to them at 12:18 and another edition of Are You Going to Eat That at 12:32 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Get ready to elevate your game in the NFL playoffs with FanDuel because right now all customers can get a no-sweat same-game NFL parlay for any game. Just place a three-leg NFL same-game parlay and you'll get bonus bets back if your bet doesn't win. Same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at a bigger payday. You can build your own or choose one of the popular same-game parlays pre-built for you in FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. Just saying, 5 of the 6 playoff games last week. The under hit, and the only one that went over had a pick 6 and a blocked extra point return for 2. So what are you waiting for? Get your no sweat same game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum wager is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. I am mad, Gator.
Mad?
I am mad.
Not
Not at you.
Cop saw you around the corner?
No.
What?
I'm mad at Sargento.
Don't wave your cheese at me.
I have a cheese stick that I
Gator doesn't like you waving your finger or your cheese stick at him.
Yeah.
got a cheese stick that I cannot get open because
Individually packaged cheese.
Stupid Sargento. Although all my family will laugh and say, Dad's terrible when it comes to packaging.
It's true. You got a pair of scissors?
I do not. There's no scissors in studio. I can go get some during a commercial break. But stupid Sargento. Okay. So we got some predictions. Washington and Detroit. Seems like CBS is always the first to come out with their predictions for the weekend. John Breach of CBS. Jaden Daniels has been playing out of his mind, and now he gets to go up against a Lions defense that surrendered the third most passing yards in the NFL. Lions are banged up on defense, and Washington's offense is good enough to take advantage. If the Lions want to avoid an upset bid, the smartest thing for do might be just to run the ball on every play. The Lions average 146 yards a game on the ground, sixth best number in the NFL, and the Commanders' defense ranked 30th at stopping the run. One thing I will say is if you like watching points, this is the game for you. Dan Quinn coaches every game like he's about to blow a 28-3 lead in the Super Bowl, and I think that Super Bowl loss might have given him PTSD because now he coaches with his pants on fire. Washington hasn't made the NFC title game since 1991, and in that game they played the Lions. So I'm going to get crazy and go full circle here by predicting that the Washington Commanders beat the Lions to get back to the NFC title game for the first time in 33 years. The pick, Commanders 34, Lions 31.
Who is this?
John Breach of CBS Sports. He's taking the upset, Gator.
Never heard of him.
He's taking the upset.
Well, you can take the upset. Go ahead. And I think there will be others that do that too. Washington's a really good football team. I think the Lions match up well. And I've said before, I started saying it this week, I think the reason they match up well right now is just not a happenstance. It's the injuries to Carlton Davis, and it forces other people into different positions, which I think might make them stronger in a game against a quarterback like Jaden Danielson. Because now you've got Brian Branch that can play the slot corner. Amik Robertson did just fine last week against Minnesota's receivers on the outside, so you want to put him on McLaurin? Okay. And then you've got Melifonwu, the hard-hitting safety, the playmaking safety who's out there with Kirby Joseph. I just like that secondary. I think it's a good secondary. And now you've got more time for healing for these guys too, in particular Alex Anzalone, who was a beast in his first game back and would expect him to be even better because he's healthier and ready to go. I like what this team has to offer defensively against Jaden Daniels and the Commanders. Now, I think Jaden Daniels and the Commanders are going to score some points, but if the Lions hold them to 3 touchdowns or less, I think the Lions win this game going away.
Well, my whole thing is FGA, right? Field goal attempts.
Yep.
Hold them to field goal attempts, and you're going to win a game with this offense, which consistently performs week in and week out. I really do enjoy their efficiency. I mean, because here's the thing about it. I know some people don't like that the quarterback isn't particularly mobile. I'm so impressed because the quarterback isn't particularly mobile. It means that plays are designed and executed the way they're supposed to be. The offensive line is so good. Goff is so good. The receivers are so good. The running backs are so good. Tight end is very good. All the tight ends are so good that what you end up getting is a football operation that operates like the owner's manual suggests it should. It's not a lot of improvisation. It's so well designed and then executed.
Yeah, but I mean, there is an element that obviously that what Jaden Daniels brings that Jared Goff does not, but Goff brings so much more to the table at this point than Daniels does. Now, Daniels may get there. He looks great right now, but I don't think he processes the game as quickly as Goff does. But Daniels, if things break down, he can take off and go. But the Lions offense, everything is predicated on being able to run the ball effectively. And if they can do that, it unlocks everything else. And there haven't been many teams that have been able to keep the Lions from running the football well. And with a healthy offensive line, even though Zeitler is a limited participant in practice, after reading a quote yesterday from Levi Onwuzurike about Christian Mahogany and Giovanni Manu, about how they have progressed so much in practice, that those guys have really, really improved. And we saw Mahogany when he got a chance to play. They didn't look out of place running the football. They did just fine. That I am not worried at all if Zeitler can't go. They've got the guy that can step in. They're going to be able to run the football. And if they do that, the play-action passing game is the best in the NFL. If they're able to run the ball, that keeps the defense honest, and they have to be wary of that. It just opens everything else up. Then, Amon-Ra St. Brown's going to get open for his routes. Sam Laporta is going to get open for his routes in the shorter intermediate game. And then, of course, you're just waiting for take the shot to J-Mo all over the field. And this is a well-oiled, well-rehearsed team that can get the job done.
I'm confident in the Lions because of the run game. Defensively, I just don't want people. I think Aaron Glenn's done an unbelievable job with what he's been given throughout this entire season with all the injuries that mounted up. But the last game, they looked great against the Vikings. But then you saw what Darnold did against the Rams. I mean, was that kind of part Darnold just reverting back to what Sam Darnold was maybe this whole time? Or was that the defense, right? I think you lean on the offense like you always do. And the clear advantage is the Lions can run the ball, and the Commanders have a hard time stopping the ball. They're like the 30th ranked team in rushing yards allowed this year. Bobby Wagner, solid veteran, but he's 34 years old. He's not the same player he was a few years ago. He got truck sticked by Baker Mayfield last week. I know that's just one run, but my point is he's not the same player he used to be. If Monty's healthy and Campbell says, there's a place for him in this game, and Monty yesterday said, listen, I wouldn't be going if I wasn't ready to go. You got Gibbs and Monty back together, run the ball, soften up that defense all day long. Defensively, you're right, Doug, field goal attempts, bend but don't break, that type of thing, because you are going to give up some points at some time. I mean, Jaden Daniels, Terry, that connection's been going well all year long. So I just outscore them, hold them enough on defense, but just run the ball as much as you can.
The whole FGA thing is easier said than done, right?
Yep, absolutely.
It's what you're going to try to do, and by that, what you try to do is force the other team to go 3 and out every time. Like, that's what you try to do, but that's not realistic. So given what this defense puts on the field and how good Jaden Daniels is, yeah, it's a if you hold them to field goals, I'm sorry, I just don't see them losing this game. Pete Prisco has his prediction on CBS Sports.
Oh, Pete Prisco. That's a name I've heard.
He said this should be high scoring. The Lions are dynamic on offense and have defensive issues. The Commanders with rookie quarterback Jaden Daniels can score as well. Daniels will be even more electrifying inside on the fast track, but the Lions will get theirs as well. The Commanders might not be ready to win a game like this, especially in this environment, but they will hang around. Daniels is that good. Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn will send a lot of blitz looks at Daniels, but he will hold up and make some big plays with his legs against the blitz. But in the end, it will be the Lions who advance with a strong showing from their offense led by Jared Goff. He will hit some big shots downfield against Commanders secondary to win it. Lions 34, Commanders 31. Now,
same score.
Yeah, Prisco picks the Eagles to beat the Rams 23-20. Breach picks the Rams to beat the Eagles 23-20. So these two CBS Yahoos picked the same score for both games, but
for the other
opposite results. Does this feel
fishy?
It does seem fishy, doesn't it?
They don't like me calling Yahoos, by the way, either, Doug.
I should apologize. I shouldn't insult them.
Totally different.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a different website.
Yeah, that's not theirs.
Yeah.
Dan Wetzel.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Keep them out.
Wetzel's the Yahoo?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Keep them out of your mouth.
I apologize.
However that works.
Breach picked the Rams to be Philly 20-17, not 23-20. So I'm wrong. That's my bad.
You're the Yahoo.
I am the Yahoo. Thank you, everyone, for listening to the show on the Odyssey app. Download it for the mobile device today. AUDACY. That way you can listen to this program anywhere in these United States and some parts of Canada. We do know that we are getting more and more calls from outside our area, and we love it. Also, thank you, those of you listening on our website, 971theticket.com, where yesterday we posted Champ and Chump of the Weekend. Then there's a streaming with video where everybody's talking about my outfit today. Go to youtube.com, search up 971theticket, or go to twitch.tv, search up 971theticket.
I worry a little more about the defense because one thing, they played so well against the Vikings, but I think the refs allowed them to play physical. And depending on the crew this weekend, if they're not allowed to play as physical, this could be a high-scoring game because then Washington's going to be able to move the ball because either they're going to call the penalties or the Lions are going to have to back off a little bit. Because you saw it, right? I mean, the Viking players, they're complaining the entire game about holding and illegal contact.
So, and it's crazy because that was the crew. That crew had thrown more pass interference flags than any crew in the NFL going into that game, and yet the Vikings thought there should have been more flags thrown. I haven't seen who the officiating crew is for this game yet.
I did see it yesterday. Somebody had it, and I can't remember who the referee was.
We'll take a look at their trends because these are the conversations, the stuff that happens on the margins that can impact a close game. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up shortly here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Victory is mine. I actually opened up the Sargento cheese stick during the commercial break.
Way to go, Doug.
Took me 3 commercial breaks to get it done.
Attaboy.
Yep. I celebrate these small victories in life. Who we got next here? Don is on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Don.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, going on with Hooker, where do you guys see him standing at? It doesn't feel like a love being groomed behind Rodgers or Rodgers being groomed behind Favre. But are they holding on to him to be a draft pick? A trade pick in the future? Is they grooming him for a backup? What do you do with a first rounder? He would have been if he was not for the ACL injury. We're holding on to a first round pick here. What do you think the future is with him?
Well, I don't think they're holding on to a first-round pick because he hasn't played a ton and nobody would value him as a first-round pick right now. I mean, he's there to be the backup to Jared Goff for now.
But I'm saying you think they're holding – he's got one more year left in his rookie, right?
He'll be 2 years because this is just his second year.
Okay, but I'm saying it's one more year after this. So I'm saying, you think they're really holding him on to him to be taking the Rome after Goff, or is he – going to be a trade value?
Well, he doesn't have much trade value, given that anybody who would be taking would be doing on faith that he can be developed. They'd be the Lions couldn't expect to get much. I don't know that they really have made up their minds yet. It is very interesting that they signed Teddy Bridgewater. They're getting a veteran quarterback in here to compete as the backup. I have asked myself, if the Lions are fortunate enough to get up 5 touchdowns in the fourth quarter in one of these playoff games, and they're in garbage time, who do they put in?
Doesn't Hooker get that playing time?
I would think he does.
I think it would depend. I would think they put in Bridgewater because they signed Bridgewater in case he needs to win a playoff game for them.
Well, the answer is who's getting any reps in practice. And I think the reason you signed Bridgewater, they probably knew what they were going to do after last year when Bridgewater announced his retirement. I think they definitely kept that door open and he said what he wanted to say, right? I want to coach the high school team, and let me see where we're at after that point. He knows the offense. That's huge. To get somebody in here that doesn't need to, learn something brand new because he knows the offense. That's one reason he's here. Another reason is because he's got great mentorship ability with not just Hendon Hooker, but with other players on this team. The close relationship he has with Jamison Williams. So I don't know if Teddy Bridgewater plans on playing next year. I wouldn't imagine he is.
I wouldn't either.
But Hendon Hooker's future is it's up in the air. I mean, I imagine that they feel pretty comfortable with him. You go through another offseason and then training camp next year, and you got to look at him, and I think he'll probably look pretty good when it comes to training camp next year because he'll have been in the system for a couple years now. The first year was all clipboard and, studying type stuff because he wasn't on the field. And then all this year, different story. And when they went to him at some point this year, he didn't look out of place. He looked fine.
So they brought back the emergency third quarterback, right? And Kang, they brought back the emergency third quarterback, right?
Yes.
Okay. It'll be intriguing to see when they play Sunday, who's the emergency third quarterback? Is it Bridgewater or Hendon Hooker? Let me be clear. I don't care who it is. I really don't. I think the only reason, though, that you would bring in Teddy Bridgewater at the time that they did was just in case Goff, I mean, you could get injured and miss a series or two. You can get injured and miss a half, come back the next week, or you could be done. And I think it's possible. I don't know this. I think it's possible that guy would be Teddy Bridgewater. But we'll probably learn a lot when we see who the emergency third quarterback is, right?
I guess, yeah. I mean, look, I think Bridgewater's you want the experience over Jake Fromm, and Jake Fromm's not going to go. He was on the practice squad, so
we'll see.
Look, hopefully, we never even have to worry about it.
But now, yeah, and again, the Hendon Hooker, that's not really what he asked. He asked about what the future holds. I don't think they know yet what the future holds, and what I don't think they've defined what Hendon Hooker's role might be here moving forward. Let's get to another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? All right, Gator. This was made available at the Ravens game this past weekend, and I suppose it's possible the Ravens would host the AFC Championship game, and this would be made available again. The Ravens, for $17, made available a smoked turkey leg with Maryland crab dip. This is a turkey leg that you could dip into crab dip. Gator, for $17, are you going to eat that?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, you have me a turkey leg. I like the turkey leg. That's fine. Prefer turkey breast, but the leg is delicious. Crab dip. It's Maryland. They're all about crab. Mm-hmm. So, and I'm intrigued by the combo of turkey and crab.
Kang, Ravens turkey leg with crab dip. Would you eat that?
I love crab dip. Maybe not as much as Gator did that one day where he made the gallon.
I got a little excited.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, I'm in on this. Definitely. I think turkey can be dry sometimes. I think the crab dip might moisten this up a little bit too. So I think might be a nice combo you never thought of.
So what's interesting about this is I have found the most of the turkey legs that I've purchased at a concessions when I go to the LARPing festivals that I go to. I find that they I don't find them very good.
No?
But I would try this. I think this sounds like it's got great potential. So it's 3 for 3. Next up, Sprite Gator is introducing a new flavor. It's taking a popular beverage blend that was trending online and turning it into a brand new soda.
All right.
Sprite plus tea is on the way. The idea originated from a viral trend where fans mixed tea bags with Sprite to create what some dubbed the most refreshing drink on the internet. Sprite clearly saw its potential and ran with it, and now Sprite plus tea is a full-fledged product. The new drink is described as a refreshing blend of Sprite's iconic lemon lime taste and the crisp iced tea flavors. It will hit shelves this spring in both regular and zero-calorie options.
Yes. I was waiting to hear if it was going to be zero sugar. And yeah, I would definitely try that without question. I don't know if it's good or not, but I'm intrigued. I like Sprite.
I'm a sucker for flavored iced tea. Like when I see a restaurant has a menu like raspberry iced tea or strawberry iced tea.
You and Evan.
Yeah, exactly. Like this reminds me of the time when Evan went on a date with his wife, and she wasn't his wife at the time. And they were sitting down and ordering drinks, and he asked the waiter if he could order all the different types of iced tea, and she looked at him in disgust. She was actually visibly upset that he would even ask that question because he loves flavored iced tea as much as I do. Yes, so the answer is yes, and I'll answer for Evan too. The answer is yes for Evan.
So what's funny is I'm a huge iced tea fan as well.
All right.
And I've had more of the Arnold Palmer half and half zero cans of iced tea
Delicious.
than I have Sprite in the last decade, like by 100-fold. I would try this.
Wow.
I think this sounds interesting.
Kenny, the turkey leg crab dip. Curious what you would say about that.
I'm all on board. I like a turkey leg.
Okay, fair enough.
Hell
Now,
yes.
Doug, turkey leg crab dip out of Kenny's beard.
No. Next up, Cheetos is releasing a new flavor just in time for the Super Bowl.
All right. A little leery about this.
Do I need to go even further? Any further? Or are you going to
No,
say
you
yes?
need to keep going.
Cheetos Puffs Cheese Pizza flavor. It tastes just like a slice from your favorite pizza shop, combining elements of classic cheese pizza, cheese tomato flavor, notes of oregano and Italian seasoning. Cheetos Puff Cheese Pizza flavor now gives fans a new way to enjoy this iconic dish.
Yes, I would absolutely 100% try this. I do like the Cheetos Puff. I like the puffy ones. I like the regular Cheetos, the crunchy ones. Those are great too. Pizza flavor. I mean, you almost have me a pizza flavor, but finding it with this, absolutely, I would try this.
Kang?
In fact, I'm drooling a little bit.
Yeah, isn't your favorite like combo the pizza combo?
Pretzel combo is the greatest. Yeah, my favorite snack food you can get.
I'm in, Doug. I'm in. I love this stuff. This is innovation at its finest.
I am out.
Oh,
what?
Come on.
I've told you my Cheetos theory before.
Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah.
It stains your fingers that bad. What does it do to your stomach lining?
But you're wearing latex gloves today, so what difference does it make?
Next up, Pepsi is releasing a cherry and cream flavor Pepsi into its permanent lineup. Launching a new flavor, wild cherry and cream, a juicy new version of the drink, which combine notes of cherry and vanilla alongside the mainstay cola flavor, joins the brand's permanent lineup with both full sugar and zero sugar options. To reflect the cream in its name, Pepsi tells us that the beverage has an almost silky mouth feel with a contrasting zing of its familiar wild cherry flavor. Gator?
Yeah.
Pepsi cherry and cream. Are you going to eat that?
Get on top. Yeah, I would try this. Zero sugar. Yeah. Look, cherry Pepsi, cream soda type Pepsi. You combine them together, make a cherry cream Pepsi. Yeah, absolutely. I'd try it out. And I think it would be excellent to mix with some, some spirits.
Kang, you?
Generally, I'm not a Pepsi guy. Like, I'm Coke over Pepsi. I think people have other preferences. That's mine. I would try it because I do enjoy a good pop flavor, but I'm not as much in as I think Gator is.
Yeah, I'm a no.
You're
sounds like a bit much.
You're out. You were out with pop probably.
No, I mean I'll have a Diet Pepsi, Diet Coke. I like root beer. I do like root beer, but
you like ginger ale?
I do like ginger.
Yeah, you seem like a ginger ale guy.
But this is too much. All this?
Yes. Pizza.
Even a zero sugar version?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you ready for the next one from Pizza Hut?
I am.
Announced on Pizza Hut's China WeChat, they're dubbing something called the Goblin Pizza. Are you interested in the Goblin Pizza, Gator? Are you going to eat that?
I need to know what's in it, Doug.
This pizza contains a deep-fried whole bullfrog resting on coriander with a hard-boiled eggs and black olives serving as its eyes.
Absolutely not. A bullfrog?
Here's a picture.
That is disgusting. What are you doing? No, that's not even true. That's not even really a story. That's made up. That's farcical. No.
What?
Yeah.
So Gator says no. Kang, you into bullfrog pizza?
I'm out, but I know you're in because bullfrog's the other white meat. So
all three of us are out.
No, you like white meat only.
Yeah,
bullfrog.
Bullfrog.
And
Tastes like
finally,
chicken.
Gator, Peeps Toys
Nope.
have come out with Peeps for dogs.
Nope.
Popular in the spring, especially around Easter for years. They have a milk-bone marshmallow peep. Dogs can now safely participate in springtime and Easter fun with these marshmallow milk-bone Peeps treats. These treats come in 22-ounce bucket of fun shapes and colors like yellow chicks and pink bunnies that look like the original marshmallow Peeps that they make for humans. Best part about these treats, they have artificial marshmallow flavor, which dogs will for sure love. Gator, the milk-bone marshmallow treats, are they in Lois's future?
Absolutely not. Peeps are disgusting to begin with. They're not suitable for dogs. And then they're going to make one specifically for dogs?
Come on.
No.
How do you know
no.
Lois doesn't want it?
Lois will want anything, but she's not going to get it.
What, you're going to deny her?
Well, she also has a condition, so she's not allowed to have
Peeps?
anything other than what she gets, which sucks for her. I feel terrible for her because she's got pancreatitis, so she can't eat things like this. Absolutely not.
So you're out for Lois.
But I would have been out even if Lois didn't have pancreatitis. I couldn't do that to my dog.
No?
She'd be looking at me like, oh, no, you don't. Trust me. This is awful. And I could see her spitting it out right away. Like if you try to give her some medicine, like a pill, and you put some peanut butter around it and she eats the peanut butter and spits out the pill, I think she would spit the peep out right away.
Kang, you don't own a dog, so.
No.
Yeah. Neither do I.
Doug, for your cat?
Don't own a cat anymore.
Oh, I thought you got another cat.
No, we didn't get another cat. So.
But you're going to get a dog, though, right?
What's
Yeah,
that?
you're getting a dog.
You're getting a dog.
Oh, the kids wish. They swear they'll walk it. They'll take care of it. They swear. Right.
Yeah, for all that time they're going to spend at home?
Yeah, exactly. And there it is. That concludes another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
It's really hard to find great service, so when you find it, you tell everybody about it. That's why I'm telling you about Precision Garage Door Service. They're amazing. You got issues at garage door, only one place to call. It's Precision. I know this firsthand. They've come out in my house a couple of different occasions, one for maintenance because it was making a lot of noise. The other time, a couple years later, they told me, you're going to have to get new garage doors. And sure enough, the time came, I needed to get new garage doors, and they were amazing. Jeff was on his way to my house to assess the situation and made sure he had all the options lined up for me. I was able to pick out the perfect garage doors for my house. I know they'll do the same thing for you. The technicians are knowledgeable, and the service is absolutely stellar. Call Precision right away, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit them at precisiondoormi.com.
I got an SEC buddy, Eric, who sent me a story. It was a press release. And he said, could not keep us out. And the press, he wrote, cannot keep us out.
Okay.
SEC officiating crew assigned to national championship.
Listen, the game just means more. So they need to get the crew where they know it means more.
Yep.
Well, somebody from the SEC has to represent in some kind of participation.
Hey, they'll be there. They'll be there.
In spirit.
Yeah, they'll be overseeing it.
Yeah, they'll be,
I mean, whoever officiates a wedding isn't getting married, but they're there.
This is true.
So
it's just a shame, that, they've had all this dominance, and now second year in a row they're not going to be hoisting a.
I'm trying not to do something that I found very irritating. Is SEC schools co-opting all of the conference success as their own, like chanting SEC and sort of claiming everything that's done in the conference is all of ours and blah blah blah. But if Ohio State does win the national championship and it's back-to-back national champions for the Big Ten, the only reason that I would fly that flag is because the SEC does it. You know what I mean? As a counter to them.
Yeah, well, It's also, one of the blue bloods of college football and a stalwart in the Big Ten. It's not like it would be a recent addition like Oregon or Texas in the SEC.
Mm-hmm.
It's a team that's been there forever.
But
Ohio
hey,
State.
College football's great. They will crown a national champion on Monday. In the meanwhile, Pistons, they have really, really come on. It's been awesome to see. They do not play tonight. They are in action tomorrow against Indiana. These are the games that I find very intriguing against the teams that are ahead of them in the playoff chase. And right now, Detroit is a game and a half out of the 4 seed in the East. That is a real statement. I'm going to say it again.
All right.
Pistons are a game and a half out of the 4 seed in the East.
Isn't that crazy?
It is.
So they're crazy with the K-stat.
Yep.
They're that close. That's how, bunched together everything is in the Eastern Conference once you get past the top 3 teams. As you mentioned yesterday, it's a top 3 heavy conference, but everybody else
is
top
2. I mean, if you want to loop in the Knicks.
Why not throw the Knicks? And Pistons can even get more credit for the win that way. But everybody else is all bunched together. And the Pistons are right in the thick of it, and they're playing really good basketball. They've got a budding superstar. They've got a coach in his first year that it seems like everybody's buying into it. And they've got a heady general manager right now in his first go-around. I like this team. They've become, Pistons are on. I got to watch. That's what it's turned into for me.
After winning 14 games the entire year last year, in the last 3 weeks, they've won 10. Think about that. The whole season last year, they won 14 games. They have 10 wins in the last 3 weeks.
Amazing.
They're 2 games over 500, one of the hottest teams in basketball. The idea of them working their way up the ladder, I really, really, just think of every Piston championship that was working their way up the ladder. One year you made it to one level. The next year you climbed a little higher. And eventually you get to the top. And it feels like we started that journey back up. And it's great. It's awesome.
Nothing comes easy, it feels like, for this town, as in getting a championship or getting competitive, right? It's always work your way from the bottom and do it. The great thing about the Pistons this year is Cade's a legit all-star this year, because they don't give that unless your team is in it, right? In the playoff race, whatever. The fact that the Pistons are winning and Cade's doing what he's doing, he's actually going to get some national recognition possibly if he makes the all-star team. Because it doesn't mean anything if your team's not winning, and they're actually winning, which is awesome. And it's a lot to do because of Cade's development. Every night he's putting up numbers.
The Red Wings lose last night too, and they won 7 in a row, but they were a lifeless team. They were trending out of the playoffs. And then on December 28th, they started this run. They were 7 points out of the playoffs, and I don't know what they are now. They're 2? Is it 2 points out of the playoffs?
Well, for the loss last night, maybe a little bit further than that now.
They had a game in hand. So they're 4 points out. They did lose some ground, but they still have a game in hand on Columbus, and they've got 3 games in hand on Boston. So,
yeah, and Tampa is third in the division with 49 points. So, you're 5 points out of third place, which means you don't have to worry about the law.
The one thing when we all talk about, like, when things are going bad, they should just break it all down and rebuild. Well, the break it all down portion is sort of exciting because you're accruing assets. Like when you're breaking it down, you're trading guys away, your team's not very good, so you're looking forward to seeing what they're going to do with those assets. Then when you get the assets, it still doesn't mean you're good. It means you usually are building around young players, and it's painful. And you forget that just because you broke it down doesn't mean you build it right back up the next year, typically. Although that's changing in college sports because of the portal, and you can completely revamp your roster, like Dusty May did at Michigan. But, the Pistons and the Red Wings had to do the break it all down thing, and now their younger players that they were building around, are many of them have grown up and are starting to play to the point where they're just winning more.
Well, it's so hard to do it, I think, in the NBA, unless you hit on a couple of, like, if you're bad for a while and you get top picks and you hit on those picks, it's so hard to do. because the way the rules are set up with free agency, teams don't give up the best players. They don't let them hit free agency. Or when they become free agents, they just simply sign them. And they can, because of their own free agents, they can go above the salary cap. And it's hard to get those players. In the NFL, guys hit free agency and you can rebuild your squad in the offseason. You know, in baseball, it's similar. You can add players of note through free agency. But the other two sports, it's harder to do. And, you know, in hockey, you're drafting 18-year-olds, and you just don't know. I mean, I'm watching last night, Macklin Celebrini, who was the top pick in the draft. He's awesome. He looks like he's 12 years old. He honestly looks, I mean, that's, oh my God, that's an 18-year-old. Yep, at most. You know, but he's getting it done at this level. You don't know until you give him the chance. And it seems like, at least with the Red Wings, that they let, you know, the guys really have to prove themselves after they've been drafted in the minors and the juniors before they're going to give them the opportunity at the big club. And you know, they haven't been able to hit on the by getting the top pick. They end up using first round picks, but they're always slotted lower than what they were supposed to be because they have no luck when it comes to the lottery. And it's been a long road, and there have been some mistakes made along the way, and hopefully they're on the right path. But the loss last night, not a good loss, and the coach let him know about it, and he let him know publicly.
Yeah.
Which was impressive. So how do they respond? This is where you're starting to see if Todd McClellan's the right guy. Can he get this squad to respond to an egg that they laid last night?
So you just mentioned that they haven't been to the playoffs since 2016. They are starting to trend like a team that could. We talked about the Pistons, who are historically bad. That was the top 10 worst season in a regular season history, full regular season history. Last year, the 14 wins was one of the top 10 worst regular seasons for a full schedule ever.
They got the top pick, right?
No.
Oh, they didn't. Oh.
As we know, and we briefly mentioned Dusty May at Michigan. Last year, Michigan finished last in the Big Ten for the first time since, I believe, the 60s and only won 8 games. This year, they could be an emerging Final Four threat. Question: which coach, J.B. Bickerstaff, Todd McClellan, or Dusty May, have done the best job with the turnaround? Who has done the best job with the turnaround? Let's take 10 texts. 248-539-9797. Which of those three coaches, Bickerstaff, McClellan, or May, do you think has done the best job in the quick turnaround of the team that they took over and are coaching right now, given what happened a year ago or previous years and what's going on now? We'll take the first 10 texts. Remember to sign your text, or apparently you'll be struck down by lightning, and we will read the first 10 texts that come in. Who's done the better job with the quick turnaround? Phone calls mixed in as well here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Get back to your phone calls in a moment. We have been discussing the job of turning things around quickly with McClellan and the Red Wings, Bickerstaff with the Pistons, Dusty May with Michigan. Who, in your opinion, has done the best job with the quick turnaround? We got 10 texts. We'll read those. Actually, we'll read those right now, and then we'll get to your phone calls. Ed in Waterford says Bickerstaff. Joe in Farmington says Dusty May. He brought in the guys making the most impact. James in Plymouth said Bickerstaff, mostly the same squad. Julian in St. Clair Shores says it has to be Bickerstaff. This is what the Pistons should have been looking like. Johnny in Macomb says Bickerstaff, easy answer. Dave in Casco says Dusty May has done the best job. Connor says have to go with Bickerstaff for now. Sample size for the Red Wings is too short. Mike in a car says Todd McClellan has to be the choice. The team was going nowhere, and I believe we all need playoff effing hockey t-shirts as a rallying cry for the Red Wings. Bickerstaff because he's getting the most out of his players. Dusty May knew some of his players already. It's from Jason at the barbershop. Bickerstaff for sure. Pistons just fun to watch, and I'm not an NBA fan. That's from Larry. So Bickerstaff is the number one answer. You know, I guess I agree with that, and it's because he took the same material. It's not the same. The veterans they got are better than the veterans they signed last year. But I feel like Bickerstaff is just doing more with mostly the same. Like in college basketball, Dusty May deserves a ton of credit, and I'm not discrediting him at all. But in that world, you can completely revamp a roster. They basically got two contributors, right, from last year, Cheddar and Namari Barnett.
Look, it's no small task what he's done. I think it's been amazing. And I think his question's fantastic because you really think about it. You can state a case for all three. And, all right, just relax.
It's just fun.
I paid you a compliment.
No. It's really, really fun to have some really good stuff to talk about. You think we went through some lean years.
Yeah. And I think one of the comments where somebody says too small of a sample size for McClellan, I would lean in that direction. It's too small. However, if I were just evaluating based on where it's at, the answer to me would be McClellan because he's literally taking over the same team. There are no changes. Nothing has changed. Personnel is exactly the same. And that team was horrible. He comes in, they lose the first game, and then they go out and win the next 7 and then lose last night. I mean, that's pretty impressive. But overall, because I do think it's too small of a sample size at this point, I'd probably go with Dusty May. Even though you can revamp your entire team, he did.
Yeah.
And I don't know, is that team full of 5-star McDonald's All-American guys, or is it just guys that know his system?
Or have adopted to his.
Yeah,
adapted is the word.
There it is. I think that it's probably that because of that situation he's in. And in Bickerstaff, it's no slight to Bickerstaff.
No, they've all done a great job.
This is great.
Yeah.
But the difference is that Trajan Langdon brought in new players, veteran players, to add to this core, and these veteran players are good. And with Dusty May, you don't know how they're going to adjust to Big Ten basketball and physical basketball. And it's been amazing what they've done. So I guess I'd go there.
Michigan State in action tonight, by the way, and they are doing an excellent job with their team. They are looking very much like a Final Four contender themselves. This is going to be quite a Big Ten basketball season, given the Spartans and the Wolverines. Illinois is in the mix as well. They took it to Indiana last night.
Michigan State's an interesting squad. It's a different person each game, kind of stepping up and doing something. You don't see many guys that are going to go off for 20 points. What you see are, 5 guys can go off for 10 to 12 points. Everybody playing great defense, and it's Tom Izzo basketball. And they've gotten better as a 3-point shooting team, but they're still not good at it. It's interesting to hear Izzo talk about it last week, and he said, as far as 3-point shooting, our perimeter shooting, we still suck. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do, but you're doing everything else well.
This might be, correct me if I'm wrong, I haven't done the research on this, and I haven't really done a deep dive on it. I don't cover that team, but this might be the least ready-made NBA talent on his roster in a long time.
Well, they've got highly recruited players, but they're playing kind of like bit parts in ways, like Xavier Booker some games he looks like, oh my God, it's really clicked for him and he's going to be the guy. I can't wait to see him in the next game and see what he does. And then it's asked to do a different role or, stand back a little bit. And Cohen Carr is unbelievable how he plays above the rim, but it's not like he's scoring 20 points a game. Everybody's got their role on it. It's like a bunch of role players, even though they were highly recruited players, but that's kind of what Izzo's done. He's always, you really had to earn your playing time with him, and he's got a style and a way that he wants his team to play basketball, and it's not about star power.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Matt. You're next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Good afternoon, guys.
What's up?
You make a good point, Gator. It might be McLennan with the wings on the short term, but Bickerstaff with these Pistons, can really, I think, take these guys far. And what he's got in Cade Cunningham, I think the city really needs to open up to the fact that this guy might be third best player in the East. And, in the NBA, you need one of those guys to win playoff games. And I think with the way that they're playing team basketball around a guy like that who's able to do it all, I don't know who in the playoffs could beat them when we get them in a series. You got to have a guy like that.
Wait, did you just say you don't know who in the playoffs could beat the Pistons in a series?
In the East, you don't have that many superstars that are at the level that I believe Cade Cunningham is.
I think Cleveland's 34-5.
Yeah. Cleveland's really good. Boston's really good.
But they don't have, yes, Boston and you have Boston and Milwaukee. Outside of that, would you rather have Jalen Brunson or Cade Cunningham? Would you rather have Mitchell or Cunningham? I think Cade could lead a team better than some of those other guys could, and that's who we're going to see.
Are you equating having a superstar with winning a series?
In the playoffs, yes.
Okay, well, I hope you're right, and I hope Cade is every bit better than Brunson is, better than what's
Donovan
his name?
Mitchell.
Yeah, Banchero and he's hurt. But hey, I hope you're right. But I do not equate having a superstar with with winning a series. But we'll see. That's quite a leap.
That's a big leap.
Yep.
But he's got confidence. And they're playing well, but
I don't know. Yeah, it's early.
Got it. It's a superstar league. That's a
But
given,
I think what maybe I think he's doing it in his own mind, whether he realizes it or not. He's projecting what Cade is going to be by the end of the season, right? And that's possible. We don't know. He clearly hasn't hit a ceiling yet. Will he hit that?
They're 12-4 in their last 16, I believe. Cleveland's 34-5 on the season.
Oh, they're fantastic.
But
man.
he doesn't want to look at Cleveland and because you don't think Donovan Mitchell is as good as Cade Cunningham. I think they're both really good players, but Cleveland you can't discount 34-5.
No, I'm not even talking personally. For me, I don't even look at Cleveland and Boston. They're on a different level. I'm trying to. You want to try to chase the Knicks? I'm cool with that. I think Brunson's done more than Cade so far in this league, and I put him above Cade, but Cade can pass him up.
Yeah, and they just beat him the other night. But the guy had a thumb. It was back-to-back nights.
That's right, back-to-back nights.
It's amazing they were able to suit up a team.
All right, straight ahead. If the Lions are fortunate enough to win, Gator, if they are, we got point spreads on possible NFC title matchups. If they are able to win, they put these futures out there. I want you to think about what they might be, and we will get to that today at 1:18 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. There are no chickens being counted here. Anything can happen in the postseason. Some interesting data on big-time favorites in this round of the playoffs that we will get to in a moment. But Gator, we found we get point spreads sent to us here at the ticket, and people at BetOnline.ag did all the point spreads for possible title game matchups, AFC and NFC. Should the Lions be fortunate enough to perform well enough to advance past a very respectable outfit from Washington, and they take on the Philadelphia Eagles, the game would be in Ford Field, what do you think the point spread would be?
I would imagine it would be the, Lions by 4.5.
It is Lions -3 as it stands right now. If they get the Rams, what do you think the point spread would be?
Lions by 6.
Lions by 6.5. Well done. You know, it's funny because the Rams win in that playoff game. I mean, I'm not in LA, and so I don't know this. It's being billed a little bit as doing some good things for that community, given what they're going through.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, when natural disasters hit areas and a sports team can rally people, it's usually a pretty cool story. Like you can get behind that, right?
Yes.
I mean, this is awful what's happening in LA. It's just devastating. And the pictures that you're seeing now are horrific of the amount of property destruction. And when they get into the people who had their fire insurance canceled, I'm like, I don't know how these people are going to do it. Like it's
evil.
Yes. I don't know what else behind that. Again, I'm not there, but it's all the more reason why if the Lions win, I don't want to face the Rams. You know, that storyline, we'll already have the Stafford storyline, and the whole, that's the community with rallying around their football team. I don't know if they are, they aren't. I just don't. That's something else that, you know, I don't want to be the bad guy in that storyline.
We wouldn't be the bad guy. We're the team that most of the country's rooting for.
Well, I often talk about, I have a lot of respect for Ryan Russillo, who used to be on ESPN Radio and is now with The Ringer. And I mean, his theory is that if you don't have rooting interest, you're a Lions fan. If your team's not in it, you're probably rooting for the Lions. And I would say that might be true for a good portion of the community. I don't think Chicago's rooting for the Lions. I don't think Green Bay is rooting for the Lions. I don't think Minnesota is rooting for the Lions. My guess is people in Cleveland aren't rallying around the Lions, cities with historic rivalries. But I mean, if you're a Saints fan, if you're a Arizona Cardinals fan, you're a Seattle Seahawks fan, and you have no vested interest, they seem to have captured a lot of people's favor.
Well, they're a fun team to watch. You look at the ratings that come in when they play in prime time, and they're through the roof. I think the ratings for the game Saturday night are going to be, again, through the roof. People want to see this team play, and it helps that they're playing a really good Washington team that has a marquee player that they're going to want to watch as well. Yeah, I'm not really looking ahead. I know you're not either. I mean,
No.
it's about Saturday night, so I'm not really even allowing myself to be concerned about, is it Philadelphia? Is it the Rams? I hope it's good enough to get past Washington so we can talk about that on Monday's show. That would be great. So that's, and again, I like this matchup, Lions and Commanders.
Yeah. I got to tell you, the point spread on this one, and we mentioned it, and there's a story on our website, 9someonetheticket.com, about big favorites in this situation in the divisional round. And look, I don't have the numbers straight up, but teams that are 8-point favorites or more in the divisional round are 2-17 against, or I'm sorry, 12-17. It's a big difference. 12-17 against the spread. And, you know, it doesn't really confirm anything. It's just kind of a reminder, hey, be careful if you think this is going to be a stress-free Saturday night.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's against the spread. That's not the actual win-loss record.
No, but since the spread is 8, and if those teams typically cover the spread, that means this would be a one-score game, which means there's going to be a drive late in the game that.
Yeah, it could very well be a nail biter. I'm leaning the other way, and I understand that that history has said that it tends to go the other way, but there are 12 times when it doesn't. So I like their chances in this one, particularly if they get out to an early start. If they get out to a
quick
start and putting points on the board and keeping the Commanders off the field, and when the Commanders are on the field, that they're not scoring, that they've just stymied them, that Aaron Glenn has done what Aaron Glenn does, and then I think that we'll all feel really good about this. But if this game is tight at halftime, then it's gonna be tight the whole rest of the way. Ready, set, puke.
Okay, so some storylines that basically people talk about leading into this game. One is the insane season that this rookie quarterback Jayden Daniels is having. I think Jayden Daniels is a real fear in this game. Like, I don't think this is made up. And they've played so many close games. They have tied an NFL record they have 6 wins this year where they have scored in the last 10 seconds or overtime. Half of their wins have come in the last 10 seconds of games or overtime. And Jayden Daniels has orchestrated 6 fourth-quarter comebacks as a rookie. Like, he is, this is a very legitimate fear, is that this is the next potential great quarterback. Now, C.J. Stroud had an amazing first year in the NFL, and then, they're still playing, and they're playing well. They just won a playoff game, so let's be clear. But people are saying it's kind of a step back for Stroud this year. I think Jordan Love hit the ground running, and now there's some concern that maybe he took a step back, or it's a lot harder than people thought it was going to be. Maybe that's the way it's going to be with Jayden Daniels. But some of the stuff that Daniels has done this year is amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, but understand why they're there. They're in a position to come back because they're behind. So they've only had 4 games this year where they won by more than 5 points. So they've been in a bunch of tight games. I think it's a good team that can push the Lions, but I think the Lions are a better overall team. Yes, I think Jayden Daniels is going to make some plays. I think there's going to be plays where we're going, God, how can we stop? Where's the spy? Everybody's going to second guess what's happening out there because he's going to have several plays where he picks up 15 yards or 20 yards. Maybe he takes off and he gets 45 yards. But in the end, I don't think it's going to be reflective in the score. I think we're going to see not dominance like they had against Minnesota, but there's going to be a play, much like Cam Akers going for 50, that doesn't matter.
Yeah, as long as you can get all the yards you want between the 20s.
Yeah, go ahead and then light it up. But once you get inside the 20 in the red zone, it's not easy to score in the league. And it's really tough to score against Aaron Glenn's defense when you get that close. But I do think that Daniels presents real problems because of him being a dual threat. And if they design rollouts for him, then it can be concerning. But I do feel like Aaron Glenn has seen it all. They've done it all. They've been able to combat that, and I think they're going to be totally ready for this on Saturday night.
All right, is this a real thing? Are you concerned about getting the bye? It's like Rico came in a couple weeks ago when the Lions secured the bye, and his team, San Francisco, had a bye last year. And he's like, careful what you wish for, because he thought the 49ers came out lethargic after the bye last year in their first playoff victory against Green Bay.
Well, let's see. The last time the Lions had a bye week was after the Seattle game that they won 42-29. They had a week off. Then they had to go on the road at Dallas and struggle to score 50. They won it 47-9. So I know Dallas is not Washington. I get that. But I'm not concerned about this. I think the bye week, maybe you get concerned about that if you're healthy, and you haven't had to go through adversity and challenges all season long like the Lions had. If you had it, it was if the Lions had an easy 15-2, I'd say, okay, maybe that might come into play. Oh, it might be rusty. No, I think this team desperately needed to have that time off to heal up, reset a little bit, refocus, and here we go. Because they went all out to beat San Francisco, because they had that game for all the marbles against the Vikings. And I think that there's an adrenaline dump from that having the time off is going to help them. I don't think I don't worry about rust or any of that. I think this team is ready to go.
I think the if there is rust, I think the net effect on the Lions' performance is outweighed by the net effect of having Alex Anzalone healthier, having David Montgomery back, having a lot of banged up guys getting a chance to rest up and prepare for this game. I mean, I think rust can be a real thing, but given their injury list going into the playoffs, I think the net effect of getting guys healthier and getting the time off is way bigger than rust possibly would be.
Yeah, I think one of my concerns this week is just simply staying away from illness. You know, there's the flu bug is going around. Make sure well, I don't know if it's going around in the room, but I did see that I think Rakestraw has an illness. But if they can keep away from that, you know, because this is the cold and flu season, Doc. If they can stay away from that,
are you creating fear where we shouldn't? Should we be concerned about illness?
You should always be smart. Wash your hands. Don't touch your face. Keep your distance.
Well, I mean, yeah, but
just be more mindful.
There's no rumors of anything going through the Lions locker room.
I didn't say there were.
I guess I'm surprised you even brought it up.
Well, I don't know. Was that brought up at all during the college football game with Notre Dame and Penn State? The flu has just gone right through the room there with Notre Dame.
Yeah, it came up because the flu went through the room.
Right. So I want to make sure. I'm not sure why you aren't getting this. So you're not worried about somehow somebody's catches the flu and next thing works?
I wasn't until now.
All right. I should know better. You do get concerned about things once they're brought to your attention.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. Ticket text to the same number. Gator, I don't know if you saw this. It's actually kind of amusing. Story from Matt Lieberman, at Matt_Lieberman on Twitter. A.J. Brown might have just changed Jim Murphy's life after being seen on the sidelines reading his book and commenting afterwards. Murphy's Inner Excellence book went from number 552,709 on Amazon's bestseller list to number 1. To number 1.
Oh, there you go.
So I guess that's kind of a career break.
Oh, that's a big break. Yeah, sure, that works. Good for him. Not so good for A.J. Brown because the optics on it's terrible to see a guy reading a book on the sidelines. Nick Sirianni kind of backed off any criticism of it. Say, I just want my guys to, be focused, and if that helps get them focused, so be it. I don't know if I would be that calm about it. I think it's kind of crazy. Somebody reading a book on the sidelines during a football game.
If he's got like highlighted passages in the book that he uses to inspire him at specific moments, is that I haven't gone into the details on this, but I would think that would be something that I'd be.
I mean, I've never even heard of somebody having like a Bible on the sidelines, and they start to read the Bible.
There are important passages in that book as well,
right?
But yeah, I mean, has A.J. Brown asked for a percentage here?
He's the new Oprah Winfrey. When like you get like one of those books when she had her show, you'd get on her book club or whatever, and they would just blow up and become instant millionaires after that. A.J. Brown has found something here. He just needs to pick a different book every week for the sidelines.
This could be some sort of marketing ploy that he gets to be part of.
Yep. That's what it's all about these days, Doug.
Yep.
By the way, now I'm concerned with like one of the Blinds players having like the black lung pops or something. Gator, what the heck, man? I wasn't thinking anything like that as well, Doug. And then Gator brings it up. I'm like, crap. Someone just texted us. I was worried when I saw St. Brown at that bakery talking to all these strangers, taking pictures with them.
Yeah, I would be too.
I mean, we should have just kept these guys locked up for the bye week.
I would keep them in a bubble, honestly. Keep them focused.
I mean, a lot of the players have kids. They go to school, come home.
Like on my checklist of all the things to
right?
like,
bird flu, what's going on?
Now he's introducing the flu.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
I know.
It's not. Hold on. It's not a problem.
Now it is.
Gator's worried it's going to become a problem, but
it's a problem outside of Allen Park.
There's no reports of any Lions coming down with the flu.
And it's Rakestraw. Did not practice yet. Did not participate yesterday. Why? Hamstring/illness. I'm just saying. That's something I don't want to hear about. Let's go.
The good news was that David Montgomery.
Load up on vitamin C. Wash your hands.
David Montgomery was a full participant in practice yesterday. Terrion Arnold was a full participant in practice yesterday. Terrion Arnold, that was a weird injury because it was one of his own teammates landing on his foot and twisting it oddly, and that was late in the game when it felt like the game was decided. So getting him back and being a full participant,
it's just a bruise.
Feels like a big deal. I know that he's taken a bit of a beating because early in his rookie year he committed a bunch of penalties. Hasn't been nearly as much of an issue in the second half of the season. Not even close. Yeah. So
on the other side, Bobby Wagner didn't practice with an ankle. Then they had other players that are being rested. So,
yep.
Yeah, the Lions got an extra week, and the Commanders are on a short week. So I think the bye week, I'm not worried about Russ. If any team in the league needed a bye week, it was the Lions. They had one since week 5. That was 12 straight weeks of just nonstop football. Obviously, with all the injuries that piled up, even Anzalone could have used a week to let his arm, who knows how much on fire his arm was after that game this past week. And so Monty coming back. Ragnow is literally hurt all the time. It's just how hurt is he? So, yeah, let everyone rest up. The bye week was a good thing for the Lions.
Yeah, and I even forgot about the short week. I mean, they're playing Sunday, Saturday, and that, look, it's not the biggest of deals, but again, we talk about the margins. We go over the officiating crews. We talk about their trends. So can an extra day help? Yeah, an extra day absolutely can help. But that's a good team over there, and it's a team to respect, and it's a team that really was good defensively in that game against Tampa. And, Bucky Irving is a player that I really, really respect going back to previewing the game the Lions played against Tampa earlier in the year. They held him in check, man. And I don't know that's really truly indicative of them turning any kind of corner defensively because their defensive numbers aren't great. But I think they're probably doing the same thing we are in Detroit, and that's a little bit of building the case around a recent performance. Say, okay, the last time they played pretty well. And so I think they might be doing a little bit of that the way we are here in Detroit, is building a case. Now, does it, like the Lions defense gets a ton of credit for what they did against Minnesota. Does it worry you at all that Minnesota then went out and looked bad again? And that as much as we like to think it's about Detroit, maybe Minnesota finally hit that wall that people thought Sam Darnold was going to hit in week 6 or week 7 or week 8. But he didn't really revert to, as they say, water finds its level. Maybe it just found its level late in the year.
No, the Lions destroyed his confidence completely. Absolutely shattered his confidence. He was so pathetic against the Lions. And it carried over the next week. That's what happened. I mean, it looked worse against the Rams because he held on to the ball so damn long, and he got sacked 9 times for 80-something yards and completed less. I forget what the completion percentage was. It wasn't very good, but I mean, I think the Lions just destroyed him. It destroyed his confidence completely, and he has nowhere to go. He is what he is. He's a capable backup. You threw him in the greatest situation you could throw him in with all the weapons they have offensively, and he flourished against some bad teams, but it built his confidence up, and he felt good about it, and he looked like a really good quarterback. And then Aaron Glenn said, "We got something for you," and shook. And then the Rams did it to him, and halfway through that game, he was seeing ghosts again. So I think it's more the Lions than anything else of what they did to him, because they changed what was a really good quarterback during the course of the season to a terrible quarterback.
It's funny because the last time the Lions, like before this incarnation of the Lions, we often cited the Lions team that beat the Cowboys in the playoffs and then went to Washington and got killed. Although, was that game close at the half? It was close at the half, wasn't it?
Which one?
The Lions-Washington game, the year the Lions beat the Cowboys. Was it after the 93 season? It beat the Cowboys at the Silverdome, then went to Washington.
It was after the 91 season.
91 season, I'm sorry. Wasn't that game close at the half?
I think it was, and then it was a pick 6, and it was done.
Yep. I don't think that has any bearing on anything, right?
No.
I mean, it has nothing to do with anything. But that game, I think, left scars for the Detroit fans that lived it. It was a brutal game. We went in with such high hopes, and the Lions were so damn good the week before against Dallas, and then went to Washington. And I'm gonna have to go back and look at that box score because my memories are, they're not even close to the Super Bowl.
Well, it ended up being that way. I think just when you thought they were, pick 6, and that is such a deflator, a kick to the nuts that how do you respond to that? And they didn't.
Yeah. The final was 41-10.
Yeah, that would tell you that it got out of hand.
At the half, Washington was up 17-10.
So there you have it.
Yep. And field goal, touchdown pass. Pick 6 came at the end, actually. A Darrell Green 32-yard interception return for the final score.
God, that guy was so good.
Yes, he was. But so was Barry Sanders. And see if we got what Barry did in that game.
Probably not much because they have to play from behind in the second half, and they're going to be throwing the ball.
11 carries for 44 yards.
So 4 yards a carry.
Yep.
And they gave up on the run because got to throw it.
Yep.
How many passes did Rodney Peete throw in that game?
Well, it was Eric Kramer.
Or Eric Kramer, sorry.
He threw 33.
That's it?
Well, Andre Ware threw 9.
Okay, so that's 42. That's a lot. Back in 1991, that's a lot of throws.
Yep. Mark Rippon went 12 of 17.
Pretty efficient.
Yeah. But they didn't really, I mean, even looking at this, the Lions give him short fields or what? 228 yards. A leading rusher had 62 yards.
How'd they score 41 points?
I don't know.
This game fast and furious.
They scored 41 points on 345 yards of total offense. But
one of those is a pick six.
And I'm assuming there were some short fields mixed in as well. All right, it's Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797. 97.1 the ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. It's one of the reasons why if someone in my family needs an attorney for a car or truck accident, I will recommend Michigan Auto Law, my guy Steve, and their whole crew. They have the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Same thing with trucks, largest of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. And their customer service is great. They're proactive with communication. They return all phone calls within 24 hours. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. So last night I am watching the Red Wings game and I'm flipping around between periods and I see TGL is on, the Indoor Golf Simulator League, and Tiger's playing.
Yep.
And I thought, well, Gator's watching this probably more than I am, but probably during breaks in the Red Wing game. Did you watch it last night?
I had forgotten about it until the Red Wings game was done.
Okay.
And we're getting close to being done. And that's when I realized and I flipped on. So I was able to catch maybe the last half an hour of it. But I'm glad I did.
Why is that?
Well, the golf was not good. Tigers team was going against the Los Angeles team. The Los Angeles team taking on the Jupiter, Florida team.
When they get together.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen. So 3-on-3. See,
throw the records out.
Yeah, exactly. So Justin Rose on one side, Tiger Woods on the other side. But on Tiger's team was Kevin Kistner. Kevin Kistner was having a rough time. Had a bunch of penalty shots throughout, I guess.
Penalty shots?
Yeah, well, because he was out of bounds, hitting the ball into the simulator, and that would show that ball was tracking way far left. Or because the course that they're playing on is it's a computer-generated course. It's a lot of fun. Might go down the cliff, like when you're playing Golden Tee or something like that. You hit it too far or didn't hit it far enough. And your next thing you know, it's way down a gorge. You have to take a drop. So he was not playing well. But there became a point last night where Kistner was hitting out of the sand trap. And once you get into the sand trap in this thing, you're literally hitting out of a sand trap onto a giant green.
So it's a real sand trap
in the studio. Yeah, in the studio on this green that can morph into any shape that they want it to morph into. So it's pretty realistic from that standpoint. So the golfers are standing aside watching Kistner hit out of the trap. And Kistner does what anybody who's ever played golf has done. He mishits it out of the trap, or if you mishit a chip shot, and it's a rocket, and it just takes off like 100 miles an hour, more than 100 miles an hour. And it hits the flagstick. Had it not hit the flagstick, that ball was going way to the back of the arena towards like the screen that they hit at, because once they're done hitting at the screen, then they flip sides and go over towards the green to it, because it's a man-made green. He hit it so damn hard, and it ends up deflecting it and goes elsewhere. But it was on its way just ridiculous direction. The reaction from the other 5 golfers is priceless. His teammates at the time, it was Max Homa and Tiger Woods. They fall down laughing because it's such a ridiculously bad shot. The other guys are laughing at him as well from the Los Angeles team. It provided some entertainment for a match that really was not entertaining. Tiger's team just did not show up. The other team played much better with draining putts, and these guys weren't. But for that moment in time that I happened to catch it, I'm glad I did, because apparently that was the highlight, and it was a great highlight. I showed it to you during a break.
Yes, you did.
It is funny, and it's funny because it's a professional golfer who does what amateurs do all the time, and we can all relate to that. And then after that, he had another horrible shot, but into the screen as opposed to.
So just because I'm not particularly interested in this thing doesn't mean I'm rooting against it in any way, because I'm not. You gave a ratings fact about it that blew my mind, because I am rooting against something in golf.
Yeah, it was last week. Do you remember what it was? Do you have the number?
I don't have the number in front of me, but I am rooting against Live Golf. And it's because basically now we have 2 leagues of watered down product. It's not as good. Watching golf isn't as good on a week in, week out basis because of the emergence of Live. And I was perfectly fine with the establishment, and now this league comes along and waters it down. But you told me a ratings fact that blew my mind. Do I have this right? That the first TGL event, this indoor golf simulator league, had a higher rating than any Live event ever on television?
That is what I saw. And I'm trying to see if I can find the exact tweet from that. But that was from last week. But that's what it said. Now I'm looking at one that just came out. The second TGL match averaged 1.3 million viewers on ESPN, up 14% from the first week, and also more than the Duke-Miami men's basketball game. Through the first 2 weeks, over 6.3 million unique viewers have tuned in to the TGL.
So a reporter by the name of David Rumsey, who does a lot of golf stuff, says TGL averaged more viewers than Live Golf ever did on the CW. And maybe that's the key thing there is on the CW. But
well, where else?
And this could be the Tiger impact because Tiger didn't play in week 1, right? He just played last night.
No, he did not play in week 1.
So that might be why ratings went up last night.
It's definitely why
But
ratings.
I'm sorry, if this indoor golf simulator with PGA guys is out getting bigger ratings than Live Golf, what does that say?
Well, it says that Live Golf should probably find a better TV outlet than the CW, even though everybody's got the CW on their basic cable. Yeah, and there's a handful of golfers that you would care about on the Live Tour.
Yeah, I mean there are guys I care about, but you take them out of the events that I do care about, and I don't care.
Well, that's why they're finding common ground and trying to find a way that they can play on the PGA Tour as well, and for the major events and all that, there's looking at different models where that can work. But it was also interesting that they announced that Live Tour announced that they're going to have that event in August in Plymouth at the golf course, the new course out there that they redesigned. And I think that's cool. Look, if you don't like Live Golf, I understand it. I get why you wouldn't. But at the same time, having a professional golf event in our area, I think is great. In what we have with the Rocket Mortgage Classic, I love that. It's a PGA event, which is awesome. But here, is it possible that you're going to see players that you'd like to see but aren't in the PGA Tour anymore? Will Dustin Johnson make this one? You're going to see the other players, Brooks Koepka and what's his face, Bryson DeChambeau.
What was the sound effect you made earlier?
I know you don't like Live. I got it. But you can't deny that those are golfers people want to see. And the fact that they're coming to a Detroit area, in Plymouth, I think is pretty cool. So you don't have to go. But I think there'll be plenty of people that will.
I will most not go ever. But
the fact that the simulated golf league is dwarfing their ratings.
Yep.
Tells you that you're not alone in your disdain for Live Golf. I think there's a lot of people that don't want to watch it because of what it is, and there's also it's a different setup. But
is Live going to come up with a simulation golf league as well now?
They shouldn't. If anything, they should try to. If anything, what they should do is get a Live trio to compete on the TGL. That's what they should do. To have, can you imagine? I mean, would that get ratings if you're watching the simulation with DeChambeau, DJ, and Koepka as a team? I think people would tune in for that.
If you're a Live guy, yeah, that would get ratings. There are more people watching you than watching your normal events.
Yes, but I get it. You don't like Live. Thanks.
Make it clear, Doug.
Yeah. Rico Beard has made his way in studio.
Gator and Dougie D.
Watch your
What's
stuff.
up?
Watch your stuff, Rico.
My favorite feedback that I didn't read is somebody sent us some feedback that said, "Is Doug meeting somebody down at the docks later today?"
That's Merchant Marines. You join? Like, what's going on, man?
Yeah, keep an eye on your watch. Apparently the deal.
Yeah. When's that album drop? Mixtape.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm putting something together.
Featuring.
That's what it's about. Me and
featuring Schoolie.
Was it LaMelo Ball? Me and LaMelo
LiAngelo.
Ball. LiAngelo. Me and LiAngelo got a crossover project coming up here.
Schoolie D on there too.
Look at my Gucci. It's about that time to tease what's coming up next.
You know what? We have a little dilemma with somebody on the show. Looks like David is going to be asking the people, should he start taking some gummies to sleep at night?
Oh, is he having issues sleeping?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
David's going to go the gummies route?
Yeah, so he wants to know if that's to be a good idea or no.
I'm just into petty theft and stick-up jobs, so I don't know anything about the drug trade.
I walked in like, did he lose a bet? Like, why does Doug look like...
I was cold in the building earlier today, and I left my hat on.
In this place?
Yeah.
Doug said he was going to knock up a 7-Eleven later.
I did say exactly that.
Just don't make sure you're not in, what is it, Livonia? that what John says? Don't go into Livonia or cops in Livonia or something?
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah.
I have nothing but respect for the fine people, law enforcement.
You don't
in
look
Livonia.
like it, but okay.
All right, so David might start doing gummies next. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other.
And lock your doors.
Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Just fantastic. Wednesday, we are here. We are ready to rock. We have lots to do. We're going to get to Lions a couple different ways. There is momentum with Ben Johnson trending away from the team. We'll talk about it. It could be a surprising destination. And I also have what I think is the root of all evil with college football. And I need to see if Rico agrees, disagrees, or just simply doesn't give an F. Also, congratulations to Rico Beard. We're not going to talk about why, but I'm just proud of you, and I want you to know that. All right, so
I will walk out of here.
Busting your balls. Relax. Take it easy. Wow. Rico's not happy.
I will walk out of here.
I was just congratulating you on you look great today.
It's a preemptive. You. I don't think I had to worry about Katie.
Rico will be operating the Melting Moment stand at the Breslin tonight. Okay, congrats. Now listen, let's move forward. David has a question, and I don't really like starting shows this way, but David is like, look, I'm not going to tell you about it, but I have something I have to ask you to start the show. If you know me, you know I don't like surprises. Just say what you got to say, and let's just keep it moving. Well, David wanted to get all cute today, and he's got his fashion glasses on. So I don't know what to expect, but I'm willing to listen. Now, what is it you want to ask? And I'm going to take Rico's approach. If this is uncouth, I'm going to walk up out of here. Okay.
No, not uncouth at all. At least I don't think so. So I haven't really been saying anything to anybody. I mean, you're not my doctor, so I don't
Jesus.
really need to say anything to you.
Are you about to make this heavy?
No, not about to make it heavy. But for the last 6 months, I just have not been able to sleep. Meaning, I've been going to sleep at like 3:00 in the morning on a pretty regular occasion, and then getting right back up at 6 to take my son. It's just been a struggle, man. And
is that why your performance is suffering?
I've been looking some things up, and I'm thinking of going to the gummies to help me sleep. I think I need something. I need something to help, man.
Oh my God, this is
I need it. I need a dong bong or something.
No. Hold on a minute. That's not. You've lost Rico. Wait a minute.
I should have left.
Hey, you want to go back in time about 90 seconds? Hold on. Now, I'm happy to take you through this, but wait a second now. Because what I'm not going to do is have your uncle showing up at my house with both of his bow ties all pissed at me.
See, that's the part that I worry about with this. I don't want to be in a state here. I don't.
All right, people, here's what we got to do. People, help me with this, because I know where this is going to go, Rico. Okay, David, first of all, there has to be – people have to shift their mindset with what we look at as drugs or medicine, all right? You're not smoking the toad here. You know, you're not doing DMT. You are taking a weed gummy to go to sleep. How is that different than melatonin? How is it different than if you had gone and gotten a prescription for Ambien?
So you're not, basically David's not trying to become Snoop.
No, it's a different, because you're not taking that type of gum.
Right.
David's not going to come in here and be like, oops.
Preemptive strike. I'm just saying, like.
I'm having number 5.
Yeah. You know what? Let's order some Taco Bell.
Well, David, all right. David, what do you know about it?
Not much. I've been looking up a little bit,
not. First of all, I can bring it to you. Second of all, here's what I would say. This is how it works with weed gummies to go to sleep. I can't speak to the Evan Jenkins slot machine gummies. That's a whole different vibe.
I like Evan in Vegas on those.
I do too. Even though he's our producer and we could get knocked off the air at any moment, I don't even care. Like, have as many as you like. But the sleepy gummies, here's how this is going to work. This is after the kids go to bed. This is after. Literally, the only thing you should be doing after taking this is if you want to brush your teeth.
Okay.
This is after you kiss your wife, or in your case,
so
you just can't stop. The point is,
so when I get home from work, I shouldn't just, let me take it. Let's go.
No.
Okay.
No. This is in bed.
Well, if you hate your family.
Right. This is in bed Dracula mode. You're in bed. I don't know what you're doing. I don't want to get involved in your world where there's a kid every 9 months. I don't know. But good night, honey. Game over. Have a great night. Lights out. Gummy.
But there's different levels to what you
Yes, and I'm going to help you through
it.
The general packaging is going to be 20 milligrams of gummy. You do not want to take the whole thing on first rip. You're going to get yourself some real problems, and we'll see you next Tuesday. What I would suggest is cut the gummy in thirds. Now, they used to be 10 milligrams, and you could just bite the gummy in half, 5 milligrams, good night. Perfect starter pack. but just view it like 3 pieces. Start and just cut a third and go to sleep.
How long does it take?
Me, I'm out in 10 minutes. But David, the gummies that you're going to buy, they're all going to have like sleep logos on there, or counting sheep, or a crescent moon, and they're indica. That's it. Indica in the couch.
That's what someone just texted.
That was Evan was like, just remember, in the couch.
But what I would say is, here's the deal. Do not take too much to start. Go slow with it. You'll find a comfort zone. You will build up a tolerance at a certain point, and you're going to bump it up again. But what I don't think you should be judged for in the church, this is my problem with religion. You're going to have a bunch of old-ass ladies up there down at Tireman. Oh, the pastor's a drug addict.
I don't think they're listening, so I think I'm good.
That is not how this works.
It come past the Snoop.
Right. Oh, look, it's Snoop-a-loop-a-doopa. No. But David, do you here's what I would do. I will bring some to you Friday. I think you should try this on the weekend, because you may have a reaction where Papa Bear may be out for a full 8 hours.
Okay.
So is this like youngest child related, or you're just up?
He's had enough of being a father. That's what this is. Don't you get it?
No, I'm just up, man. My mind can't stop after a game. I'm not like, oh, the game's over, I'm ready to go to sleep. No, I'm looking things up. I'm trying to listening to press conferences, and then it's 3:00 in the morning.
Do you know what happens when you take these? That all goes away.
Okay, that's what I need.
The other thing that has always helped me ever since I really started prioritizing sleep, David, there's different techniques, and whether it's breathing techniques or what you're doing with your mind, you combine a gummy with a technique, and you're out. It's game over. 10 minutes, you're done.
That's
and you
I
won't
need.
wake up. You're out.
Yeah.
It's game over. You wake up the next morning. I'm telling you, I'm happy
So
to bring
I
them to you.
will wake up the next morning.
Yeah, David,
okay?
you're not doing crack. It's a weed gummy, and it's designed to go
Whitney.
to sleep. What'd you just say?
I said, okay, Whitney.
I didn't say take it in the bathtub.
Take the whole thing and bye-bye.
Yeah, David, here's 100 milligrams in a bathtub with a plugged-in toaster. Probably not going to work. Are you serious about this?
About taking it?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I am.
He is. He's been talking about
Yes,
this for
I
a
am.
while. I didn't think we would take it to the air, but yes.
Why not?
I talked to Kenny about it.
Because I was just like, David.
But there's
man,
nothing. Look at Calvin Johnson. Calvin Johnson
owns a bunch of stores.
Right. Listen, there's weed to have a good time. I don't mess with that. That's not for me. I don't need altered state at this point in my life. But to go to sleep, yeah, because I don't want to have to take ZQuil. I don't want to have to take melatonin,
So
and
you're-
I will not take Ambien.
So you're out like a light for like 8 hours?
Game over.
Okay. So you wouldn't take one to go on a plane?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Because I'm telling you, that thin air and that
trust me.
that little condom in the sky, I would never add substances
No,
to
you
that.
remember when I had the guy out had the seizure? Yeah, I think he had overdosed on the gummies.
Well, and then you tried to take his seat because he was in Comfort Plus.
Well, he was gone.
Yeah,
at
you're
that
like,
point.
tag him and bag him. Can Daddy have this seat?
Scoot over. I want to take. I want to sit here now.
Class. I'm like, well, technically nobody's sitting in the seat.
The guy's dead.
Everybody was like, well, sure.
So listen, can I, if I have strayed, or if you agree with what I'm saying, can I get the Weed Gummy Army to give us a buzz here? We're going to get to the Lions, but this is David's question. I think David should not allow the church to pressure him or make him feel like a pariah. No, David, I don't even view it as drugs. I just view it as an herbal supplement to sleep. All right, you're not Lamar Odom taking off-brand boner pills. It's a weed gummy. You're going to go. No, you're going to go to sleep. It's great.
And that's all I need. I just need sleep, man. Regular nightly sleep.
And how long have you been not sleeping?
He said 6 months.
It's been 6 months. It's probably been longer than that, but yeah.
Jesus, man. Yeah, I would take the weed gummy before I ever went to the doctor and got a prescription for any of the poison they want to put in you.
See, that's what I don't want to do the Ambien. I do have family members that take it. I don't want to do that.
Because that's the stuff you hallucinate, right?
That's what Tiger was taking before he was banging pancake waitresses.
That was Mel Gibson.
The phone call.
Yeah, he would just do that and turn racist.
I wouldn't. Okay. You imagine David just starts with all of his anti-white rhetoric. David sounds like he has Tourette's in the middle of the night.
And Kenny, here's what I
Kenny Kotz, people. So look, my vote is yes. And if you want, I'll bring you some stuff. And David, you got to be an adult. I'll even handwrite a note on instructions. You'll be fine.
I got nothing for you, David. I don't use
now,
it.
David, there is a type of gummy you can take, like if you have anxiety or you get like the Sunday scaries, if you will.
No, I don't do that.
If you really,
Wait, what are the Sunday scaries?
Hey, just the thought of coming in here.
Oh,
And you're just like,
I don't have
that. There is that. I mean, you can go whatever level you want. There is a wide breadth of outcomes before you go Evan slot machine. That's the end of the rainbow.
See, Evan makes it look so fun. Like Evan, he's like, I can't try it, Evan, but you make it look fun.
You also have to understand the sheer volume of weed.
Right.
Evan can
it's
ingest.
stages. He goes in stages, and I'm like, take a walk with him on the strip, and you see the different stages come out as the walk
It's a
progresses.
lot like DiCaprio and Wolf of Wall Street with the drool stage and all that.
Yes.
That's Evan's journey. It's just slightly different. But listen to me. I'll get you taken care of, okay? I think it is the best thing I've done for sleep, truly. Now, if you want to go messing around with your bed and stuff, it's up to you and the missus. Leave me out of that.
What about the blanket you told me about?
Oh, the weighted blanket?
Yeah, you tried that?
Yeah, but with the weed gummy, you don't even need it.
I don't think I want to do that. I'd rather do the gummy than the weighted blanket.
You're going to be fine.
I don't want to feel like I'm restricted.
David, you're going to be fine. I'm going to get you hooked up. We'll talk to the people about it here for a minute. We'll get to Ben Johnson and some momentum, apparently, with an NFL team to land him. We are going to talk about the Lions because I had a couple conversations with buddies of mine, and the way they're watching this game is a little bit strange to me. Come to find out, Kenny's the exact same. We're going to talk about that at 3 o'clock. And I want to discuss the true embodiment of evil as it relates to college football and see if Rico will bless this opinion. We got a lot to do today, but David, I'm actually happy you sideswiped the start of the show. I am a big proponent of this.
Well, David's a weed head, guys. There we go. 248.
Next, Greater Life Church, pastor's a drug addict. 248-539-9797. You're fine, David. It's not even drugs. It's ridiculous. Northville sells more Trex decking than anyone in Michigan. That's because Northville has the best prices and stock all Trex colors all of the time. Bottom line, you're thinking of building a deck in the spring. Get it set up now. Beat the price increase, beat the spring rush, and get on their schedule. You'll see all Trex products on display, and take the time to get introduced to a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber now or go to northvillelumber.com. 97.1, nice to have you with us. Get to some Lions conversation later in the hour. Got a lot of it to do today as well. The Ben Johnson news is interesting. That's the way I'll term it. But David Sabotage started the show. He is a pastor. He is a father. He is a man who is thinking of weed gummies to go to sleep. He can't sleep anymore. I love him. I think it's the gummies, not David. To me, it's an easy solution. And I'm telling you, man, you don't want to go to the doctor and get prescriptions for heavy sleep meds. That's just not where you need to be. So I can bring you some, or Evan can bring you some, but start small. But I'm telling you, I think it'll be the answer for what you're looking for. But if you want the good time stuff, you'll have to talk to Evan. I don't mess with that stuff. Can you imagine David, like Evan at a slot machine producing this show? Oh, dear God. Let's go to the people, see what everybody's got to say. We'll go to Maureen, 97.1. Maureen, oh, my God, what just happened? David, I hit a button and 3 lines hung up. Maureen, if you're out there, I don't know what happened, and I can't apologize enough, and it was like bowling pins. 2 other callers went with Maureen. So we'll just go down the line and hope this thing ain't wrecked. Jacob, 97.1. What's up, Jake?
Hey, Mike. How you doing, man? Long time.
Welcome. What's on your mind, buddy?
I just wanted to say I'm kind of on the same page with you. I got to wake up at 3:30 in the morning, around 9, 10 o'clock, and I just wanted to say, I mean, you said you eat them and 10 minutes later, you're tired, but
I'm out.
I wanted to tell Dave. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I said for me, it hits fast. I'm out. Some people take them 30 minutes prior or 45. For me, I just know my body. I'm toast. Jake, I take them. I barely roll over and I'm dead.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to say, if I'm trying to go to bed at 9:30, 10 o'clock, I'll eat 10 milligrams, not too much, maybe around 8 o'clock, and then by 9:30, 10 o'clock, I'm in bed and I'm out. I sleep like a baby.
Yeah, but you agree with me, Jake. It's better than taking the prescriptive stuff, and it's better than taking somebody over-the-counter stuff that, to me, it's addictive. It's different. This is different.
Yeah, heck yeah, man. I'm like you, man. I don't go out and I don't use it to have a good time. I use it to go to bed, and that's about it.
No, and that's what David's going to have to tell the old ladies at the church, that this isn't that kind of party. This is designed for sleep. David, they even make some with like little sheep or lambs on there asleep.
Oh, I need the lamb. The lamb will work for me.
I'm just saying, like there's a section of the dispensary that is decidedly sleep oriented.
And that's all I'm looking for, people. That's it.
I got you covered. Relax. It's not like you're going to preach a sermon coked up. Chill out. Kenny got excited. You got something you want to tell us?
I just like the idea of the high pastor.
He's not going to be. Don't do that. He's already insecure about it. Don't do that, Kenny.
Come on, Kenny.
Let me go to Joy in Monroe, 97.1. Joy, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How about you?
Good. What's on your mind?
Well, I just, not that I think that, because he's a pastor, he can't do all that or whatever, but I'm going to tell you, I walked a road in my own healing stuff, and if we're always looking for something to take the symptoms away, God made our bodies to give us symptoms for a reason, and if we're not paying attention to them, we won't get to the root cause. For me, I had a lot of trauma in my beginning of my life, and I didn't realize that was causing my non-sleep. I mean, it was horrible. I get it. I struggled myself. But by seeking the healer, he took me on a journey, and come to find out, I had a lot of stuff going on in my brain. There is a place called Brain Life Center, and it actually is started by people who are Christian pastors. So they actually do something with the brain where to get you back to sleep, and people swear by it.
Yeah, someone texted me that, so I will look into it for sure.
Yeah, her name, if you want to reach out, her name is Julie. She's the owner, and I personally know her, so I'll text her and let her know you might be reaching out.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just if we are always looking for something, I'm with you on prescription drugs and over-the-counter stuff. I used to be a pharmacy technician.
Oh, dear.
So I dealt with it all day, so I completely get it. And then I went on this whole journey to find out why my body was doing what it was, and I was involved in an accident, and I went through EMDR, which is eye rapid movement, to help my brain heal itself, and the body was created to heal itself, and it's a miraculous thing, and I give God all the glory.
David, this is your purview. I'm not fit to comment. This is you and Joy.
Oh, I'm gonna look into it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, that's the whole, she's shopping at a different aisle. So, like, for me, I like the gummies. It ain't that deep for me.
You could have shopped at that aisle.
Bro, we've gone down this road before. What do you want from me?
Entertainment.
Yeah, exactly. That got heavy there for a minute.
I
I was staying out. Well, yeah. You know what's nice, Kenny? You pulled a Lomas Brown 95 in Philly. You could have protected me there, and I was Scott Mitchell. You just got me killed. You just olayed that whole deal.
Mike, that's a big ask.
Jeez.
No, I truly appreciate what she's saying. I'm definitely not looking for something addictive, and I don't think gummies would be addictive from what I'm being told. So
I don't find them addictive at all. You can listen, David. I can only offer you my experience or people I know. I ain't trying to be a doctor. I'm just telling you, if you can't sleep, this is an option. You asked me the question. I'm not going to lie to you. It's great for me. Dorian, 97.1. Dorian, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Mike? Hey, Mike, I agree with you, but I told Kenny he needs to kick it up a bit and then bring it down. 6 months, that's a chronic issue. Like, he really needs some sleep. And if you have any kind of physical ailments as we're getting older, like the young lady was saying, your body's going to heal when you're getting some rest. All ailments go away when you get some rest. And so try a half and then go back to like 3/3 of a piece. If you have to, and make sure like you do it on a Friday. Don't even do it on a Saturday because you're going to mess around, miss the game. You're gonna miss a lot of football.
That's
This
right.
is the weekend for it. But if a Friday night and the Red Wings are on, go to sleep.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Dorian, the Red any of our, like, if there's a baseball game on, that is the visual equivalent of a gummy.
Right. Just go to sleep and clear. And you don't have small kids, so they should know. Don't bother Dad because you need to rest, bro. 6 months. It's January. Like, you can't continue like this. If you're gonna look, this is where the problems come in at. When you're not getting your rest, your recovery comes when you're sleeping. It doesn't come from all that narcotics, and you doggone sure don't want to be taking an Ambien and going all on Loopyville. For real, that's out.
No, that stuff is hardcore.
Help him out, Mike. Help him out, bro.
Dorian, I got him covered. Listen, in this way, I'm the church. My heart is open. I just waited for David to ask. Kenny, we're gonna get him all set up.
So you mean going to sleep at 2:33 and then waking back up at 6 to take the kid to school? That's not a normal thing?
Bro,
that's not good enough sleep?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought, all right, just checking.
Are you kidding me with that? Are you being serious?
I'm serious. That's what's been going on, yeah.
Jesus, no wonder you've been...
maybe Joy was right.
No wonder he's been dull as a pencil eraser. Jeez. Well, listen, I'm not going to tell... Listen, if David wants to go see his doctor, that's his prerogative. Right. I'm not telling him not to. Look, he asked me the question. I'm like, hell yeah, weed gummies are great to go to sleep. Here, do you want some? Like, what am I going to do?
I'm about to say, here's the man to talk to because I don't.
No, you have no problem going to sleep. You're good.
This guy fell asleep inside of a jet engine. He's one of the people I loathe on an airplane. Oh, they come on the PA for the first time. You look over at Rico. You got to be kidding me.
He did that when we went to Vegas.
Thank you for flying out there. Rico's already on his third REM cycle. I hate you. I don't know how you do it.
It's nothing I can do, man. It's actually, seriously, it's the most relaxing thing. Because at that point, nobody can talk to you. Nobody can text you. Nobody can call you.
True. Well, they can text you if you're hooked up to the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, but just relax, enjoy the ride, watch a movie, but like you said, I have a routine. Like there's certain movies I'll put on and outlay a light. I'll put on The Matrix, and before Neo figures out he's in The Matrix, I need to be asleep.
Before they come and get him in the office.
Right. Yeah.
He's your sleep.
Right. If I'm not asleep by then you know what? Yeah.
So here's what we'll do. We will get to the Ben Johnson news later in the hour. We got a football today as well. I will knock out the rest of these calls. We get the ticket text as well. But we've got a pastor about to cross the Weed Bridge to Sleepville. I'm very excited about this, but I'm more excited to find out come Monday David's been excommunicated from the church.
Either that or David got up in the Sunday sermon and tried to relive the scene from Glory.
Which one?
They're singing.
Oh, dear. I was hoping we weren't talking the one at Fort Sumter.
Well, the night before.
Jesus.
Be in the corner singing to myself.
You know what kills me? The end of that movie, the first time I saw it, and I was young. I was like 12 or 13. I was dumb enough to believe they were going to make it. And then they got to the top of the hill, and it was 800 guns pointed at them. I'm like, oh, hell. All of that for this. A great movie. That's one of Denzel's best. You didn't like him in that film.
No, I did.
That's an excellent. Kenny, I know. It's a movie way before your time. Wonderful film. Was it Matthew Broderick's in that too, correct? He's the
Shockingly, he was actually pretty good. I was just like, okay, Ferris Bueller.
Very punchable face, but not in that film.
The Denzel's best to me was the one where
Training Day?
No, it wasn't Training Day. It was the one that should have got the Oscar, but Training Day did. It was where his kid needed the surgery, so he took the hospital hostage. Oh, what the hell?
John Q.
John Q. Huh. That was actually his best movie that he's done.
All right. Well done. Rico said that with authority. I'm not even going to challenge it.
No, you should. It's not uplifting.
Look,
but,
I mean, I'll be curious the way David is about weed.
All right. Speaking of being curious, you were about to read something, weren't you?
No.
Oh, okay.
Jesus.
All right, guys, you hear us having fun on the radio. You know what? If you want to maybe have a radio career or a television career, or you're a graphic design artist, let Specs at LTU get you started on your path. It is very simple. You just need to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You'll learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who actually work in the business, and classes start year-round, so you don't have to wait until the spring or the summer. Classes are going on year-round. So look, with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Coming up 2:45, we get a football today, and then top of the hour, some Ben Johnson news, along with a question for Lions fans. The Ben Johnson news, I'm just terming it interesting. I can't tell you I think it's some great idea. I can only tell you why it might be true. That's all I'll offer you. David, for the first time today, the ticket text as David is worried about penalties in the church. David has not been sleeping well for 6 months, and he is. We're basically going to bring David weed gummies because that's what helped me. It's fantastic. I couldn't give it a better review. But no, you're not doing the party time stuff, Dave.
No, that's not what I'm trying to do.
I don't do that either. But to sleep, I'm telling you, do
What
it.
does it taste like? Candy?
I'm going to bring him several different flavors. I've got a whole
they
store.
got flavors?
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. Oh, listen, it's great. I bet you I can find him in little comic book characters for you.
Oh, okay.
Like get Rico a Mr. Fantastic bag of gummies or something.
Okay.
Mr. Fantastic.
I don't know.
I love it.
Just
I
assume
love
that's
it.
a character.
Get the Human Torch. All right.
There you go.
Sure. David, yes.
There are tons of great gummies for sleep, but the brand I use is Wild, W-Y-L-D. Makes some really great sleep.
Yeah, they come in like an octagon.
Okay.
I got a couple cases of those.
Someone saying, David, don't listen to these guys. 200 milligrams off rip.
No,
You'll
no,
speak
no.
to Jesus personally.
Yeah. You'll go on a journey, all right, to the ER.
Hey, David, you're not supposed to be here for another 75 more years. Go back down to earth.
Here's one here. My mother-in-law took one and said it did nothing. She took a second, called the ambulance because she thought she was having a heart attack.
David, that's the other thing. Never, ever, ever, never multi-dose. Like you're new at that. You're gonna take what you take, and you're gonna go to sleep.
You okay, Rico?
You're laughing at the guy's mom dying?
No, it's not. She was. The timing was wrong when he was.
Right.
Yeah.
I took a sip, and he took one. That's nothing. Two, we're calling it.
It sounded like David Sanford and Sons drop. Just nothing happened. Let me take a second one. Jeez.
Oh, I agree with Mike. I'm 32 from a church family. My parents looked at me like I was going to do a line of acid when I talked about gummies. It's great for me, has zero problems. So.
No. And that, David, just view it as medicine. It's not, trust me, what they're going to give you at the doctor is a hell of a lot worse for sleep. That stuff is scary.
And addictive. Could be addictive.
Ambien is nothing to play with.
Someone says, just try melatonin. It's naturally produced by the body. Many people don't have a first positive experience with edibles.
Yeah, melatonin sucks. I disagree with that, but we're not going to go through that whole deal. I think that stuff is garbage. You wake up feeling like a zombie. Awful.
Someone else, Patrick from Westland, says, David will walk into the church on Sunday, and on his office desk, there will be a pile of gummies given to him by someone.
That's right. David, if I can find them in the shape of little crosses or something, would you like that? Do you want like religious-themed Sleepy Time gummies?
So
I
when
don't
you
need
wake
that.
up,
What if there's an Apostles Collector's Edition?
Gummies, King David edition.
the John edition. So no effect when you wake up. It's just business as usual.
Yeah.
No,
Other than the fact you wake up and you're like, oh, God, I got to go to work today. No, it's good. And I wake up and I'm also, I don't dilly-dally in the morning. Like I'm up, I'm out the door within 30 minutes. I'm gone. I'm up early, go to the gym, and then I'm rifling caffeine. I go through extremes. I take the weed gummy to go to sleep, and then we start the day with rocket fuel.
I was just thinking, like, if you weren't chewing coffee beans all day long.
No. The coffee's at 2 p.m. What I take in the morning is more of like a missile.
You're like, you take that sip, right.
Oh, by the time I get to the first red light, I can feel it coursing in my veins, ready to rock. That's how it needs to be for me. Bro, I got news for you. Life ain't a Folgers commercial. All right? You don't wake up and there's soft music in the background. You stretch your arms and you're like, oh, another blessed day in Detroit. No, it's not how it works. Not for me.
Okay.
Well, my football teams blow. So, yeah, I'm pretty miserable 7 months of the year. Oh, wow. You were in the Super Bowl last year, you big baby.
Last year.
Go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, David, remember, God gave us weed. So there you go. Start with that. And
that's the lead at the sermon,
church,
Jeff. That's the lead right there.
And the other part is, how much are these women at church drinking bottles of wine? They're both legal. So
that's right.
But I've got an interesting perspective. I got both in the household. I am on a prescription called Trazodone that I started this before the weed became legal. But my son's a neuropsychologist, so this big brain kid, we could talk this stuff through with him. And my wife is on the gummies. It is the Wild brand, and it's a trip to the nature center. You get the right nature center. They know what they're talking about. They're going to hook you up with the right stuff. They're going to walk you through it. And Mike's dead on. You low dose it at first, walk into it, don't run, figure out what the right amount is, and adjust accordingly, and get a good night's sleep, man. You need that for your health. But I'm a big church member. I find it a bit hypocritical when people look at weed as they're slamming down their bourbons. It's just a perspective I've got.
And guess what? That's because you're a well-reasoned adult. I appreciate that,
And you know
Jeff.
what, Jeff? As I like to always say, that first miracle, Jesus kept the party going.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
He turned water into wine.
Got it. Noted.
That's right.
Got it. Thank you, Jeff.
That was his first miracle.
I thought that was the loaf of bread into like a dozen fish or whatever.
That was down the line.
So he was learning new party tricks.
Right. The first one was, okay, bring me the water. Watch this.
It was
Everybody
not
got
party
around.
tricks. It was not party tricks. No,
Red
it
or
was
white?
not.
Which one you want? Red. Bang. There you go.
I'll just go to Daryl. I got to look up the first miracle. Daryl, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, man? First time caller. Hey, yeah, I can attest to that gummy thing. And coming home from church one time, I decided I was going to take something, rest a little bit, and I took a whole gummy. My wife went out shopping, and when she was coming home, I realized she was coming in the driveway, and I could have swore I was having people coming at me in my couch, on my chair. And I was like, what the hell? I got to get to the bed. So I got up, and I rambled to get to the bed, and I pretended that I was sleeping when she came in, and that was the worst experience I ever had. But I learned after that, a friend of mine was saying, look, why don't you break them down? So I took them, and I broke them into quarters.
There you go.
And, man, what a difference.
Whole different experience,
Wild
right?
berry.
The
Oh, man,
boogeyman
it was
wasn't
good.
trying to come and get you. No. No.
It was crazy.
Daryl,
it was
yeah,
crazy.
that's the best advice I can give David is just start low dose, get some rest.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I think
That's
it'll work
it.
for him. Oh, man,
Yeah,
Daryl.
It's all good.
He's seeing people coming after him.
Daryl walked
Oh,
right
man,
into a 20 milligram or a 50 milligram wall, ice cold.
You better believe it, man. I was like, what are these people coming in? I thought it was Night of the Living Dead. I was like, what the heck is going on?
Daryl thought he was talking to Bobby Ross. Daryl, that's the cat.
Hey, listen, go Lions, baby.
Let's make it happen. All righty then. David, do you feel confident? You feel good? You going to be all right?
Will you give that roar for a sermon?
Well, hey, you know what that's about.
Well, there's some people giving me some advice on that part of the gummies as well.
Like what?
Pound Town on gummies is next level, fellas.
Whoa.
Might be a little boost.
That is not in the protocol. I cannot speak to that. Bro, I can't open my eyes if I take this thing. All right? I don't know how that type of action's going on.
So,
But see what
those
Tiger
Sharks.
Yeah. So about Calabrini. Oh, mercy. But you remember what Tiger Woods was doing with the Ambien?
Yeah.
He was forcing himself to stay awake before he'd start knocking out pancake waitresses. I don't know, what's on the other side of the Rainbow Bridge there, but apparently Tiger Woods enjoyed that. Is that he would take that crap, not fall asleep, and then he'd be in some kind of
Haze.
boner-induced haze. I don't know.
See, he had a good time, David. Maybe. Huh?
No.
I don't need that. I just want to go to
the
sleep.
gummy and child.
Nope.
Which one?
7?
No.
Okay.
I don't need that.
David, here's what I'll say to you, though. I'm not going to bring him tomorrow. Let us get you hooked up for Friday. Low dose. Do it on the weekend. The best time for you is going to be, no matter what happens, after that Lions game on Saturday night. Sail away.
What time you got to be up on Sunday?
Decent time in the morning.
Okay. Because I'm
So,
thinking.
so Kenny's thinking Friday night then. Just,
right,
don't, just do Friday.
Yes, I'm thinking it may want to be Friday night.
No, it's not that. It's not that type of thing though. He
No,
can
no.
set an alarm and get up and be just fine as long as he goes to bed at a decent hour.
For his first time.
Yeah, no, it'll be better.
Because
Trust me.
if that's the one time you don't want to have to miss Sunday. Oh, we know why you missed it.
Oh, he's on another bender.
Snoopy, Snoop.
Go ahead.
Well, no, I just wanted to tell David that the worst thing you could possibly do, because I've done this, I've made this mistake before, is like you take the first one, you don't feel anything in like 5-10 minutes, you're like, I'm good. Let me take a second
While you
one.
were screening a call, I said it. Never multi-dose. Ever.
Absolutely not. That's the
Ever.
worst thing you can possibly do.
Ever. And then David's up there. Dave, we'll get you hooked up. You're going to be okay. We got you covered. Also, Evan texted me. He'll be bringing in a Taster's Choice selection.
There'll be 10 choices in front of me.
We'll get this handled for you. I got you covered. All right, listen. We got the bedtime solution all taken care of, but for the actual Lions game, Hungry Howie's. They've got the mix and match menu, any 2 items, starting at $6.99. You mix and match, get your game day, party, or solo viewing experience if you're Kenny Cott. Get it together and get it with Hungry Howie's. Pizzas, flatbreads, apps, you name it, it's available. Just mix and match and set up your game day meal. So Hungry Howie's has you covered, but for a limited time only on that mix and match, it's Hungry Howie's. All right, let's get some football in the mix, shall we? David, music, let's roll. Nothing better than starting football today with Sam Darnold lowlights up on that TV.
You know what, Mike? How about we just steer right with that? I'm going to give you the teams that lost, biggest concern and biggest question for all the teams that lost wild card weekend. And since we talked about Sam Darnold,
yes,
and Minnesota Vikings, for Minnesota, well, it's very simple. What do you do at quarterback? What is Darnold's market value now?
0 to me. The idea is to win a Super Bowl. And they took J.J. McCarthy with the idea of playing him last year. It's that he got hurt. I think this is a gift. Sam Darnold showed you exactly who he is. You let him go, you reallocate the funds, you start J.J., and you insulate him as much as you can. And I do think if you want concern, it starts with the O-line. That O-line ended up getting exposed late in the year. Oh, please.
No, I'm saying top need for the Minnesota Vikings is offensive line.
Yes.
I would agree with the offensive line. And when they missed Darrisaw, however you pronounce his name, when he went down, that really took a huge blow to their offensive line and what they could do offensively. So, yeah, offensive line is what they need to do to get someone with him.
But you agree, you got to play J.J. in the rookie window.
Yes, for sure.
I was about to say, is it the devil you know? Because you know with Darnold, this is what happened. Or with JJ could be Bryce Young. He could be Jaden Daniels.
Correct.
You don't know.
Correct. But you have to see. You have to see what you have.
I'm with David. Once you made the draft pick, you kind of don't give yourself a choice. Go ahead.
All right, guys. Let's head to the Pittsburgh Steelers. David, your team. Oof. The question for Pittsburgh, will they finally embrace change?
No, they won't, because that is what Tomlin said in his presser yesterday. There's going to be a lot of change. What happens, though, is nothing changes. They go out there and same type of quarterback. Maybe they bring Justin Fields back. Pickens will be back. If you don't trade Pickens, then I can't hear you on anything else regarding change in the offseason. That's the first thing that needs to change. And then I can worry about everything else. There's issues with TJ Watt now because the way they use him, now people, they know how to block him and how to go against him. They need to move him to other sides, move him around. I don't know. There won't be change.
Pickens has to be dealt. He's poisonous. But here's the other thing. David, I think for the first time in a long time, we have to have a real conversation about your front seven.
Yes.
They just had 300 yards rushing put on them in a playoff game. And the Steeler D is, to me, very, very overrated. Rico, my thing is front seven help.
Okay, guys, David, maybe will they embrace change? See, I was going even higher up the food chain. Will you just embrace a new coach?
Oh,
that's never going to happen.
I thought that was off the table.
That's never going to happen.
I would absolutely fire Mike Tomlin.
Because when I hear change, that to me is change, new
Here's
philosophy,
your problem.
new everything.
Giants, Steelers, Bears, hell, even the Cowboys. These are family businesses. These are not well-run operations. Now, their legacy in that it's the logo and it's the history, but the reality is the Rooneys, this is their only tie to wealth. The Maras, same deal. The McCaskies, same deal. This is what the problem is. They're overly loyal. And it's a chronic pattern, right? So I would move on from Tomlin. I just thought that was off the table. I'm sorry.
It's never going to happen. And to your point, though, about the front seven, they've invested. Now they have to get it right. Zach Frazier, they drafted him at center. They drafted Broderick Jones the year before that. So they're not really changing anything. They got to make sure these guys are the right guys.
Yeah, I'm talking on defense, brother.
Well, that's not. Yeah, that's
that defense.
Don't even.
You don't have the dogs around TJ Watt.
And you're relying on a 35+ year old Cam Hayward.
Correct.
Can't keep doing that.
Correct.
Biggest question for the Steelers: quarterback. What do you do?
I run it back with Russ. I probably run it back. He found a home. And I don't think it's his fault that George Pickens is a psychopath. You've got a legit tight end in Freiermuth. You've got to continue to build that O-line, get a better running game, but Russ is probably your safest option. David, I'm not telling you to love it. I'm just giving you my best guess.
I wouldn't do that, and you're not going to like what I suggest, because I need to move the ball up and down the field, and I know what we just talked about with him with the Vikings.
Sam Darnold?
I would be okay with it because I know he will throw the ball up and down the field. We don't do that.
Sam Darnold, just so long as he doesn't play the Lions or the Rams, he's
David,
undefeated.
You can't win a game of any magnitude
Don't.
with a ginger.
Yes, you can.
And we don't have games with magnitude, so it doesn't matter.
Then you'll
Think
be
about
all
this.
set.
If the Steelers win 14 games, they're a number 1 seed. So in the AFC,
Okay.
Denver Broncos, can they upgrade the weapons around Bo Nix?
Yes, they can. I mean, look, Mims is a good deep threat. You know what Cortland Sutton is. They could use some help at tight end. But yes, it's playmakers. I mentioned earlier in the week, like that would be a spot to me that's a perfect spot for Ashton Genty. That would be electric, and I think that would really help them. So yes, add the weapons. I think the defense is good enough. I think Nix will take a step forward, get him one more target.
Yeah, because their top need is wide receiver.
Well, then I would suggest this, and I love the Genty suggestion, but what about Tyler Warren, tight end at Penn State? That weapon there, who can you can also put him in the slot. You can put him anywhere you need.
Yes,
that weapon would be good for
That's
him.
a great call. Sure, David, yes.
See, somehow or another, I see Harbaugh trying to move up for Chargers and bringing him in. I mean, it just fits.
Oh, man. Go ahead.
Green Bay Packers. Will they ever be healthy enough?
Yeah, that's their season. Maybe I'm just off base. I just chalk up a lot of what happened to them to injuries. But I think this is all about Jordan Love. I think it's all about getting his mechanics right. He's got to stop throwing the ball off his back foot. They have the running back. But for me, if you want a true acquisition, get a number 1 wide receiver, an identifiable 140 target guy. Get that guy. I mean, I love the idea you got the lollipop guild out here.
Right.
Get one guy to then have everybody else slot in where they need to be. Essentially, go get another Devontae Adams.
Yeah.
It's kind of what they need to do.
You're exactly right. They got a lot of number 2s and number 3s.
How about T. Higgins?
That would be nice. That would be very nice.
Because that's their biggest need right now is wide receiver.
Yeah, it is.
Way to go. LA Chargers, how will Herbert respond from that playoff game? He's not a ginger, Mike.
No, but here's the thing. Look, they have 2 really good offensive tackles in Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt. They got whipped. The Texans' edges in Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter, they took the belt out. So I'm just going to chalk that up as a disaster scenario. What they need is an effective running game. And look, they tried it with the Gus Bus. They tried it with J.K. Dobbins. Tell me if you heard this before. He got hurt. They need to make an investment in either a running back or further supplement the wide receivers because Ladd McConkey can't be your number 1.
Now, that's what I would put Genty. That's where I would suggest Genty for them because they need something else to help.
They have to be more
Herbert.
productive. They're first down. They were one of the worst first down teams in the league.
J.K. was never going to be the answer, so.
He was for like 6 weeks.
See, I think and their biggest need is wide receiver. That's where I said Tyler Warren, to me, I could see them trying to get that. Or maybe Harbaugh just takes Loveland, a guy that he's very familiar with and can be a weapon for him at the tight end spot.
I like that. I really like that.
Yeah.
I do, because then you could go running back in the first round. If this Genty thing was real, you go him in the first round and you take Loveland in the second or move up in the second.
I think Loveland's
You think he's going to be in the first?
I think he's going to be late first round.
2 first-round tight ends.
Yeah.
Put that on the board. How about that? Go ahead.
Finally, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Wax figurine coach. Get rid of him.
Is Todd Bowles a lock to stay?
He might be, but I would hire Liam Cohen. He's your OC. He's about to walk out the building and coach somebody else. He's got the relationship with the quarterback. That's all that matters. You follow the Kyle Shanahan plan. You follow the Andy Reid plan. Your coach and quarterback, if they have a symbiotic relationship. Plus, is Todd Bowles aware season's over? Somehow I just envision him standing in an empty Raymond James Stadium with that blank look on his face right now.
Calling plays.
Yeah, I'd get rid of him.
The guy who takes care of the grass is like, Coach, what are you doing? The game's over. Is it?
Biggest need for them, for me, it's defense. They need an overhaul. I mean, they're not good enough at the corner spot. Their safeties are always hurt. Winfield missed half the season. Whitehead got in a car wreck. I can't get mad at him. But overall, look, Levante David is long in the tooth.
There we go.
They don't have a lot of difference makers up front. Yaya Diaby is fine enough. But I would invest in that defense. They need some hitters there.
Yeah, I was immediately thinking defensive line, linebacker, safeties for them.
Yep.
Defense all day.
Defensive line is their biggest need. Pass rusher, to be specific, is the biggest need for the Tampa Bay Bucks. That is the biggest question and biggest needs for all the wild card losers. 97-1.
Three o'clock. Good to have you with us. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything, and please check out the YouTube. Lenny Show with Rico. Subscribe if you'd be so kind. Let's give you the Ben Johnson news before we get into some questions about this weekend's game. So the Ben Johnson news is this. David, who was the report by as well, just for attribution?
There was a Raiders beat writer.
All right. So, look, take it for what it's worth. You know, none of us have the answer. But momentum is building between Ben Johnson and the Raiders. Now, on surface, Rico and I will probably have the same reaction. The Raiders? Of all these jobs, I don't rate it very highly. But see, that's us putting our own beliefs on this job. Let's wind this backwards for a second. The reports about Ben Johnson and what he wants. 1, everyone in the organization would need to be on the same page. 2, the organization would have to admit its faults and commit to fixing it. 3, probably wants to bring his own general manager. Well, when you look at it, the Raiders are really the only team that ticks every box. Jacksonville could provide all of that except for we're keeping Trent Baalke. Why? I have no idea. Chicago, they're keeping Ryan Poles. Apparently, there might be a little friction between Poles and Warren. I've talked about that later in the season. The Raiders fired Tom Telesco, and it was out of nowhere. Johnson would be able to assume power. Johnson would be able to bring in a front office of his choosing. Johnson, now, what do they not have? Pathway to a quarterback, but Rico, you said this pre-show, you can move up. Look, this isn't about what I think is best for Ben Johnson. He's a grown-ass man. He can do whatever the hell he wants to do. But if there's momentum building, I do wonder if we take what the reports are about Ben Johnson and we apply those factors to the Raider job, then in that sense, not Mikey and Rico land, but in that sense, it does make sense.
Yeah, take away the silver and black and the helmet, and you just look at this as an organization. He's got all the power. That's what he wants. He won't, because remember, he said the Bears had to pretty much go to the altar and confess their sins of all the things they did wrong in their history. Like, that's the first thing you got to do is admit how bad you were. He can go to the Raiders. He can start fresh. He can start all over. And yeah, I know it's the Raiders, and the Raiders do dumb things all the time.
But what if it's his regime?
Right. It's a new management and new regime. It's all him. He gets to bring in everybody that he wants. And yeah, if you want a quarterback, either A, they go after and they get a guy like Darnold or get Cousins, or they move up in the draft. But here's the thing, looking at what he did with Jared Goff, I do think that whatever quarterback Ben Johnson gets, he's a smart coach. And by that, he doesn't try to put a round peg in a square hole. He just will say, hey, what do you like to do? What do you like to run? Let me design plays and an offense around you. So I think whoever he gets would flourish in his offense.
David, what do you make of it? And again, I don't expect Lion fans to have a big opinion because you want to keep the guy. I'm not asking you to chart out Ben Johnson's future. I know that that's not exciting. It's more that is news of the day, and I wanted to pass it along for one segment. Look, I can understand wanting to build your own thing. What I'll never be able to understand, and this is my own biases, why would I take a job that doesn't have a pathway to a quarterback? Now, we talked about this. If he doesn't like Caleb, or if he doesn't like Trevor Lawrence, that's his prerogative. Mm-hmm. So maybe he'd rather have the blank canvas than a guy making $50 million. Build the roster up, insulate it the way they did here in Detroit. And look, someone will get traded this offseason. There will be a quarterback moved that we don't think about or don't talk about, and maybe it won't be a superstar, but as you said, he's a smart guy. He knows what he's doing. Maybe he can turn water into wine.
Yeah, because I know everybody here is like, oh, well, Goff's this great quarterback. Goff wasn't deemed to be this great quarterback at all. When he took over as the offensive coordinator, he kind of threw everything out and said, okay, Jared, what should we do here? What do you want to run? And he made Jared Goff to the fact now that you chant his name. But let's not all forget how Jared Goff was basically 2 first-round picks. That was more valuable than the quarterback when he first came to Detroit. Was the 2 first-round picks at the Rams game.
Yeah, he was salary fodder to match up Stafford.
So yeah, this is one where he could take a guy just like a Justin Fields and says, you know what? I can work with this. I can turn him into something. Doesn't have to be a superstar, but I can win with him. So I don't think that the quarterback thing is just that big of a deal. I don't think the quarterback they have on their staff. No. He's going to go out and find somebody, but I think he'll find somebody cheap and take the draft picks and try to build an O-line and try to turn this into something.
So let me offer you something that is an add-on to David's report from the Vegas Raiders. Adam Schefter has chimed in on this. Have you seen this?
Not yet, but okay.
This is what Adam Schefter says. Quote, this is about Ben Johnson. This is in response to essentially David's news. If he takes the Raiders job, he's now going to a division where the head coaches are Andy Reid, Sean Payton, and Jim Harbaugh, and the quarterbacks are Mahomes, Bo Nix, Justin Herbert. He said in his latest episode of the Adam Schefter podcast, and you're going to a team that doesn't even have a quarterback, doesn't have a draft pick to go land a quarterback, and has to find a way to get a quarterback. So good luck with that. The Raiders have so much ground to make up right now, especially in division. That, to me, is what they have to overcome here. So, look, Adam Schefter's talking a lot like we are. But this is, again, whether it's Adam Schefter, us, we're putting our own values on this.
Mm-hmm.
If this is about, look, the one thing I will say, the Lions have done such an incredible job building a top-down organization. Look, what Ben Johnson essentially wants is what he has here, a single vision. Everyone understands what we're doing. He gets to have the right people in place. That might be why the Raiders, quote, are gaining momentum. It's not about what they have today. It's going to be what is he going to build this year, next year, the year after. The very same way they built it in Detroit, because you build with people. So maybe he doesn't want ready-made problems. I have no idea. I don't concern myself with what he wants.
See, that's the thing, because when I first saw this and the rumblings that he's thinking the Raiders here, that there's momentum, my first thought was, why the Raiders? Because we all look at what the Raiders are and say, oh my gosh, that's just, I mean, the organization is just in shambles right now. But what do we always say on this show? And people say it in the sports world. There's an arrogance. You have to have an arrogance when you're at this level, when you're a coach or you're a player. You always believe, no, I'm going to get this right.
Mm-hmm.
If everything goes the way I want it to go, and what to your point, Mike, if he wants it this way, he wants to have the control this way, have a guy that's right there, everybody on the same page, then yeah, he's going to believe, I don't care that it's the Raiders, what you see right now, but I'm going to make them the Raiders again.
And David, we had some fun pre-show, but you do have to wonder, how involved will Tom Brady be with this Raiders team, and how much influence will Tom Brady have? And, you know, can Tom Brady be that guy that helps bring whatever pieces you need to the Raiders? Because I want to play underneath Brady, because Brady's a known winner, and you think that he's going to carry that winning into the Raiders organization. So, yeah, I look at this as something where I'm going to treat it like the Lions. For years, everybody made fun of Lions ownership, Lions management. The Lions couldn't get out their own way. You could say the same about the Raiders. Then all of a sudden, management changed, and you put in the right coach. And now they went from the laughing stock to they're the hottest ticket in the NFL. There's a pathway that Ben Johnson can see that same type of vision happening out in the desert. Yes, you're going up against, you know, some of the great quarterbacks, but that's right now. If you're playing the long game, the one you only really need to worry about is probably Bo Nix, because, you know, with Mahomes and with Herbert, you know, are they? They're not peaking anymore. They're starting to come to the other side of the hill.
Oh,
no, I'm saying not right now, Mike. I'm saying if you play the long game, Bo Nix is the only one that's a rookie.
Right, but Herbert's 26.
Right, but if you keep not winning, how long are they going to hold on to him?
He's got a horseshoe up, as you know what. Everyone loves him. I don't know. I'm just telling you. Everyone, you know what he is? He's pro Drew Aller. Everybody loves him. They already bronzed the statue of him at SoFi. You didn't see that?
No, I did not.
No, I just, look, here's the thing. Everyone knows what the real fit is. But if the Bears are dumb enough to keep Ryan Poles around or won't give Ben Johnson what he wants, I don't think they're getting Ben Johnson. So if the Raiders are willing to roll the red carpet out, maybe that's the way they can get him. It's your organization. Essentially, you're running it. Your people, you bring in heavy Detroit influence. You reclaim what you did in Detroit, you build it here. And by the way, you're in the AFC, which means no crossover. It's not interdivision. Maybe it's not a thing. Maybe it's all business. I don't know. But there's your report. You do what you want with it. Apparently, the Raiders have some serious momentum with Ben Johnson. I want to ask a question about the game, because I have been now told by 3 people the way they're watching this game, and I find it to be a tad bizarre. We're going to get into it next. David will get some ticket texts as well. 97.1. Let's take care of some business here. Elevate your tailgating. Moran Buick GMC. Yes, it's January in Michigan. You know what it means. Winter, snow, ice, and some of the better deals on vehicles to start the new year. The 25 Hummer EV SUV, $775 a month. The Sierra, also 24 Sierra Elevation, $305 a month, $999 down. New stock arriving daily. They'll have what you're looking for, including Yukon Denali's back in stock. MoranExpress.com for the certified service. You get the loaner. You go about your day, do what you got to do. You'll be ready to roll. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get that best price period on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them online anytime at MoranExpress.com. Kenny really enjoyed the Wings loss to the Sharks last night. That was tremendous. Sorry. I'm sorry. Now listen, Odyssey.com rewind, you missed anything. We just gave you the Ben Johnson news. I wanted to ask this question. I talked to two friends of mine about the Lions game. And, hey, how you watching it? You got a party to go to. You're having people over the house. And like, No, I'm watching it alone. Excuse me? They're like, this is too big of a game. I cannot watch games like this in a social setting. Watching it alone. So we then talked to Kenny, our resident barfly, a very social man, a guy who likes to be out and about. That's fun Kenny when he does his hair. Like, Kenny, how you watching the game? Alone, hunkered down, game too important. And let's face it, Kenny wants personal cheesy bread. So, look, I wanted to ask this question to you guys as Lions fans. It is a Saturday night divisional round, 8 p.m. kick. Like, this is primo party mode where you would have a house full of people. But what I'm getting so far from 3 of the bigger Lion fans in my life is the exact opposite. Solitude, seclusion, quiet. Game's too big to be doing small talk. Mm-hmm. So I would like to know. And listen, I don't think there's a wrong way. I think you can do whatever you want to do. But there's part of me that looks at it and goes, next weekend would be the alone. A lifetime of emotion and frustration and waiting. That NFC title game, no, I'd be very careful who I'd watch that game with as a Lions fan. This week is a 10-point favorite at home on Big Ten Saturday night. Don't you get together with a few people?
No.
See, okay, so you're the solo viewing as well.
You do. You know why? Because this is anxiety viewing. This is, I don't care what Vegas says, you just want to win by 1. And if things go sideways, you don't want, gloom and like a Jeff Rieger type, like watching the game with you.
No one could watch a game with Rieger. I don't think it's possible.
I had to.
When? And what did you do to deserve that?
We had to do the Lions. We were doing the pregame show out at B-Dubs, but before that, we actually did the show. You were gone. And the MSU game was on during the time, so Rieger was just like, "Oh, baby, look at that. Oh,
you know what you should
Western Michigan just scored again." I'm like, Rieger, seriously.
You should have told him you had to go to the bathroom, except you left. And you went and sat in your car and watched it on your iPad.
But yes, you don't. But see, you don't want that person. It's very stressful because you know your team is supposed to win, but it's the anxiety until they do win. Mm-hmm. You don't want to talk to them. Or if you do, you want to be around a select group of people who know to shut the hell up and just sit there quietly and not, you don't want, like I said, guy who just always gloom and doom guy. You don't want to be around pacer guy who just walks back and forth in front of the TV set. You don't want any of that.
You don't want to watch the game with shoot the puck guy.
Right. So that's where I can easily see. No, and for playoffs, every game counts. A regular season
on a Saturday night, guys. I listen. I want to know, and again, no one is wrong. I was surprised. Kenny is clingy. He needs to be around people. He doesn't like being alone. Kenny is a party guy. For Kenny to be watching it alone, that was something. A couple buddies I talked to, it was surprising. They're social people. And they're big Lions people. And it was like, no, you know what? Opting out of it. Had an opportunity to go watch it. Not doing it. Watching it alone. 248-539-9797. Now, Kenny, if anything, I know the one thing I said you won't argue is you wanted personal cheesy bread. Everything else,
Yes.
If you think I took a cheap shot at you, you're welcome to. But you're going to be alone for this.
Yeah, more than likely we'll be alone. And the way I look at it is like, look at all the Monday night football games the Lions had, or the primetime games in the regular season. For those games, yes, those are games where I'm going to watch with buddies at a bar, group of friends, whatever it is, party.
Means nothing.
We'll do all that because it's still a big game, and it's primetime, so it's obviously magnitudes higher. But it's not a playoff game. For these playoff games, I need to lock in. I need to hunker down. I don't want to be around your kids. I don't want to be around your, drunk friends.
Let me say this. If you're throwing a viewing party for a Lions game, that has to be kid-free.
Yes.
The people
agree.
with the kids can't host that party.
Well, Mike, but
There's
my
no
kids are so well behaved.
Should have wore a condom. You cannot have kids at a viewing party. Now, if it is going to be where every couple has kids and all the kids are going to be there, then that is I would never attend it.
Run.
4 Hills. But no, I'm being serious. Like, this game is too
And those
important.
kids out here in the background, yes, I'm staying home.
I'm out. I do that to people sometimes, and again, they're friends. I wouldn't do this to a stranger, but I got a couple of buddies who have like 17 kids like David, and it's like, listen, do me a favor. When the kids go to sleep or you slip them a Benadryl, call me back. I can't do this. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's like a circus, and I'm like, I can't have an adult conversation with you. Call me back later, will you please? You got kids swinging from the ceiling.
Or the proverbial, they're in the conversation with you, and then they just stop. Would you put that down and leave your brother alone?
Yeah.
So anyway, Mike.
Or hey, so-and-so wants to say, oh, hi, Mr. Mike. Yeah, hello. Go away. I
let me
want
tell
to
you
talk
what
to
we
your dad,
did.
will you please?
Yeah, let me tell you what we did yesterday for recess.
Mr. Mike doesn't care.
You would love my kids then. My 4-year-old doesn't want to talk to anybody, so he won't come to you at all.
Perfect. Go ahead, David. Party, or are you watching this thing alone?
See, if it's my team, I have to watch it alone. I can't be with other people. I want to yell. I want to say certain things. I want to actually critique the actual football game. I don't need a conversation. I don't need a side conversation about something that's not about football. Let's talk about I don't know. Leave me alone. I need to be alone, period.
Especially, and look, we all hope that the Lions win, but my goodness, if they're down in the third quarter, do you really want to be sitting there in a room full of people?
Correct.
No.
Correct.
You don't.
Okay. And I just got
level's
another.
already high enough. All you need is that one. See, I told you, same old Lions. I don't need to hear
now
this.
see that guy? That guy should get punched in the face. I hate the same old Lions people. How can you say that about this team, this franchise? I hate those people.
Because they see an opportunity this Saturday.
And you know what? You know what their opportunity should be? For you to back your car over them.
And that's also what you don't want to be around them is the uneducated Lions fans, the new Lions fans, the people who don't really know that much about football. They're just there for a party. Those are the people that really can ruin your viewing experience, too.
Hey, I went to the game at Ford Field. I didn't see this yellow line on the field. Why do I see it on the TV all the time?
Oh, my.
Or just Johnny sports fan with a big dumb opinion that you don't want to be listening to right now. You just want to be locked into the action.
So, Lions game. It's Saturday night, not Sunday. That is a game changer socially. I just wanted to know, what is the plan, the viewing plan for this? Because I just got a text from another buddy. Third friend. Now I'm alone. Because I am not doing it.
Yeah.
He's even sequestering himself from his wife and kids. He's going to watch it in the basement. This game's too big. He's too nervous.
Because, I think last year it was okay to have parties because there was no expectation. It was, okay, we just want to win a playoff game. They won a playoff game. It was fun. Now, when the expectations kick in, it's anxiety.
Well, that's so weird. I mean, isn't this double-digit disco town? What are people weird about? What are people so scared about?
Like I said, all I know is last year.
58-2.
Last year, Mike.
76-3.
Yeah. You were on the few people who I took a phone call for. And you want to know why? Because you respected me enough not to call me.
That's right.
But
I
I
don't
would
do
take
that
your
to people.
call, and I think we talked at halftime.
Yep.
And I'm just like, Mike, I don't know what to do. Because I remember, I think the Niners were a 8.5 or 9-point favorite over the Packers, and we're losing the entire game.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, oh, this isn't good.
Yeah, and if I call you, it's not trolly. I don't have the energy or desire for that type of stuff. It's to talk ball.
Right.
Or be like, hey, you good.
But other than that, there's a lot of people, they call, no. Text, no.
No.
That's cute. That's funny.
I want to hear from the people. Let's get into it. And I don't think there's anyone wrong for doing it. I was just surprised. Because to me, you're a 9.5-point favorite. Everyone's confidence has bordered on like irrational, like you're playing the Washington Generals. And I figured, all right, it's party time. I thought Kenny be at a bar holding court. A couple of friends of mine have very nice setups, entertainment-oriented people. Like they would be hosting a party.
Nope.
Nothing.
I think the last party that you hosted was probably the Lions-Vikings game.
There's no scenario I would be at a party for the NFC title game as a Lions fan.
Or Super Bowl.
Super Bowl's tough. I don't know, man.
If the Lions make the Super Bowl, that's going to be a tough call for some folks.
You can't do it.
It will be a tough call.
The NFC title game's too personal for too many people, and it's okay to be alone for that. Or just like immediate family, fathers and sons or brothers, like people who you've been through the stuff with, I get.
The Super Bowl is know the closest party, and if at halftime your team is winning, Let's go.
Yeah, the problem is then if they lose the lead, you're the guy in the commercial with his famous charred duck, and he's at an Oregon tailgate.
High tide.
Yeah, high tide. You do not want to show up, and then everyone blames you that the team blew the lead.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. We will get with the people next. 97.1.
Hey, the action is heating up this playoff season at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. As a matter of fact, how about this? We were just talking about the Lions. Lions money line. Amon-Ra anytime touchdown, Gibbs anytime touchdown, and Scary Terry McLaurin anytime touchdown at plus 570. New ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can get $10 in. Can bet $10 and get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Odds and lines subject to change. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
All right, let's get to the people. How you watching the Lions game on Saturday night? I was surprised by Kenny's answer. I thought he'd already have an RSVP bar stool at his favorite watering hole. I'm not going to say the name because I don't want Kenny to be, not able to get into his favorite bar. Kenny's watching this game alone. A couple of buddies of mine, for sure, thought they would be throwing Lions parties. Nope, they're alone. One of them is sequestering himself from wife and kids, alone basement viewing time. And honestly, it feels like that's not a rare opinion.
Yeah. I think select company, if you do.
But it's weird considering what a walkover the game is going to be, according to many. Why would you be nervous?
Because you realize
I'm demonized for simply saying the Commanders aren't going to lose by 100.
Because it sounds great until about 8 o'clock on Saturday, and then reality kicks in.
Oh, so you're a con artist. Got it.
Yeah.
248-539.
Or you're at the store buying a new shirt.
My point is, the playoffs should always make you nervous. Mm-hmm. That's been my whole thing for this is the second year. Everyone had the irrational exuberance for the Rams. What did we talk about? Oh, I was Satan incarnate for taking the 3.5 points with the Rams. You survived. Even the Bucks. Oh, it'll be a total walkover.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really? It's a one-score game all fourth quarter. Like, playoffs are hard. And maybe the Lions do blow this team out. Is there a pathway to blowing them out? Yes. But I'm just saying, shouldn't this have been party time? Mm-hmm. The amount of times you will be favored by 10 in a playoff game might be a one-time offer. I thought Saturday night, this town would be party time central. I'm very surprised because I do think they're going to win. But maybe not. Kenny's a little nervous.
I think if you are a part of the party group, you're at the stadium. You're at Ford Field. That's the party. Anybody not at Ford Field, you're at home.
Let's go to Cody.
I don't think you want to be around a lot of people.
97.1. Cody, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing today, Mark?
Good, Cody. What's up?
So I kind of have the same opinion. I'm 32, so, most of my life we've been pretty battered and beaten around, right? So I've been watching all these big games at home. I have a 2-year-old son, wife and kid. I send him upstairs, say, hey, this is the time. I'll help you all day, do whatever. But game time, this is personal. And I think that's what it is. It taps into, just our whole lives being beaten down as the Lions fan. And so these big games are very emotional even when I'm alone,
Sure.
It's just really it's something special this year.
It is. And look, I think when you look at the Lions, there are very few franchises in the history of all sports. I mean, what Red Sox fans went through for the better part of 100 years, Cubs fans, Cleveland Browns. Yep. That's kind of my short list. And,
exactly.
I'll tell you, it's getting there for Maple Leaf fans, but we don't care about them. So, no, but Cody,
exactly.
Absolutely. Like, if I will tell you, NFC title game, that is reserved for literally the number one person in your life. And maybe it's your dad, a brother, a best friend, like whoever's been in the wars with you as a Lions fan. You're right. I would never go to a party next weekend. No way.
Nope. And the best part about the NFC Championship is I have a buddy I've known for 8 years. We're very close now. And he is from Philadelphia. So we have a bet all season, which of our teams would make it further. So it could get very, very interesting between us as well. That would be a pretty fun game.
Cody, if that game happens, I promise you don't want to watch the game with him because somebody's going to be very happy and somebody's going to want to end their friendship.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe on speakerphone.
But that's it.
Yes,
and Cody,
that's it.
Cody, that's it though. You're going to be stone cold alone. That's it.
Yep.
Okay.
I will be 100%, Mike. Yep.
All right.
Alone.
You're going to be okay. You're going to win the game.
Yeah, you don't want to watch the game with a Philly. If that happens to be
first of all, I wouldn't be friends with an Eagles fan. They're animals. It's just not.
Are you like Stoney?
Stoney's not an Eagles fan.
Oh.
Stoney. Well, remember, he came out here and he became Mr. Detroit. He bought the season tickets. He loves state hoops and he loves Michigan football. I don't think Stoney's an Eagles fan no more. You'd have to ask him. I haven't sat him down with a lie detector. I mean, I'm sure there's an affinity, but if you ask Mike Stone, are you rooting for the Lions or Eagles on Saturday night? I am 90% sure he'd say Lions.
I'll ask him.
Yeah, I think his relationship with that team is different than my team. If this were Lions and Giants, no, I'd just stand up and we'd go to war. No, I'm rooting for my team, to hell with you. But as long as they're not playing the Giants, no, I want the Lions to win the Super Bowl more than people know. These people deserve this, man. And I can just tell you, you've lived here your whole life. I've been on the air here for over 2 decades. Please, the amount of shows I've had to do that pre-exist you and then now with you.
Man,
oh, my
put it this way,
God.
the temperature couldn't get cold enough that people would stay home for the parade.
Correct.
It could be minus 15, and then, please don't go outside, but you all are going to go anyway for this parade. So
correct.
Try to dress as warm as possible.
Our job is to get Kenny a float atop like a decorated booze bottle. And like Kenny can do the pageant wave on a giant liquor bottle. That's our goal. Let's go over to Jason.
Kenny, there's no actual liquor in the bottle. Kenny, no. Don't open the bottle, Kenny.
Kenny's chewing
it's
on
paper
the float.
mache.
Let's go to Jason, 97.1. Jay, what's going on, buddy?
Fellas. How are you?
Hey.
Hey, so I'm going to be watching it alone simply because it's my team. I'm going to be nervous, and I'm probably not going to be fun to be around.
Mm-hmm.
But the other issue is that so I was at a party early or mid 90s watching the Wings play the Sharks. Sharks beat us. Host turns off the TV, says, I'm going to bed. Everybody's looking around like, well, I guess party's over. So I don't want to be in that situation either.
No.
Wait. He just said, everybody get out the house?
Yeah. Wait,
the hell of a host.
Turns off the TV, says, I'm going to bed.
You know what's funny with it is Jason, normally that situation takes care of itself. That if the game gets bad enough, people just slowly opt out, or they tell you their babysitter is back, or, I'll see you later. The fact that he pulled the plug on everybody, that dude's an assassin.
I guess people didn't leave soon enough because, normally it was a good run.
Yeah, everyone's upset. Like, yeah, well, you know what? Let's have a little fun now. Nope. Go home.
That's it. Get the hell up out of my house. Poor Jason. No, but Jay, Jason, let me ask you a question, though. And I don't know how much you listen to the station, how much you listen to us or other shows. Like, your general feeling is people are very, very confident, but yet today we're talking to people who are very nervous. So, like, what is it? Do you think people are putting on a show when they call this station? Or
I don't know. I'm confident, but Mike, and I'm not going to use the whole SOL or anything like that because that's loser. But there's still a part of me that's waiting for something just bad to happen because it's just what happens.
Really? Even after?
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's just it. Like, everybody, not you, Jason, but the people out there who want to go that route. Man, see, this is what happened. You won 15 games and ha.
Yeah, but see, those people are bleepholes.
Yes, they are.
And second of all, like it used to be same old Spartans. And then it stopped being that. And you lose thinking that way. And in fact, it flipped from thinking that way to, no, we're going to win. Why? I don't know, because that's what we do. Like they're going to figure it out. With Lions fans, I don't even know why bad things happen to us thing. How? You just went 15-2. You just assassinated a ginger. You ruined a man's life.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, good things happen to you. You threw 5 interceptions and still won a game.
Right, but that's just... I don't want this to... I'm saying for that... Oh, but you lost to a rookie quarterback. He came into your house and he did this and he did that. So, yes, there are...
Man alive.
There's a minority group of people out there who have been waiting.
So you're practicing your lines right now for Rieger? Is that what you're doing after?
Oh, but that's
you know what?
such
At
a
that point,
miserable way to live.
Just take his phone away from him.
Why would you live that way?
Just take Rieger's phone away from him.
Okay. Noted.
He will. Like, oh, baby, look at this.
See, you know what's weird with Rieger is I can't tell whether he loves or hates his teams.
He just likes to stir the pot.
Like with me, any vitriol I have for my own team is based on failure. Mm-hmm. I don't want to exist in this way. Like with the Lions, I'm nice when they're good, and I have been very mean in the past when they're bad. But there's never a waver about, no, I want... people are strange. I think that's the headline. All right.
There you go.
Playoffs are here. Imagine driving the length of a football field at 55 miles an hour blindfolded. That's how long it takes to respond to a text while driving. It's madness. Distracted driving is an epidemic. You need life insurance so your family's protected if you incur an unfortunate circumstance here. So call Mike Papura, 877-734-2200. Once again, that's 877-734-2200, or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? Gave you a Ben Johnson update about an hour ago. It's just report from Raiders media. They're gaining momentum with Ben Johnson. It's not about what we want or we think. I think they're the only organization right now offering him a complete power grab. He could name his own GM, gut the whole front office, bring people from Detroit. You know, the Bears so far not willing to get rid of Ryan Poles. So if the GM thing is a thing, maybe that's what it is. I don't know, guys. Would I take the job? No. But that's why I always get annoyed talking about these assistants. It's like you put your personal beliefs on what they should do, or even worse, you talk about the world the way you want it to be, not the way it is, which is, he likes it here. He likes the grocery store. I'm not interested.
His kids love the school system.
And maybe they do. And maybe he stays. But my whole point is, this is the news offered. This is what we give you. And I try to make sense of what's being reported. Also, by the way, Jets. Remember I told you like some of the predictions out of New York where Aaron Glenn did a Jets? Apparently, some smoke there today in the New York papers about how the Jets do have the inside track on Aaron Glenn. You do what you want with it. I don't think people care where Aaron Glenn goes. They just care if he stays or goes.
See, I don't even think he's like the afterthought. I think more people are concerned, where is Ben Johnson? Is he going to stick around? Is he going to stay? Aaron Glenn is just, he's the extra.
You know what kills me about that?
He's the reason why you're here.
Well, it's disrespectful.
It
but what
is.
kills me is there's absolutely nothing in the way of guarantee that Ben Johnson ends up a better head coach than Aaron Glenn. Everyone has been seduced by one thing. The offense. Okay, take 6 starters off the offense and make Ben Johnson go and do his job. You think it would look the same?
You know what you look
Because
like?
that's what Aaron Glenn does every week.
Yeah, you know what you look like? Green Bay Packers.
Right, but that's my whole point. And again, maybe they're both great. Maybe they both suck. I don't know. There's no methodology. I was handed the guy who developed Josh Allen. All he is a bald-bearded clown. There's no guarantees.
You're right. I forgot. That was his claim to fame.
Ha, ha, ha.
Hey, man, we're sitting in the same boat. We're in the same boat.
I hate you. Let's go to Sam.
David just joined us, but, we're in the same boat.
Sam 97. What's up, Sammy?
Hey, Mike, how are you?
I'm good. What's on your mind, buddy?
I sold my playoff tickets, was hounding my buddy who I get together with a few friends at his house for away games. I hounded him till he sold his. I said, I need somewhere to watch this. We're getting a party together. He usually barbecues. He usually cooks ribs, smokes wings, mac and cheese. Hey, I got to watch it with friends. I got to keep that juju right,
Yeah, and look, Sammy, you're pretty confident about the game, right?
Any given Sunday, but yeah, I'm pretty confident. I wanted Washington. That was the team I wanted to play. So yeah.
But you're willing to be social. But this NFC title game next week, if you guys win, you ain't being social for that, are you?
Well, we have season tickets, so I mean, if I
You're
could
there.
sell for $25 a piece, then I would do that. But I'm going to go there. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I got you. And Sam, that's a whole different deal.
Mike, I do got to say one thing. I'm with you. I didn't call in, but it is Super Bowl or bust for me. Like, I'm not happy if we don't win it all. I'll tell you that much.
No. And Sam, we've done the topic, and I'm not belaboring it. Everyone knows how I am and how I do things, and that doesn't make it right. It's just that's me. And I said it in August when we did that show at Circa, and I said you're winning the Super Bowl. Now I got who you were going to beat wrong. I thought you'd beat the Bengals in the Super Bowl. But bottom line, it's Super Bowl or bust.
Yeah,
Sammy.
once you got that 13th victory, everything else of just being happy of being there. No, that's gone.
And again, I know we got in fights when we did this with people. What was it, a week ago? And I'm like, no, it's a complete failure. There's nothing. It's the same thing in Baltimore. There's no success for Baltimore if it's not the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. That's it. Kansas City. That's it. Mm-hmm. Like you get to this level, this is the most brutal way to do it. And I dealt with it with my Celtics over the previous 6-7 years. Where, but can't you be happy they made the Eastern Conference Final? No. It's win or complete failure, burn it to the ground.
You're right. Kansas City, Baltimore, Detroit, and I think Philly. Same way. Because you fell off the cliff and now you're back to show everybody, see, it was just a one-year aberration.
Let's go to Doug, 97.1. Dougie, what's up, buddy?
Not much, guys. How are you today on this cold Wednesday?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
Yeah, you got to watch this game alone. I have a date with my chair and my wife who just sits on the couch and says nothing to me. I have always, as a diehard Lion fan, have to watch this game alone. The Thanksgiving game, I was watching it with my in-laws, and I got so mad because this is the kind of game that I think I fear it might be. But I slammed my hand on the footstool because I was so mad, and it freaked out my wife's grandma, and I felt so bad, but that's how into it I get, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, yes, we're confident, but I'm not as confident as Jim and John, who were talking about what NFC quarterback do we want to face in the championship, because I'm like, forget me or not, we still have to win this week, right? So I'm confident, but, God, it's still a game, but you got to be alone. I don't want any idiot fans like my Uncle Dave who's been calling for Hendon Hooker like an idiot.
What?
And I'm like, I can't deal with those people. I can't deal with nonsense. I can't deal with stupidity.
Is Uncle
I
Dave
need to be alone and focused.
Is Uncle Dave a real person, or are you messing with me?
No, he is. He's been saying that we should run Hendon Hooker out there, my Uncle Dave.
Then
I love him, but he's an idiot.
I would just like to say, Uncle Dave, you are banned from this show. And I don't even know if you've ever called it. I never want to speak to you, Uncle Dave.
Well, the midday show had somebody talking Hendon Hooker.
I'm patient with him as I am with kids, but dude, I can't take it. This is a game where we lock in. I'm with Kenny. I'm with you guys. Maybe a buddy if you get football, but you got to be alone, man. This is the playoffs. I've never wanted a championship more in my life, guys. We all want it,
100%.
It's do or die.
Yeah, Doug, that's also the other thing, and it shows you how effed up society is. Like, sports is just a metaphor for other parts of life. But, like, if somehow you think a game's going to be competitive, now your loyalty's called into question. I mean, it's like, what? No, legitimately. Everybody wants this team to win a Super Bowl. There might be one human being in Detroit who doesn't. And they have to be the most evil person on the planet, or they're not from here. But the reality is, no, we all want the same thing. We just have different approaches to it. Mm-hmm. I'm just fascinated to see how bombed up Kenny gets for this game. Like, Kenny,
I don't think he does at
Do
all.
you stay, like, stone cold sober for this?
I'll have probably something before the game just to calm the nerves a little bit because it is a big game. I do get nervous. I'm not worried about losing.
You'll take the edge?
Take the edge off a little bit. I'll be sipping something throughout, not getting too crazy. I need to be able to focus and concentrate on this game.
Now,
I think I'll be too nervous to be drinking.
Do you go beer or are you going booze?
Maybe I'll start with a shot of something and then sip on something throughout the game.
See, I'm thinking.
Quote, I'm taking it easy. Cutscene.
One shot and one sipper beer. That's hardly crazy.
I think
Mike.
halftime is going to tell what goes on.
Mm-hmm.
If it's double-digit disco.
Oh, if it's double-digit disco at halftime, we're getting into something.
He's slick back hair, Kenny.
We're getting into something. But
If
I don't
it's-
anticipate that happening.
If it's a one-score game, I don't think Kenny drinks anything because I think he'll be too nervous.
Even keel, steady as she goes. Nothing crazy, unless it gets out of hand, which I
Kenny-
don't see it
But
happening.
it can. Look,
it can.
I'll tell you what I'll do, just for fun. We got to do football today. I'll get more of these calls. 4:15. Do you want me to pathway the blowout where Kenny ends up going bottom of a bottle?
Exactly at what point in the game, what quarter, how
Right,
many
where-
minutes left?
Where Kenny ends up sounding like, say, or perhaps if things are really going well, Roberts. I will pathway this for you. How do we get Kenny to sound like his drops? How can it be a double-digit thing? I think there's one thing in this game. One. Uh-oh. We've lost Rico again. What?
I was just thinking about Kenny. That's all.
Okay, then.
Happy Kenny.
I know. You don't see it very often.
And still, what made him do that drop that day?
I know.
And tonight,
I know. I think they covered, too.
they did.
And that's when they had Max Amos, the point guard. And they transferred to Texas. 248-539-9797. We will get to a football today, more of your phone calls. And then let's pathway party time. I'll give you what I think could be something a volatility of this game that could lead to a blowout. And you could tell me you agree or disagree. 97.1.
All right. Like to talk a little football. How about we play a little match game? It was fun yesterday, David. Let's do it again today.
So yesterday we did the coaching edition of the match game. I want to do the quarterback edition today. So I don't say they're going to be in a trash can. I want an actual answer on where these quarterbacks should go.
So no smart ass.
No.
Okay.
There's projections here, and you can let me know if you agree with them. Let's start with Sam Darnold, the ginger.
Trash can.
The projection here is the Vikings on a 3-year, $114 million deal.
Okay, if that happens, Lions fans should throw a secondary parade post-Super Bowl. 3 at 114 for that stiff?
Yes.
And then what do? Trade JJ?
Doesn't say that. It just says
You'd have to. You took him 10.
You would think so, yeah.
For me, Darnold, I'll give you a sleeper.
Okay.
Something interesting. What about Tennessee? It would allow them to allocate the draft pick a different way or trade down to a quarterback-hungry team. You put Darnold in. The offensive line is there. They have the running game. You can
Draft
then
a top wide receiver.
you can build everything out a little better.
I like that. I would say Minnesota not on that deal. I think Minnesota on a franchise tag or another 1-year deal where, look, don't come in here. You made $10 million this year. How about we give you a 1-year, like $15 to $20 million deal, and that's it.
Next two quarterbacks, I'm going to group them together because they're both the Steelers quarterbacks. One's re-signing, one is moving on. Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. Russell Wilson, it says, re-signs 2 years, $50 million. Justin Fields signs a 1-year deal, $11 million deal with the Raiders.
I could see Fields as a Giant. Not that I want it. I could see it. I think that's the way it should play out. Russell Wilson had a very nice rebirth, David. I think you have to get Pickens out of there.
Okay, but here's the thing. I look at his ending was the same way as Darnold, where, dude, what are you doing? How are you?
Yeah, the difference is he doesn't have Addison and
his hair's not red.
And Jefferson and Hawkinson. And look, when your number one receiver spaces out, openly quits, then goes in a press conference and is like, I have no faith in this offense. I hate Russ, but I got to run to his defense here. Darnold was different. That whole thing was built out for him.
Yeah.
And he has red hair.
I do see that, David. I like the Raiders. Also for Fields, I don't know what the contract situation is out in Seattle, but maybe out to go to the Seahawks.
Well, let's segue to that because Geno Smith is the next quarterback on this list.
Garbage can.
The projection is that he remains with the Seahawks, but there's a note here dealing him would instantly save them $25 million.
See, I think that Seattle is tired of him, and I think that they're ready to move on. And that's where, Mike, maybe your Titans play in. If you can somehow work something out, ship him out, bring in Fields there. I can see that scenario.
I'll tell you who can go to Seattle, and I think it actually would work. JJ. If the Vikings keep Darnold, they trade JJ to Seattle. That could work.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I can see that.
I just feel like that it's not tenable if they keep Darnold and JJ stays there. Hell, if they keep Darnold, maybe JJ's a Giant. I don't know.
Now let's get to the possible cut candidates. Quarterbacks that will get cut and where they land next.
Geno Smith.
Let's start with Kirk Cousins.
Cleveland. I've been saying
projection
that all fall.
is Cleveland. 1 year, $2 million.
And Deshaun Watson just died. Oh, by the way, storyline. Did you read that? How there are pictures of him not wearing his walking boot?
Yes. He was out there doing whatever he wanted.
And you are under a medical mandate. And if you didn't follow the team advice, Cleveland might be able to get their money.
See, I wonder if both parties are just actively trying to just divorce himself from this deal. Oh, I didn't have on my boot. Okay, I'm just ready to go.
To give up $200 million guaranteed? He ain't trying to do nothing. That guy turned into a Lego piece.
I know, but I think he's tired of being the butt of jokes, where basically, yes, you're getting that much money.
The butt of jokes.
But you're stealing money.
Hey, David, can I make you a joke for $200 million?
Next on the list.
No, but it's not like he's broke. But no, I think Cleveland, I think Cleveland tries to draft a quarterback. I think they try to go that way instead.
They can still do that.
Yeah.
It could be, again, Kirk Cousins with a rookie behind him.
And see, if I'm Cousins, I probably don't go there. Cousins, I see with the Giants.
Next on the list.
Oh, God, no.
Aaron Rodgers. Projection signs with the Titans on a 1-year, $25 million deal. The Titans.
I'll stay out of it. You know my thoughts on him. I'll leave this to Rico.
I mean, at that point, just go ahead and cue Boyz II Men. It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday. Aaron, retire. Just no. Because now you're Jerry Rice as a Seahawk.
Correct.
You're Emmitt Smith as a Cardinal.
Correct.
Just
what do the cornrows start in the back of your head?
I'm just saying.
Jerry with the Seahawks, that hairline was worse than Stephen A. Smith.
Right, but certain players, it's like, okay, enough already. Leave. I don't want to see you with everybody.
So before I get to the draft picks, the prospects that will be in the draft, there's some wild cards in this. I want to know what you think about them. Matthew Stafford.
See, that one fascinates me because you've heard the whispers about, well, would he want to make a move, chase a ring? Could the Rams use him to – look, they've done a really good job rebuilding, especially with that young defense. That is one where if the player goes and goes, hey, it's time, I wouldn't dismiss that, David.
See, I think a lot, if they win it all,
that's different.
Then I think he walks away. But if not, yeah, I mean, where would he go?
That's not what I was asked. David said, do you believe he's a wild card to move?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Next.
Okay, hypothetically speaking, Mike, would you take him as a Giant?
No, we're nowhere near ready to win. Okay. And he's 37. That would be like him ending his career the way he started it on an 0-16 game. No, absolutely not.
The next wild card would be same division, Kyler Murray.
No, I'm fully dismissing that. Really good job by him. He's matured. He's grown up. They had a good year. I don't think they failed because of him. No. I think they got to fix that defense.
No, that and the fact that I think it took him and Harrison too long to realize they were teammates, and it's okay to throw them. Seriously, David, it was almost like he didn't know who he was, and it was like Harrison wasn't. He's the anti-diva wide receiver, so he was just keeping his mouth shut. And it's like, oh, I can throw you the ball. You're that rookie. Yes, that's me. So yeah, I think next year they'll be better because remember they were good. And they were leading the division until probably week 13 or so.
And then final wild card before we get to the prospects. Same division. This division has all their quarterbacks in it. Brock Purdy.
I think they're going to end up signing him. It depends on the number, but I think whatever number comes out, they're going to end up paying. They may have to release a lot of other people to make that number happen. And they're hoping that he doesn't join that 55-plus club, but yeah, they're going to re-sign him.
So let's get to the prospects here in this, and let's start with Cam Ward. The projection for him is drafted in the first round by the Jets.
Yeah, look, here's where we start the process, right? What is this, January 15th?
Yes.
I'm not convinced these quarterbacks are going 1-2. And I'm also not convinced that Jalen Milroe, despite the ghastly performance against Tennessee, Oklahoma, and Michigan, isn't going to rise up these boards once people get a look at him at the combine.
It's funny because I'm looking at a mock draft right now, and Milroe selected number 2.
Just feels that way. I don't know. But, David, I won't dismiss anything with these because, again, I'm guilty of it. Oh, my team needs a quarterback. We got to be up there to get a pick. What if they don't have a grade on these guys where it's like, wait a minute, we're going to take our number 30 overall prospect at number 2? There is a sentiment that none of these guys are any good.
It reminds me of the Kenny Pickett draft. When Kenny Pickett was the first quarterback and the only quarterback selected, but at 20.
Everybody just said, I'm good. No, looking at what Shedeur Sanders does, if Shedeur goes to a team with an offensive line, I think he can be dangerous. I think he could be that guy that we talk about the same way we talk about Jaden Daniels. Like, man, look, he just kind of hit the ground running. But if he doesn't have an O-line, forget about it.
Yeah, Shedeur's projected on here to go to the Giants. That's what they say on this one.
I'm not mad about
the quarterback movement. And then the final two, let's go Jalen Miro, drafted first round by the Seahawks.
Yeah, I think Milroe's going to be Anthony Richardson comp, as in draft high riser. Again, if you turn on the tape, the Saturday night in Death Valley, what he did to LSU, or you turn on some of the deep balls, he comes from a really good family. He's an impressive young kid. They change systems. NFL teams are looking for a reason to take a guy. Hey, we can fix him.
Yeah. Well, see, I also like the fact that Anthony Richardson thing, because I remember pre-draft, he was like around 20th, and then he kept rising because we were laughing. And, Anthony Richardson until he, 4? It was like, wow, he really rose up the ranks. Yeah. So I can see Milroe have a good combine. Yeah, I can see that.
Final one on the list who declared today is Quinn Ewers, projected third round by the Saints.
I think that kid's gotten some terrible advice. And take his NIL offer, the alleged $6 million, cut it in half. Say it's $3 million. You are still going to make 3 times whoever's drafted in the second round salary is going to be. I don't know what Quinn Ewers is doing, Rico. I don't. And you can't say, well, I'm tired of school. Now they're professionals.
Right.
Quinn, I don't care if you take welding, underwater basket weaving, $3-4 million. You got to stay in school. What did you see from Ewers where you'd go, hey, I want to take that kid in the top 2 rounds?
Nothing. But I think if you're Quinn Ewers, if I'm your agent, go someplace, be a backup behind somebody, learn, so there'll be no expectations, and then you can kind of take over in a few years. So that's what you're hoping for. Kind of what we see here with Hendon Hooker and the Lions. Drafted him, stash him, see what happens in a few years.
And that is your match game quarterback edition, 97.1.
All right, winter driving season, it's here, and reckless drivers come along with it. If you are injured in an automotive accident, you've got one call you've just got to make. It's injury attorney David Femininio. Pick up the phone right now. Speak to David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website anytime at getdavidgetpaid.com. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. Also, subscribe to our YouTube page if you'd be so kind. It's free. It can't be that big of a pain in the ass. So the next time you're sitting on the toilet, go ahead and drop a subscribe or a likey doodle or whatever on the YouTube page. Evan would really appreciate it. I want to just refresh what we're doing, and then I will. I'll get to it. I want a pathway. All right. How could this end up a blowout? And I think I've got one part of this where I could go, you know what? That could create a level of volatility bigger than anything else. Bigger than the fact you're just better than the Commanders. Bigger than the fact you have more talent or any metrics or this is the rush D. Like something that will actually happen in the game that a couple of these moments I think could lead you to blowing their doors off. Okay? So I'll give that to you guys in a little bit. What we were asking about is Kenny had a shocking admission. He's watching the game alone. Saturday night, divisional round, your 10-point favorites. We figured Kenny for a bowl of popper dip and a bar stool, and he'd be out amongst his people in Metamora. And instead, he's going to be alone. He's too nervous. He wants personal space. Talked to a couple friends this morning. They generally are guys who would have a watch party. Nope. One guy's sequestered from wife and kids. Basement viewing. Now, aside from some snide jokes about, wait, I thought this was going to be a 50-point win. What are you so nervous? You need to watch the game alone. We've arrived at something. People are taking this very seriously. And so far, it's been a bunch of people calling about, no, I'm watching home. I'm watching alone. I'm not going out. I'm not going to a party. The partiers might be the people at the game. So we're just rapping about it. Want to knock these calls out. I've got one college football note that Rico's going to have to bless. So he gets to play the role of David, handing out some communion bread and holy water. And I want to know if I'm off base. So we'll do that, and then I'm going to give you this volatility index for the Commander game. Let's get to our people. We'll go to Mean Dean is back with us on the table.
Yeah, your mother. Yep. Yep. All right, you fat.
He's yelling out his car window.
He is.
Oh, my God. He lived up to his nickname. He's assaulting somebody.
I thought he was just joking at first, like, yeah, your mother.
I don't know, but you know what, Kenny? Check on him to make sure he's not in an actual road rage incident. We'll get back to Dean. I just check on him.
That
He's
timing
actually
couldn't have been
mean.
perfect.
Oh, no.
He's actually yelling at someone.
That timing couldn't have been more perfect.
Well,
I'm glad you cut it when you did. You fat.
Mm-hmm. We'll go to Maurice and get back to Dean. Mo, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you doing? Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
Hey, you're talking about what you're going to do for the playoffs. I'm watching by myself.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to hear anybody. There's only one person I will watch the game with, and that's my father. And he's not here. He unfortunately died 3 years ago. But if it was here, that would be the only person I would watch this game with.
Yep.
It was with him. We would have a ball doing that. But most importantly, at our church, we throw a Super Bowl party every year for the congregation. For some of us men, we think about canceling because we don't want to be with each other. We want to be by ourselves watching the football. I don't want to be having kids running around, all these women asking me questions about the football game. I don't care. I want to be by myself. So
No, Mo, you got to cancel. You got to cancel the church function. You cannot be at that event. Can't happen.
Well, the pastor wants to help out the whole congregation, so we have to convince him.
If the pastor wants to help out the whole congregation, he can personally buy pizzas for everybody. Ain't nobody trying to have a party for the Super Bowl. It's going to be too nerve-wracking. It's going to be too stressful, too emotional. Maurice, you need to be the church leader. You got to get everybody aligned on this.
Well, I'm going to have to transfer to David's church, so I won't have to worry about that.
Is Greater Life in the transfer portal?
It is in the transfer portal, but we also have a Super Bowl party. But if the Lions make it, I won't be there. So.
No.
I have other plans with family.
Who's
so
running the AV system?
It won't be me.
Hey, let me ask you, David, do you do some kind of like interviews when people want to join your church? Like, would Maurice have to fill out a questionnaire? How does that work?
No, you just show up, become a member. You're good with no interview. I'll check with you, though. I want to make sure your fandom's real.
David will vet you, Maurice.
Well, David, I'm the person who used to be a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, and I switched over to the Lions.
Oh, then you're not allowed.
Oh, man. Maurice.
I'm messing with you, Maurice. Thanks, man.
Gee whiz. But see, what he said about his dad is how I imagine so many older Lion fans. Like, that's the only way to watch if they make the NFC title game. This game this weekend, I thought would have been just Party City.
No, because you see Jaden Daniels. You know what? If it was the Minnesota Vikings again, if it was Green Bay again, I think it would be Party City. I think that everybody would have said, okay, we can have this big party, because you would feel a lot better about going out there and beating a depleted Packer team. Or let's face it, if you did, Sam Darnold wanted no parts of Detroit again.
I don't think Sam Darnold wants to play football.
But you see Jaden Daniels, and all the bravado kind of goes out the window when you're watching this highlights. Like,
oh, does it?
Okay. Well, for most people, you start seeing those highlights and you're like, if Anzalone misses that tackle, Anzalone misses one tackle, and it could be a long day.
Okay, then. I'm going to go to Isaac. I know Kenny is still sorting things out on the phone lines. Let's go to Isaac, 97.1. What's up, Isaac?
Hey, guys. So, normally I'd have people over at my house. Last year I had a lot of people over at my house for almost every single game that I didn't go to. And after the NFC Championship game, I was also in a group chat with a lot of people, all friends, and I had to leave that group chat after the NFC Championship game. I heard a lot of opinions, a lot of things that I didn't really want to hear while we were just getting our butts kicked in the second half. So I had to cut them all off. Didn't have any people over my house this year at all. It stayed that way all the way up to the Sunday night game. I'm going to be going this Saturday and hopefully next weekend, but if the Lions make the Super Bowl, I'm going to be by myself watching the game, or at least with my dad if he's not going. So I can't be.
Isaac, you've hit on something. That whole group text during a big game. They need to create an easier way to just log out of those deals. I want no part of that crap. You made the right move on that.
Yeah, I just left. I couldn't do it anymore. It's something I don't want to hear people's opinions while I'm watching a game. I'm on the edge of my seat, trying to watch my team win a football game.
I think you did. I think you did the right thing. I'm with you.
Or Mr. Funny Guy off of every play.
Isaac, it's like we all saw what we just saw. I don't need every one of you to tell me in real time. Like I'm watching, I'm seeing.
And some people are at the game and they're texting and they're 30 seconds ahead of you, and you get a text message. Oh, touchdown, Detroit,
Oh, dear God. Yes. Isaac, just go in solitude, lock in 3 games, go 3-0. That's it. I'm with you. Just settle in. Relax. Go 1-0 each week. No, dude, the group text thing is bad. Now, if it's a game that doesn't involve you, or if it's a gambling group text, that is a completely different experience. But when it's your team, oh, my God, if people are ahead of the action ruining it, we're not friends no more. That's how that works.
Yeah, if it's my team and you're ahead of the action, you can go ahead and tell me what's going to happen.
Kenny, do we have security clearance, or is Dean in the middle of a brawl?
Dean is back. Dean is okay now.
Was there a situation?
It seems as if he was verbally, telling somebody how they felt about them, is the way he put it to me when I was
being very communicative.
Yes.
All right, we're in a safe space so we can go to Dean?
Yeah.
Because I genuinely like Dean, but I was worried there for a minute. Dean, welcome.
I thought it was part of an act until
how's it going?
Hey.
You said I was assaulting someone, and that has to do with touching. I didn't touch anyone. I didn't get out of the car. That's a felony.
Okay, good to know. Excellent. Now you're viewing. You got to be watching this with your sons, right? Like you're with the kids.
I'm exactly. So I've been peopling way too much lately. So I'll be staying home with my 2 sons, just watching the game, sitting at home. I'll probably smoke some brisket or something for the game, or pulled pork or something like that, something fun. But I got to stay home. It's just too many people ruin things, man. When it's in large groups, like people aren't fun. Like, you always got someone that's there that doesn't care about the game, so they don't shut the hell up, and they're always trying to talk to you, and you just want to focus. Staying at home is just the way to go. And like you said, the Super Bowl is the one that you party at, simply because, like, the Super Bowl isn't real. It's entertainment in all ways. And that's where most people are doing all their gambling and everything. It's more fun that way. But you said something earlier. Sorry if I go back a little bit to what you said, Mike, about the way that you treat your teams.
Yeah.
Don't be soft like Detroit people. Hold that accountability in real life and in sports. If you don't do what I'm paying you to do,
that's right,
then I have no reason to be with you.
No, you nailed it. I mean, Dean, that's my relationship right now with the New York Giants. I am livid. I mean, I want people launched to the moon. And it's like,
oh, dude,
it doesn't mean same deal. Guess what, Dean? Season was a
Yeah,
complete
yeah.
failure. I don't care about
Complete garbage. Useless.
Aaron Judge had a big year. Doesn't matter. What about Juan
Oh,
Soto?
cool, Mr. 1 for 17. Thanks for
Right.
showing up. Never.
No, I'm with you. That's a miserable way to be a fan. Well, good for you. I have one goal.
No, the miserable way to be a fan is constantly letting your team punch you in the nuts because they're inadequate and failures. That's a terrible fan.
I agree
Hold
with
them
you.
accountable.
Dean, I appreciate
See,
it.
I think fandom, it's like it's tiered, and once you reach a certain tier, then yes, Mike. But you root for a lot of teams that it's championship or Yankees, Celtics. Like
that's every team.
No, but there are certain like if you are a Pistons fan right now, there's a tier. Like you don't need to win a championship to say the
Right.
season's
You can have
success.
temporary moments where you're like, look, it would be an unmitigated success if the Pistons make the playoffs, build on this,
Make
no
it to the
question.
second round. You
But
know what? Great.
Outside of like that rare come up, everything is championship or bust. Like the fact that I've had to listen to soft ass opinions on this station of, well, if the Lions fall short, it was still an incredible year. Like hell.
No, last year you can say that.
Not
last
this
year you
year.
could. Right. And that's why I said it's a tiered system where, okay, there are times, Tigers last year, you know what? Great season. Not going to get angry. Didn't expect any of it. And it was a fun ride. But as your expectation gets higher, then it's like, okay, we've experienced this before. David, you know how, I'm not trying to, your Steelers. I'm sick of this. Win it all or tear it apart.
Oh, no. We got a Dean drop now? Amazing. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I thought you were going to go with the other one.
No.
Well, you cut it off. You fat.
Dude, I had to do it for the station. With Dean, you never know. I gave the guy a pizza recommendation. He dropped F-bombs. I mean, I love the guy, but he's just, listen, he's a very intense individual. It's a great drop, David. I may need that on the board. I may need that. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of the people in the mix. We got a football today at 4:45, and I've got what I think is the biggest point of volatility for Lions Commanders, that if you want to be dopey and put on sunglasses and a sequin shirt and talk about blowouts, maybe I've got the way it happens.
Oh, will you put on the sequin shirts and sunglasses?
No, that's kids' work.
What will it take?
Nothing.
Nothing?
No, it's beneath me.
Come on. You on a float? Come on.
No,
The
absolutely.
disco. All right.
Yeah, Bills just scored again. Idiot.
All right. New year, new you. And with that new you comes a Planet Fitness membership. You just need to head over to your local Planet Fitness. And if you look around, there's over 50 in the Metro Detroit area. $1 down, $15 a month. But you got to hurry up because the sale is about to end very, very soon. At Planet Fitness, you'll notice a lot of the Planet Fitness is brand new strength training equipment and cardio equipment to help you get going on your new goal. You promised yourself you were going to hit the gym this new year. Well, guess what? You still have time. The new year is still there, and Planet Fitness will not judge you. And if you need a little assistance, free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers to focus specifically on you. Come on, guys. Head into your Planet Fitness right now. $1 down, $15 a month, or you can just go online at planetfitness.com. Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Injury trouble on the Lions' offensive line. Kevin Zeitler missed practice for the second day in a row with a hamstring injury. Taylor Decker also out today with an undisclosed injury. The good news, though, David Montgomery, Terrion Arnold both practiced for the second day in a row, and they're both in line to play that divisional against the Commanders. Lions 9.5-point favorites in that one Saturday night, 8 o'clock at Ford Field. Michigan State looks to extend their win streak to 10 when they host Penn State at the Breslin Center, 7:30 tonight. Spartans 14-2, 5-0 in conference after that win at Northwestern, tied for first right now in the Big Ten. And the Pistons, winners of 10 of their last 12, off today. Tomorrow they host the Pacers at Little Caesars Arena. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, top of the hour. I got a source of volatility for this game. That if you are leaning towards, all right, can we blow this team out? Can it be easy and stress-free? Can Kenny get to his beverages in a stress-free manner? Give it to you at 5. We'll continue some of your phone calls. I wanted to just bring this up for one segment. That's it. That's all.
Okay.
I want to know if I have a grievance as a former college football fan and as somebody who liked the old system. Do I have a leg to stand on? Because the team that is overwhelmingly favored to win it all didn't beat their rival, didn't win their conference, didn't even play for a conference championship. That Ohio State spent $32 million on coaches and players this offseason, which is grotesque, and poached the singular best player out there, which was Caleb Downs, went and got Quinshon Junkins, that they spent all the money. They didn't accomplish a damn thing in the regular season. They didn't even play in the Big Ten championship game. And yet, they're going to win the national championship. Do I have a grievance with that? Because in the old system, it never would have flown. That, like, if you had to do something to qualify. Yet here we are. And no, I don't have any animus towards OSU other than the fact that they can't beat Michigan. Like, this isn't Michigan fan mocking Buckeyes. I don't hate Ohio State.
Right.
I don't care about them.
Right.
Tell me, do you bless some of this, all of it, or just straight up none of it?
Probably about 20% of it.
Damn it, he couldn't even go 25%.
No.
What's the part you bless?
The part I bless is, they didn't win any of those games, but they were about to win it all. But it's what we always, every year, there's that team that gets hot at the end, or there's a team that gets left out, and we're always saying, well, I wonder what happens if this team would have played. I wonder what happened if this team, we always talk about, 2013, what if MSU hadn't got screwed at Notre Dame and they would have had a chance at the title, but they never were allowed. In this system, Ohio State did everything that you said. They didn't win all of those games, but they then went out and they knocked out every team that was in front of them. You couldn't say, well, you didn't play anybody. They actually did, and they won games. And they were blowing people out. They took on Oregon and just the second time around destroyed them. So I understand where you're coming from, because the old college football mindset is you have to be perfect.
That's what I liked.
That's
what I liked.
Gone.
The idea that they got to lose 2 games, including to one of the worst Michigan teams post Rich Rod, they weren't even in Indianapolis with a reservation at St. Elmo's.
Oh, well, think about this.
Awful.
Think about if you did in the alternate world, your national title game would be the University of Michigan versus Northern Illinois, because you could say the same about Notre Dame. You lost to Northern Illinois. You don't deserve to be there. I like this, Mike, because it allows teams to play some meaningful games in September, and you won't be punished for this.
But
if
the
you
counterpoint is you can lose them.
I'm saying if you lose, it's because if not, you get cupcakes after cupcakes after cupcakes, and then we're sitting up there saying, well, strength of schedule. Well, you didn't play anybody. Well, neither did you.
Right. The ultimate hammer on this, though, is no one who won their conference championship is going to win the national title. So what was the point? That kills me. I always felt like you should have to win your conference to get into this damn thing. The idea that look, conference champion, Clemson. Conference champion, Oregon. Conference champion, Georgia. Even the teams that got to the conference title game, SMU, dog, dead. Penn State, dead. I mean, Christ, it's like you don't even have to make the game. And you're right. Notre Dame's this anomaly because they don't have a conference.
Right, they don't have a conference. They went out there and they played, Mike. But I look at this and no, they had to go through a gauntlet to get there. So, no, if they just only had to play SMU and then they're in the national title game, I totally agree with you. But they had to do it the hard way. They had to play in the home games, the opening round, then the quarterfinals, then the semifinals, and now they're there.
The other problem is if it takes $32 million to get to this level, then what are we even doing? I mean, no one can compete with that. You can't spend that.
But that's a little bit, it's misleading. Yes, they paid for 3 people. They paid a lot of money, but a lot of that money that they spent was just to keep their players happy and to keep their players from hitting the portal. Yes, I know, but
$32
It all counts.
No.
It's like you're re-signing your own players.
Right, like Miami. But see, it's like Miami goes out and they're just taking everybody's players. They paid their own. They went out and got 3, and they paid their own players to stick around and let's win this thing. Now, yes, it's embarrassing. You didn't play for the conference. It's embarrassing. You lost to Michigan. But I like this because in the bigger picture, in September, it's going to be okay next year because I think they play Texas. Or it's going to be okay if you play a tough team and you lose. That's all right. But it's going to be entertaining for the fans.
Well, I'm happy that you're happy.
They get awarded, and I hear what you're saying about September, but it's
are
about
Mom and Dad going to fight?
No,
This is always
it's
exciting.
about November for me because they sat here and basically they're being celebrated for losing to Michigan and sitting at home doing nothing and just looking at each other and says, man, this is sad. All right, let's prepare for the playoff. That's ridiculous. That part of it is ridiculous to me.
So basically, if you lose, you shouldn't make the playoffs.
In the old system, they would not have been in, and I'm fine with that.
Right, guys. But in the old system, it would have been like, well, look at this team. This team played better. It was the whole, hey, South Carolina should have been in, but they weren't. Okay, well, they weren't. They didn't win their conference. They didn't do any of that stuff, but people were screaming up and down, why isn't South Carolina in there?
They also got screwed in the LSU game. If you have that LSU win, that could change the formula for them. It could change everything for them.
I'm sorry. Do you get a half win for almost?
All I'm saying is the SEC record would be different if you have an LSU win. That would be huge for their resume and may have put them, I got to look at it again. I can't remember off the top of my head. It may have put them almost in the SEC title game. I got to look at it, but come on.
If Ohio State beats Michigan.
Well, then I wouldn't have an argument.
They would be in that big. David, I get what you're saying,
Right.
but because, it's SEC, so we were going to.
No, I'm not doing it because of that.
I like the fact that, you know what? You can have a bad day. Look at Notre Dame. You can have a bad day, and your whole season doesn't go out of whack.
Yeah, I agree with you. If you lose one game, I don't have a problem. They lost 2. And they lost to an absolute, no disrespect, Michigan fans. You hated your own team. Don't get mad at me for this. They lost to a toilet water U of M team. I just, that's what irks me. And you know what? Look, ultimately, I'm happy you're happy. They embody everything wrong with where we are.
And Mike, this is going to be good for you because next September when you're doing cash and ticket, you're going to be talking about good games instead of Ohio State versus Southern Illinois.
Oh, God.
You're actually going to be talking about,
No,
hey,
I don't want to think about having to prep for another season. Just please stop.
They're at the end. He's telling you the beginning is going to be.
Right. There's LSU taking on, a good team. You're like, wow, that's actually, I think I'm going to watch that game.
David, right now, I'm like a horse who's gassed, and the jock isn't even asking. Just like, you know what? We're good here. Pack it in. Oh, my God. He's already talking about next season. No.
I understand where you're coming from, but I do like the fact that, all
right.
It's
look, it's fine. I'm
here's
happy
the thing.
You're happy.
And all those teams that won their conference and all, they had an opportunity to make it to the national title game, and they didn't.
Right, because they got upended by a scab.
So you can't blame Ohio State because Oregon had a chance to get there. Georgia had a chance to get. All of these teams that won it all, won their conference, they lost. That's not Ohio State's fault.
No, it's the fact that Ohio State's even allowed to be here.
They had to go the hard route. It was the long way. They didn't get the bye.
Well,
they had to play
you know
the
what we
extra
should
game.
do then? Let's just go to 16 and let's get even more stuff.
Mike, it's not going backwards.
I know it's not. I hate it all.
Okay.
All right. We'll touch table on football. I've got some volatility for people at 5. Get ready to elevate your game this postseason. FanDuel. Look, this weekend divisional round. It's an awesome weekend of football, and yes, FanDuel has more ways to play, and they are doing the NFL same game parlay insurance as well. So put it all together. I mean, build it out. Maybe you've got to take, hey, I think Montgomery's going to come back from being injured, score a TD. Maybe you got a JMO prop, whatever it is. FanDuel has more ways to play. It's the no sweat same game parlay by FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max wager $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Walking anytime, 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. The Lions offensive line has injury trouble at the worst possible time. Kevin Zeitler missed practice for the second day in a row today with a hamstring injury. Taylor Decker also out today with an undisclosed injury. There is plenty of good news, though. David Montgomery, Terrion Arnold both practiced for the second day in a row today. They are both in line to play in that divisional against the Commanders. Demo says, though, that no matter who suits up along the line, they've been the engine of the offense all season long. Detroit, 9.5-point favorites over Washington in that divisional on Saturday. Tigers ink their most expensive international signing in club history this afternoon. Chris Rodriguez, a 17-year-old 5-tool outfielder from the DR, has got a $3.2 million deal with Detroit. He's the number 4th ranked international prospect in all of baseball. Michigan State looks to extend their win streak to 10. They host Penn State in East Lansing, 7:30 tonight. 14-2 Spartans tied for first in the Big Ten. And the Pistons, they've won 10 of their last 12 off tonight. They host the Pacers at Little Caesars Arena tomorrow. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have you with us. Odyssey.com rewind if you missed anything on the audio side. And if you want the video version of things, our YouTube page, Valenti Show with Rico. Subscribe and hit the likey doodle or whatever the hell it is. I wanted to present this. We've talked two ways about the Lions today, and one of them is people are watching this game alone. This is a business-oriented viewing this week, which flies in the face of the Lions 63, Commanders 2 viewpoint. And I find that funny. But I think you guys have it right. It's a playoff game. It's important. And I don't know. To me, I thought you guys would be partying. I thought there'd be watch parties everywhere. I thought Kenny would be at the bar. People are hunkering down for this as if the Lions are 3-point dogs. So that's part one. Now, the other one is this. If we're going to pathway this to being a non-stressful, Kenny, you asked me to do this, so I'll do it. Kenny wants to know if he is going to be able to have a halftime libation that is not stress-induced, or Kenny would find himself fully bricked up, excited, and not stressed. The Lions are up 3-4 scores. How does that pathway? And I'm not going to do the cliche crap, which is like, well, we got to have a run game. We got to have lane integrity. No. I think there's one thing in this game that could absolutely lead to volatility and you either blowing the doors off this team or putting yourself in real trouble. 2 words. Okay. 4th down. Dan Quinn is basically Dan Campbell's mini-me, where they go for it. And they are taking major risks, and they're not as good as you. The Lions have earned the right to do it. However, as we have seen, look at the play they had 4th and an inch against Minnesota, and they throw it. Now, J-Mo's open, but the ball gets tipped. Like a fingernail decided that play. The Lions going for it and it not going well. And the Commanders being on fire, that flips it one way. But here's the other thing. If the Lions do what they do, they're going to convert 3 of every 4, right? They're going to go for it on 4th and goal from the 6 and score. And if the Commanders go for it and fail, a la Vikings, it opens a window to blowing their doors off. Because with a rookie QB, and you have, like, Rico, imagine a 6.5-minute drive. All right, we can get 3 points. And Dan Quinn goes, I can't do that. It's Dan Campbell, YOLO. They don't convert. That is debilitating.
Yes.
So if you want to know, Kenny, how I see this, if you want free fiesta second half, hammer your 4th downs. The moment's too big for them on theirs, and that's the pathway to blowing them out. Or at least non-stress. I hate the term blowout in a playoff game.
No, but it's funny you say that, Mike, because the Lions convert on 4th down. You know what percent? You were close.
70?
66, 67%.
They're really good.
Right, they are. 22 out of 33 times they've gone for it. They've made it 22 times. You know what the Commanders are?
What's the total amount?
They've gone for it 23 times.
53.
They've converted 20. They're at 87%.
Holy hell. See, that's the mobile quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
I can't prove that.
When they go for it.
I can prove it for you.
When they go for it, they get the first down.
And here's how I prove it, because there are stats to that. Daniels passing the ball is 8 for 8 on those fourth down plays, 7 first downs. Running the ball had 9 carries for 85 yards with 8 conversions. So 15 to 17, just him alone.
Mm-hmm. So that's why. I mean, honestly, you might as well have the 2 punters come out to the field for the coin toss, because that's all you're going to see. That's the only time you'll see them. Other than that, like, the Lions go for it, and they hit on 66% of the time, 67%, 2/3. The Commanders are hitting at about 90%. Now, the Lions went for it 10 more times than them, but, man, when they go for it, they've only not gotten the first down 3 times all year.
And let me say this, and I don't know if this is even a question at this point, but if you guys would like to talk about it, we can. I've made peace with this. It is going to take a lot for me to question what the Lions do on fourth down. I have made peace with it. They're going to go for it. It is the new world of the NFL. I think Dan Campbell is as qualified or more qualified than anyone in the league to do this. They have designed their entire identity around this. They have the players. And yes, I believe you're 11 against an opponent's 11, given 4 downs in a goal-to-go scenario, you're getting it. So am I wrong? Am I copping out by saying I'm not going to do second-guess theater?
No.
And nor do I think, hey, do you change the way you play? We talked about this. This is who you are.
It's not copping out, Mike. Honestly, I think in this game, the bigger surprise will be, they decided to punt. Either team.
Yeah.
They're really going to punt the ball. Okay, didn't see that coming. I think if you're Dan Campbell, you have to realize they're going to go for it every time. Like, you got Minnesota out of their element. Minnesota had no business trying to go for it as many times. That's not what they do. In their perfect world, they would have kicked 4 field goals and been happy with that. But they knew, man, Detroit's going to go for it. This is a game where Campbell's going to look and say, they're going to go for it just like we are. So we got to go for it, even though I may not want to go for it, because they're going to go for it.
But is that the biggest point of volatility?
Yes.
Okay, so Kenny, do you accept that as the pathway to you enjoying your second half drink versus it being a therapy drink?
Because it's a turnover is what it is. If you can stop them, turnover.
Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. Also, once that happens, once that fourth down happens that they don't convert on, then I'd like to see what would really make me comfortable is after that the Lions need to eat up some clock with a drive, just control TOP. That will make me extremely comfortable.
Well, I agree. And now listen, I don't know the health of David Montgomery. Unlike Cookies, I don't want to bench him.
He was practicing today.
I think again, show me the game. If Montgomery's healthy, what Kenny just said is the key to ball control. Because here's the other thing. What Montgomery does, and no one pays attention, he's your pass protector. Like, there's a distinct reason he's in the game as much as he is. And their 1-2 punch, when you want to go on a 7-minute drive, Montgomery plays a huge role in that. It's that Blake Corum always fall forward stuff.
I think, but I think you're going to probably – this is a game for Gibbs because last couple of games, since Montgomery's been out, he's like 500 yards, 6 touchdowns. Like, he's become that guy. Now, I don't know if it's sustainable. I don't know how healthy Montgomery is. You're going to need him for the other game. So I think it's almost like if we could get away with using him very little in this game, okay, fine. But if we have to break the glass, right?
I mean, Cookies wanted to bench the guy. That's not the same conversation.
Yes.
The conversation you're saying is, hey, this Gibbs has to carry the weight because I don't think I can give David 15 touches.
Right. Okay. If I can get, enough just to get back into the swing of things, 10 touches, hopefully late in the game, we've got this thing sewn up just so you can get back to that playoff feel. But yeah, what you want, Kenny, is you want the antithesis of what happened in the Buffalo game where Lions went 3 and out, Buffalo scored. Lions go 3 and out, Buffalo scored. You want to be able to stop the Commanders and score, stop the Commanders again and score. I think if you can get that 2-touchdown barrier,
game's over.
It's it. They'll never be able to come back because you saw how difficult it was for the Lions when they fell down to a team that was like, yep, we're just going to keep going forward and we're going to keep scoring. And yeah, it was a very difficult thing to do. That's going to be a turnover, Mike. I think if you can stop them on 4th down or force them, because a punt to me is just like a turnover. You force them to give the ball back.
248-539-9797. David, I will catch up with Ticket Text. I know I'm way behind. I've done a terrible job on that. We'll also get to the callers as well. Little football today as well. Winter brutal on your home. And obviously next week we're going down into 0 degrees. It's going to be terrible. If you have questions as to whether your roof is ready to roll for winter, you need to call Victor's Home Solutions. They'll get to you within 24 hours. They're open 52 weeks a year. Doesn't matter what the weather's going on. And they'll get to you, do a 21-point roof inspection, and give you the findings and an immediate course of action. And then they get to work. Industry best 50-year leak-free guarantee. That means anything goes wrong, they fix it for free. So make sure your roof is ready for another Detroit winter. Schedule that 21-point roof inspection today, 734-773-1100, or make that appointment online anytime at victors.com. All right, let's get to the people. We'll get some ticket text, a little football today as well. You missed anything, Odyssey.com. Rewind. Let's go to Kent. He's up next, 97.1. Kent, what's going on?
Hey, nothing much. Hey, I'm just getting back to you on the Ohio State thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
2 years ago, Ohio State, if we would have beat Georgia, we'd have been in the same situation. Lost to Michigan, didn't win the conference championship, yet still playing, and probably winning the national championship against TCU. Now, I get how you are displeased with Ohio State because you hate Michigan so much, and we should be the ones to stop them.
Yes.
I know it.
Yes.
And no, it is, and I get it because, dude, I mean, even winning this championship, I ain't going to say we're going to win it yet, but if Ohio State wins it, I'll be happy. I really will be, but there'll be a part of me that is still not satisfied. You know what I mean?
100%. Because you can't erase. I mean, that was such a horrible loss.
Putrid.
It was ridiculous.
That was the worst coaching job I've ever seen in my life. I mean, you can't run a play directly into your opponent's strength when you have every other strength out there. I mean, that just didn't make any sense. I don't know what Dave was thinking. But I do think that if we win the championship, it'll take the pressure off. And the next time he sees those clowns, he'll put them in the dirt where they belong. Because that's the worst school I've ever seen get away with everything.
Well,
And
they haven't
act
gotten
the
away
fool.
with it yet now. Let's see the
Well,
notice
so
of
far they
allegations. I know, because the NCAA works at a glacial pace. And look, I don't have a lot of faith in the NCAA. The reality is everybody knows what they did. The only people who deny it is them, and that's fine. That's cult
Exactly.
behavior. That's cool.
And this is the future. I mean, we're going to have 1 and 2 loss teams win it probably the majority of time from here on out.
I know that.
And I'm
And
with
Ken,
it. I'm
and
with
Ken, I get that I'm in the minority with it. And you know what? You should be with it because your team is in it. It irks the hell out of me that your regular season was a complete disappointment, and
I agree.
yet you're going to get the ultimate prize.
Is it just a
But
college
look at what the
football
road
thing?
we had to go through to get there.
Exactly.
I mean, the road we took was, I mean, dude, it was easily the hardest road any team has ever taken to a national championship if we get there, if we win it.
Well, I guess.
I mean,
Go ahead.
it is. I mean, dude, 4 tough games in a row. I mean, we
I
had
know.
no cupcakes. We had no SMUs or Boise State.
Isn't
None of that.
Isn't Notre Dame a bit of a cupcake?
No, they're
Ken?
not.
Come on. They can't throw a
Whoa.
forward pass, Rico.
Oh,
Jesus.
dude, I mean, hey, real quick, guys, on another note, can anyone tell me how Aller, this Bennett, and this other quarterback from Notre Dame are considered even going pro anytime in the future?
I have no
These
idea.
dudes are horrible.
I have no idea. Drew Aller's a mystery to me, Kent. I've never understood it. I keep getting admonished. Oh, he's a first-round pick. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, he can't process. His footwork sucks. He makes egregious decisions. Oh, by the way, didn't complete a pass to a wide receiver in a playoff game. Ken, I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know what to tell you.
And honestly, if we lose these guys, I'll be as mad as I am about Michigan.
Oh, you
'Cause
should be more
honestly,
angry.
they have no business. Yeah, they have no business being with us. But hey, in 2002, we beat a very good, or in fact, a great Miami team. So I never put anything in the win column.
Well,
until
that
it's
was
in the win
also on a fictional pass interference call. Let's, you
Hey,
know what?
No, he caught him a bit, dude. He caught him a bit.
Miami was celebrating on the field.
caught him
They
a
had
bit.
the hats
I
and
love
the
it.
T-shirts on, Ken.
Ken,
I'm
that
like,
flag didn't hit the
what-
field until they came back from commercial break. You know what?
He couldn't get it out of his holster.
There it is. There it is.
He was digging for it.
Thank you, Ken.
So is it just a college football thing that you feel this way? Because you could
Yes.
see in the NFL, Lions had the best record. What if they don't win this?
Oh, no, I can put a hand grenade in that.
Or if, like in baseball, team has the best record.
Everyone's on an equal playing field. There's a CBA. There's contracts. And in the case of the NFL, the football comparison, salary cap, everything's homogenized. Everything's about parity. College football is like a rich kid in Vegas.
Right, but it's
totally
all
out of control.
Right, but it's all the rich kids playing in this tournament, so they're all Ohio State spent just as much as pretty much every team in the playoffs, other than what, Boise State.
They outspent them all.
Well, the teams that spent a ton didn't make it, so they had some talent.
Right. Again,
they won games.
Again, you're segmenting 5 teams. There's 134 member institutions. It's not like now. Again, if they create their Super League,
Right.
and it's 32 teams, my opinion's invalid
no,
because
but-
then they become
Okay, but
the
Mike,
NFL.
before they did the whole NIL thing, there was 100 and some teams, and really, it was really only about 5 teams that was ever going to win the title every year. Let's just be real about it. And then they went to the 14 playoff, and it still maybe moved to 6 or 7 teams that could win it all, and the other 130 teams just kind of sit there and say, well, we're playing in the Pop-Tart Bowl.
I'm happy that you're happy. Let's go to Bob.
I don't think you're really happy that
No,
I'm happy.
you got this is your sport now. Bob's in Flint. He's up next. Bobby.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I enjoyed the first part of the show. It's great. Hey, let's talk about the Lions for a brief moment. I happen to agree with you when you say that football's changed and Dan Campbell has changed it. Here's the key. I think that when you go if you go for fourth down and go for the touchdown and you don't make it, you pin your opponent, and they have to drive 95 yards for a touchdown, maybe 65 yards for a chance to kick a field goal. If your defense isn't strong enough to hold them, then that's what you get. But the Lions are so strong enough, they can come back and put the ball right back into the end zone if they need to. So I say, don't kick the field goal, because what you're doing is you're just giving the other team a little grace. You're giving them another 30 yards upon the kickoff, and then they can drive 35, 40 yards for a field goal. I say pin them. If you don't make it, you've got them pinned and probably get the ball back in good position again.
No, listen, this is who they are. And the whole point of us having the conversation, Bob, anyone who expects them to change, or if anyone's going to be a Chicken Little and criticize them and hammer them if it doesn't work, I don't think you're allowed to do it. Now, if they decide to fake a punt from their own 28-yard line, I am within my rights to criticize that. Because when you go for it on fourth down and it's with your best players out there running your best plays, I'll live with it. A pitchy woo-woo on a punt in a divisional round playoff game, I ain't here for it.
You know, the one thing that I do wonder if you'll see a lot in this game, and I'm wondering why a lot of teams don't do this in the NFL, going for 2. You scored a touchdown, you at the 2-yard line, just line up, best play, let's see what you got, and score.
Okay.
And then that's where
this is where I leave the classroom. I hate it when Tomlin does it with Pittsburgh. I hate the 2-point stuff. Here's the other one that kills me. I've never been able to wrap my mind around this. Teams down by 14 points and they score and they go for 2. Oh, well, if we score again, we win. Yeah, and if you don't, now you need a 2-point conversion just to tie the damn game.
Right.
I can't work my way around
it. Here's what I'm looking at, and it's a feel of the game. If my running game can't be stopped, then you're damn right. Let's go for 2. We're going to run this thing in or play action. You don't do it just to do it, but if you see a weakness, if a star player on defense is not there, score that extra point and make them try to play catch up.
So let's say you score, all right, and you are now up by 7. Extra point pending. I kick it to go up 8. Earlier this week on the podcast, Cookies is like, no, teams need to figure it out. You need to go for 2 there. Get up 9, 2 possessions. And I go, right, but if you miss, you forego forcing them to go for 2 to tie you. What do you do in that situation? Now, that is hyper aggressive.
That is, and that's where if I'm Philly, I probably go for it.
Oh,
I go for 2 with the
stupid tush push.
Yes, but you know what? If it can't be stopped, if I have something, if I got a Derrick Henry in the backfield, if I have a Lamar Jackson, if you got a Jaden Daniels, I'm going to run this play, and I'm going to go for 2. But you're right. Normally, if I'm the Lions, I kick the extra point, I go up 8, and I put the pressure on you to basically score twice in order to tie the game.
Anyone who's not the Lions, I allow game script and the style of game I'm playing to dictate my mindset. But with the Lions, I've arrived at a space, nothing matters. Yeah. I'm on Planet Nebular, they're going for it, and I'm willing to live with it.
Yeah. Now, like I said, if I'm Philly, absolutely. I would probably be like Costa. I'm going to go for 2.
That play's illegal. That play is illegal.
Play is not illegal.
It is not a football play. It belongs in Australian rules football. It's ridiculous.
But yes, at that point, you go up 9, and you pretty much have won the game because they have to score twice.
They are playing rugby at this point.
It's not football. And the worst part is the officials never blow the whistle at an appropriate moment. It's ridiculous.
Oh, I've learned that. All running plays now just go on for an extra 5 seconds. Like, I know. Are we not going to blow the whistle? No. And then here's what's going to happen. Until somebody comes in and hits somebody low, then it's going to be, well, hey, you didn't blow the whistle, so I just went for the knees to make sure this person wasn't going to run.
David, take a text.
Been a diehard fan since the late 80s. I find I can't watch games alone. My anxiety goes through the roof. So I need people around me.
Let me help you with that. Weed gummy.
No, you fall asleep during it.
No. You get one of the Evan slot machine gummies. That's more of a good time mellow thing.
And at that point, you think that Bubbles the Lions is talking to you.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Right.
One more here. Lou in A2 says, I will be alone in a tent. Got roped into being a camping trip chaperone for the winter survival training. Please pray my Verizon works. Oh, my God.
Awful.
And then one more here on the, I like to see the Lions be aggressive only if they need to be. But I like to see them maybe wait to use more of that in the championship.
Nope,
game.
you don't get. You know what?
You can't pick and choose.
Do whatever you like. I'm just telling you can't do that. It's like what Meatloaf said. You do anything for love, but he wouldn't do that. We didn't know what that was. You can't do that. This is your team. You have to live with this. You don't get to be selective about it now.
No.
Here's Rico. Curious.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It is Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and his sales staff want to be a Chevy dealer. They'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you money. Get into Hamilton Chevrolet right now and start the new year off right with great deals on all their inventory of the new 2025 Chevrolets. Selection is best right now, and they're ready for immediate delivery, including the January Rico deal. A new 2025 Chevy Blazer 2LT for just $299 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Lions have got some extra bounce at practice this week after plenty of R&R during their first-round bye last week. Quarterback Jared Goff says that prep for the Commanders is going well with that extra rest. That Wednesday injury report, though, not good for the offensive line. Kevin Zeitler missed practice for the second day in a row with a hamstring injury. Taylor Decker also out today with an undisclosed injury, but still good news. David Montgomery, Terrion Arnold both practiced for the second day in a row today, and they're both in line to play in Saturday's divisional against the Commanders. And the Pistons, they've won 10 of their last 12 games. Great story. They're off today. They host the Pacers tomorrow, 7 o'clock tip-off at Little Caesars Arena. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. More at 6 o'clock or at 971theticket.com.
If your furnace isn't working right in this cold, you need it fixed now. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got you covered 24/7. Locally owned over 40 years. They're going to back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Generators, too. And if they can't get to you same day, they'll take $50 off that next day service call. Ask about that winter bundle-up discount as well. Mastercraftheating.com.
Let's bring back Jazzy Cat in the Cone. You guys can do the final segment. Oh, man, we talked a lot of stuff today. David, thinking about possibly hopping on to the weed gummies. So you know what? If you missed anything, use the Odyssey Rewind and go back and take a listen, especially to the first hour of the show. David, couple ticket texts.
Yeah, I actually have a couple on the weed gummies. Let me get to it real quick. Do research on some sea moss, someone says. Get that. Has great reviews. That is Bill in Comstock Park.
Sea moss.
Sea moss.
Eat it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
I don't know. David needs to get a medical marijuana card from a doctor. Mike, Enrico are not doctors. Dan in his car. Medical marijuana is not what I want to use. I think I'm okay with the gummies.
Hey, I didn't give you any advice because I don't know. I don't use any of that stuff. I just fall asleep to South Park every night.
David needs to know he's still going to get high. That's not a bad thing. And there are other bedroom benefits that we can't elaborate on right now.
Oh, boy.
It says. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Number
Nope, not happening.
It's not the fourth quarter.
Here's someone on the how you're watching the game. Someone says they have a co-ed baby shower cocktail party to attend on Saturday night.
Why?
Direct conflict with the Lions game. I think it's going to be a hello Irish exit. Go Lions.
You don't need to be there.
Agreed.
The baby won't remember. I promise you.
I am dreading my game night situation. Wife invited everyone to our house full of people who won't shut up about the St. Brown cake while looking for Eminem the entire time.
Well, how did this happen without you sanctioning it?
Well, that's a great
You are
question.
a partner in that household.
Yeah, you gotta put your foot down. That is. I was listening to you guys.
Oh, like you would know.
No.
Coming from Jeff. That's Rich.
Rich, put your foot down.
Wait, did you hear all the necks just turn and look at Jeff like, really? Did you?
No, I
just
go
say
to
that?
first of all, I go to the game. Second of all, I'll give you a great example. All right. Sunday, my brother comes over to watch the Broncos. He's a big Bronco honk, right? And there was a situation where a couple other people might have been in our household to watch football. You know what I did? Put my foot down. I said, no, I'll watch it with my brother.